Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
Happy Friday, I'm Simone, and these are your Sactown Sports headlines. Your Sacramento Kings open up the NBA in-season tournament tonight from beautiful Golden One Center as they host the Oklahoma City Thunder. Although we know the Kings will spar without De'Aaron Fox and Trey Lyles tonight, you can expect to peep the freshly installed new tournament hardwood deck and the debut of Sacramento's Nike City Edition uniforms. It's going to be a fun night for these young, talented Western Conference counterparts hoping to get the 1-0 group play edge. Of course, for more information on tonight's matchup and for details on the NBA in-season tourney, you can always head to SactownSports.com. Ride with the Drive Guys as we take you right up until game night coverage, jumping off at 5:30 with Scott Marsh and Henry Turner, and tip-off from the G1C at 7.
So we like the beam.
I'm Simone. Those are your headlines. Welcome in to the Drive Guys.
Feeding your passion for local sports in the afternoon. It's the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Kyle Draper on your radio at 11:40 a.m.
Streaming audio at SactownSports.com and the Sactown Sports app.
You can also watch the show on YouTube at Sactown Sports 1140. Here are the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Kyle Draper.
Yes, we are. Pardon me.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey.
We are getting ready for in-season tournament basketball here at the Golden One Center. Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper. Let me guess, you got the call tonight on NBC.
Yes, I got the call
Again.
tonight again,
Yes.
man. Exactly. We got that big win the other night. They said, Drapes, we need you again. We need you to bring us a W. So here I am again.
Well, before we get to any of that, I got to say today, right now, I know how Karl Malone felt. You remember Kobe in his first All-Star game? Remember late in the game, Kobe's in there, and he's got the ball, triple threat. Karl Malone comes and sets a screen for Kobe.
Yes.
Karl Malone, the great Karl Malone. What does Kobe do?
Says, get that screen out of here.
That's how I feel with Watkins and Styles, like, hey, you guys want to do a crossover?
Nope.
Waving it off.
Nope.
Waving it off. And then at the end of the show, Alan Styles like, hey, we'll be at the game tonight. Drive Guys coming up? No. Hey, stay tuned for the Drive Guys? No. He says, see ya. I guess we'll see you Monday.
You know what it is? Just like Kobe, these new kids, this
Waving
younger
it off.
generation, man. They think they know everything. They think they got it all figured out, and they don't trust the OGs,
Yes.
like you, my man. And so it's all good. Our listeners know when to tune in. They know what time we're on here.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, if what's going on the floor now is any indication, we are going to have some exciting basketball tonight. There's some kind of, pickup tournament going on, and this is the second game. First game, I actually lost $50 to RJ. We had a bet on it. This game, I think I'm winning, but I don't. It's hard. I don't even know who's on which team, Kyle, because everyone's wearing. You got a Mitch Richmond jersey, you got T-shirts, a De'Aaron Fox jersey,
a Klay Thompson.
Who's on what team?
I know. I'm just glad they didn't go shirt skins. I didn't want to see that. I'm okay with what they got on right now. As long as they don't go shirt skins, I'm good.
Yeah. I hope no one gets hurt. So far, no one's got hurt, although I think I pulled a groin in that first game. Wasn't my own, though. It was RJ's.
Ouch.
I think we're good. And it's a Friday. With that, we're underway.
Man, I tell you what, after this, you got a stand-up comedy routine going on down the street at Punchline or something like that?
I'm in a good mood, after the Kings won that game. But you remember Wednesday, we were starting the show. We were very optimistic. And, hey, that was a great win. I'm not as optimistic about the game tonight. Let me just lay it on the table for you right there.
You're not optimistic?
Not as optimistic tonight against the Thunder as I was against the beaten up Blazers.
I'm glad you said that, because based on what I know about this Kings team and based on what we've seen this season, they should win tonight.
Really?
Yes, because nobody's giving them a chance. Remember, you lose De'Aaron Fox. You go down to Golden State, man, I don't know. We played great against them. Right in it to the very end. Klay Thompson hits a great shot. And then, they're going to Houston. That's 2 wins. I'm not worried about that. They lose. Then they come back home in Portland. I don't know. You were optimistic, but, they were struggling a little bit. And then they played, arguably their best game in terms of energy and effort of the season. And so I expect an inspired team, because I think they know everybody's counting them out because there's no De'Aaron and Trey Lyles tonight.
I see. So when you expect them to zig, they're going to zag.
Exactly.
I gotcha.
Exactly. I think this team, when you think they've arrived and think they've figured it out, that's when they have games like Houston. And then you start counting them out, hitting the panic button, doubting them. and then they come and play a great game. And so I expect them to get up for this game. And let's not forget, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, a Kentucky guy, Malik Monk's a Kentucky guy. I think Malik's going to want to show out tonight.
Did you know last year, you probably did know this, you probably were there and did all the games, but last year against OKC, Domantas Sabonis averaged a triple-double.
Yes, he dominated them last year. And, as I think about tonight's matchup, that's going to be key. Domantas Sabonis against Chet Holmgren. And there's a number of matchups in that starting five I want to discuss here over the next few hours, but he has to have another big night tonight against Domantas Sabonis. Against Chet Holmgren. And I think it's going to be a different kind of night than what we saw the other night against Portland. I think this has to be an old school Domantas Sabonis, physical, in the paint, backing Chet Holmgren down, who, Domas outweighs him by like 100 pounds. And so he has to dominate on the inside, not necessarily the perimeter.
Who knows who's going to start tonight? We'll find out. But I wanted to ask you about this because this must be wrong. I have the starting lineups from Wednesday. Could you tell me whose name that is? Right? I don't know if I don't have my glasses on or who is that?
Kevin Herter?
Who is that that started? No, under him. Who is that started?
Keegan Murray. You're talking. Keegan.
No.
Hey, everybody loves an "I told you so" guy. We got one right there. Everybody loves an "I told you so" guy. But let me say this.
Ellis.
Can I please at least get credit for this one, Whitey? Who was the first guy to text you and say Keon Ellis is starting?
Well played.
So I said, I owned up to it.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. And you were like, you know what? He's got to get some minutes. He's earned some minutes. And then my guy Matt Barnes on the broadcast said the same thing that I said.
Yeah. We're sitting right up there Wednesday, and Frankie said and Frankie goes, there's a rumor that Keon Ellis is starting. Like, no. And I said, that'd be great if he did.
Exactly. And Matt Barnes said, you know what? Mike Brown is rewarding the guys that played well. Keon Ellis got some minutes. Kessler Edwards got Alex Len. We didn't see JaVale McGee or Sasha Vezenkov at all. And so, it'll be interesting who they start tonight. Do you go back to Keon Ellis? I'm actually thinking yes, to be honest with you. I'm thinking stick with it. I thought Keon played well, came out with good energy. Why not?
Mm-hmm. He's not a great point guard, but you run your offense through Sabonis anyway, and he gives you a little bit of a defensive presence, defensive energy to start the game. Yeah, I'd be a little surprised if he didn't start tonight, but again, he's not. Whether he starts or not, he's not going to play 30 minutes.
Right, and that's what we saw the other night, right? Davion did not start. But Davion played 30 minutes. Davion was out there in crunch time. Davion was out there to close the game. I'm looking at the minutes. Keon played 21 minutes. Davion 27. Malik Monk 29 and change. And so there were enough minutes to go around with those three guys. But we didn't see Kobe Jones.
That surprised me a little bit. I thought that he was doing what was asked of him and playing fairly well.
Right. And so that it's interesting because 2 weeks ago we said, oh, Kobe Jones, he's done enough. He has to be on the floor. He's earned some minutes. And now he just had a DNP CD. And so give Keon Ellis credit, man. I would like to see him back out there tonight, to be honest with you, especially if Davion is still going to impact the game the way he did coming off the bench the other night.
Looks like one of these pickup games, the second one has ended. I don't know now if they have a playoff or if they're
I hope not
in-season tournament. I'll tell you, I saw these guys come in. In fact, when I came in, someone asked me, are you in the tournament? And I should have said, yeah, and maybe I would have got to play, but
you would have dominated, huh?
I don't know. That one guy's a pretty good shooter, but the guy in the jeans, I almost yelled down at him, hey, you don't wear jeans in a gym playing pickup basketball. Well, but, whatever works.
It's interesting. There's two ways to look at a guy wearing jeans. The way you just said, this dude has no game at all, or he's so confident in his game. It's like Larry Bird back in the day, right? Showing up with the wingtips on and dominating. And so that dude wasn't Larry Bird, though. We do know that.
Yeah. But you know what? The thing is have fun, right? And I thought the Kings they did play with a little bit more of a sense of joy. Obviously, that was a tough game.
Right.
That was a really nervous finish for that game, but they didn't play like the weight of the world was on them anymore.
Yeah, they played free. They played with energy.
That's it.
Kevin Herter knocked down some shots. Davion came out. What they did is they played with passion out there, and that's something we didn't see in those two games in Houston. They played like you know what? They wanted to be the aggressors, the enforcers out there. And that's how they got to play, especially when you don't have your star in De'Aaron Fox. And so it's nice to do it one game, but I want to see them do it tonight against a very good Oklahoma City team.
I think it's fair to ask the question, can the Kings without De'Aaron Fox beat the Thunder? Well, they did last year.
Yeah.
However, Shea
didn't play either.
But still, I mean, maybe there's a little bit of a blueprint there for getting it done. Remember, this is, as we were saying, as you know, this is the opener for the Kings of the in-season tournament. OKC is already down. They're already 0-1 in the tournament.
0-1. They lost to Steph Curry and the Warriors, if I'm correct, in their opener last week of the in-season tournament. And so it'll be interesting to see how OKC approaches this game, because if you lose this one, 0-2, you're pretty much
no team has ever come from
0-2 in season tournament group play.
And then
you're on fire today, man. I tell you what, you're on fire.
What do you think of the court? Our first glance at I tweeted something earlier. We got our first look at the court. What do you think?
I'm trying to decide, because I am a paid employee of the Sacramento Kings. So you know what? When I first saw it, I didn't like it walking in. Because first of all, you got some scuff marks already out there on the floor and everything. And, you got these yahoos out here playing. I think it should be, and it's kind of a matted gray also. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I think the blue should pop a little more, I'm nitpicking. It'll be interesting to see how it blends with the City Edition jerseys that they're wearing tonight. And so,
it's basically a gray court, except there's basically the lane all the way straight down the court, perpendicular to the half court line. There's a big blue stripe that runs basically from one painted area down to the other. And you know what every court in the in-season tournament has that stripe down the middle. You know what that is?
That runway.
Yeah. It's supposed to be, because I just read this today, ESPN. That's supposed to represent the runway to Vegas.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And that's okay. Yeah. That's
it used to be, the term, you probably use it all the time, the painted area. And on these courts, it's all painted.
It's all painted, right? Yeah, exactly. So if somebody hits a top of the key three, is that a point in the paint or what?
So. I don't mind this. There some of them have been like all red, and some of them they just kind of almost make you recoil. So
you like this understated look?
I do. I would like to be an old school. I'd like to see a little bit of actual, the wood floor on there. But this, I'm fine with the contrast between the gray and the blue. I like it. It's a nice, warm, comforting.
Some people say, "Where's the purple?" That's our, that's our colors now. Where's the purple? Obviously, this is an ode and homage to the Royals colors back in the day, and the blue that they used to have, and you'll see that in the jerseys, uniforms that they're going to wear tonight. But I'm gonna put a picture on social media here in a minute. I was hoping that these guys wouldn't be playing a best of 7 series out here. They're still out on the court. Everybody's like, Drape, show us the court. Well, you got some yahoos out there. I don't want to show it to you with that on there.
By the way, your Sacramento State Hornets are home this Saturday, 2 p.m. kickoff against the Cal Poly Mustangs. I think one of the guys I played high school basketball with, I think he's in the Cal Poly Hall of Fame as a quarterback, Sean Campus. Anyway, they're terrible. Boo. Get your tickets at hornetsports.com. We take a quick break. Do you have any Drapes takes today? And it's okay.
Of course I do.
Okay, great.
Awesome. Dude, I wake up with Drapes takes. Always.
All right, Drapes takes from Wednesday's big win when we come right back here to the Golden One Center to Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Friday night at the Golden One Center, it's the Kings' first ever in-season tournament game.
Sabonis heels at the arc. Now to Keegan Murray on a run by. He shoots for 3. He's got the triple. Keegan Murray from downtown.
The Oklahoma City Thunder are in town to face the Sacramento Kings for Friday Night Hoops.
The quest for the cup begins Friday on your home of the Kings, Sactown Sports.
Model year-end pricing is back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
During the model year-end event, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make lower payments. It's no wonder why Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop. Come in today or check out our entire inventory online at folsomlakehonda.com.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at folsomlakehonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda.
Go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop. When every shot counts, the professionals at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio encourage you to try the brand new Titleist T-Series irons. Irons designed to enhance your play through control, distance, flight, forgiveness, looks, sound, and feel. With 4 T-Series models, the fitting team at Hagen Oaks will find the perfect Titleist T-Series iron for you. Call 916-808-2531 to find your fit today. Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway, or online at hagenoaks.com.
The Drive Guys powering your afternoons Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
The Golden One Center once again, where the Kings tip off in-season tournament play against the Thunder. And Kyle, I'm trying very hard to have an open mind about the in-season tournament. Definitely, there's a lot of upside there. I want to get this off my chest. In-season tournament. Is that like the worst possible name for an in-season tournament? It's like a box of cereal. You go, and then there's Frosted Flakes, Rice Krispies, and a box of cereal. Right?
Or Fruity O's or something.
Yeah.
But this is just the first year of it. So you want to get people to understand, all right, this is the in-season tournament. And then what's going to happen is, you know what? It'll be, right, they're calling it the NBA Cup now, right? If you win it, it's the NBA Cup. Soon it'll be the
Amazon
Commissioner Cup or Amazon Cups. Yeah. It'll be sponsored.
Yeah,
and
I know.
This is just,
baby
we got a baby step. Yeah, you got to crawl before you can walk. So let's why are you being like that today? Like,
I'm being honest.
That's
because there it is, and we got the big video board here. You got Keegan and you got Kevin Herter, his in-season tournament presented by Dialpad, and they're wearing the City Connect uniforms, which I think are great. So I'm just, we're all figuring all this out together.
You would think though. Oh, as I'm looking at the court on the jumbotron, it actually looks better on the jumbotron than. You see how the golden one pops?
Yeah, because there's parts of the floor that are kind of a yellowish brown, but they look kind of a brighter orange.
It actually pops more on the jumbotron. I wonder how much that'll translate on TV. See, right?
See, the TV guy picks right up on
that. I look at the trophy too, like the base of the trophy. It looks like,
I'm gonna take a picture of that.
Yeah, that's there you go. Yeah. Check out his social media page. Yeah. But no, it's in-season tournament. I actually think it's been a success so far. Last week they had it on Friday, and the average margin of victory was 4.9 points.
I heard Chris talking about that.
Which was the so lowest, the tightest it's been in 10 years, and so we'll see how it goes tonight.
All right,
so I like it so far.
All right, that brings us to Drape's Takes.
Where's my guy Jay? You on the ones and twos? You got it for me, Jay?
Calm down, Ryan.
That was a dramatic pause, right? Dramatic pause. Drape's Takes from that big overtime win the other night against the Portland Trailblazers. I know it was tight. I know we were on the edge of our seats. We were worried our squad might lose Sacramento Kings fans, but I'm here to tell you, my guy Domantas Sabonis, he delivered in a big way. He was a little ornery earlier in the day at shoot-around Wednesday before the game, and then he came out and he delivered 11 first-half points. And if I'm correct, Whitey, since you're all about I told you so, I told you Domantas Sabonis had to be the best player on the floor. And he was. He had 27 points, 11 rebounds, 9 assists, and he got DeAndre Ayton in foul trouble, 3 first-half fouls. That's the kind of Domantas Sabonis I want to see night in and night out, especially with De'Aaron Fox out. Like, you got to impact this game and put your stamp on this game. He's such a physical player. He could do it. And I love the fact his first 3 buckets, I believe, Whitey, came on offensive rebound. It wasn't like plays were called for him or anything. He went and got the rebound and threw it back in. Domantas Sabonis set the tone the other night.
Yeah, and what's interesting about that to me is I know I was saying that, if he has that open jump shot, he's got to take it, that mid-range. I think he took one and made it.
Yes.
He didn't really need to rely on that, and he was still a lot more aggressive and effective.
Yeah, he was aggressive, effective. He'll have to be that way tonight, I think, against Chet Holmgren.
Hey, you're going to break the backboard if you keep doing that. These guys got to play a game tonight.
I know.
Did you see that brick that guy?
I did see that. Hold up, man. You're hijacking my segment. I mean, I know we're watching these guys, but you're hijacking my segment. Drape's take number 2. How about my guy, Mike Brown? He coached the heck out of that game. And I'm not just talking from an X's and O's standpoint. He threw everything but the kitchen sink in that game. He started Keon Ellis. He benched JaVale McGee and Sasha Vezenkov. He went with Alex Len. Kessler Edwards got some meaningful minutes in that game. And so Mike Brown, true to his word, he said, you know what? I'm going to put guys out there I think that's going to help me to win, that are playing the right way. And I thought every button he pushed in terms of substitutions, it worked out for him the other night.
Were you surprised that JaVale McGee didn't play? Look, not being critical. Everything worked out great. It was a huge win. But were you surprised by that?
Yes, I was, because I didn't think there was an issue with JaVale McGee. I thought he's been fine. I thought he's been great for this team.
He was one of the positives in Houston.
I was shocked by that. And so obviously Mike Brown saw something else. But you know what? The great thing about Mike Brown is that he inspires everybody. And for Alex Len, the true professional that he is, to come in and have the kind of game that he did, 13 minutes. Whitey, Alex Len was a perfect 4 for 4 from the field. He got 6 boards, 10 points, 2 blocked shots. And so it's coaching isn't just X's and O's. It's knowing who to turn to and when. And I thought Mike Brown did a great job of that the other night.
I have just an unbelievable amount of respect for guys like Alex Len. Not that there are a lot. Guys that they don't play. Hey, you're in, and then they play while they're ready.
Yeah,
it's not easy to do.
Exactly, and you need those guys on your team too. You need those guys who know, you know what, I may not get in tonight, but when I do get in, I'm going to do something positive. And if I don't, I'm not going to make any waves or make any noise or cry and complain. I'm going to be a professional, and that's what Alex Len is. My third and final Drape's take, and I might have a bonus one depending on how I feel. I'm just telling you, I could go on for an hour on Drape's takes. You know that.
Yeah.
Davion Mitchell, my guy Davion Mitchell was phenomenal. He got the message. You know what? You're coming off the bench. He didn't pout. He didn't cry. He just came out and he balled, and he was so aggressive. And when I say aggressive, Whitey, that doesn't mean putting up shots. That means attacking the basket, getting into the paint, really putting the defense on its heels. And I thought Davion did that night and all throughout that game. And it wasn't surprising to see him closing out that game. In the meaningful minutes down the stretch, he was out there.
The officials were letting him play a lot. They did call a lot of fouls, but I mean, it was a very physical game, and the Kings recognizing that we got to take the ball to the basket. And I think that was one of the keys to the game, because they didn't shoot well, but they went to the line, 38 times. So what you're talking about there, Malik Monk doing that, attacking the basket, and also Davion, that was one of the absolute keys to the win.
Yeah, no doubt. And speaking of Malik Monk, the 19 free throws, most free throw attempts by any player in the association this year. So he was still being aggressive. The shot wasn't falling, but he didn't let that dictate how aggressive he was going to be. He still was able to get into the paint. Malik Monk was phenomenal. I'll give you the quick bonus. They put 52 bench points on the board. If I'm correct, Whitey, in the first Drape's take of the season after the season opener, I said this Kings team could have the best bench in the entire NBA. And this is why. You don't have Trey Lyles. You don't have De'Aaron Fox. But yet, other guys chipping in. Alex Len giving you 10. Davion 16. We should not be surprised by Davion getting 16. He's capable of this. Malik Monk 23. He's capable of big games like this. And so I think this bench can be the best in the NBA. They outscored Portland 52-26. That's exactly what I talked about before the game the other night. They should own the bench battle, and they did. Kudos to them.
Yeah, and I thought Keon Ellis as a starter, in some ways I thought he gave the Kings what I'll bet you Mike Brown was hoping to get from KZ Okpala last year. I'm not making a joke.
Right.
You know, he was looking for somebody to just give a little defensive energy just to start the game. And I thought Keon did that, and then you have everyone coming off the bench playing so well, even though there's a lot of the guys that have been coming off the bench and we didn't think were playing that badly. They didn't play at all.
That was a little surprising. You know, no Sasha, no JaVale McGee. I wonder if Mike Brown, like Sasha, he still needs more time. And so I think Sasha's the type, the more he plays, the better he'll be. It's not like, what we're seeing from him, his struggles is indicative of who he is. I think he has to adapt to the NBA game, and the more minutes he gets, the better he's going to be. But, it's interesting when you talk about Keon Ellis. I'm looking at the box score, 4 points, 4 rebounds, 3 steals.
Yeah, that's the thing.
That was huge.
Very active.
Forget about
hands.
the points and everything like that, 21 minutes. But his impact on the game goes farther, deeper than what we're seeing in the box score.
Yeah, that's why I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think who starts tonight, I know we've talked about it, Styles and Watkins talked about it. I think the answer is easy. I think Keon Ellis starts again tonight. Again, it doesn't mean he's going to play a lot, but not a traditional starter perhaps. But I think it worked so well and he gave you so much energy. I think he has to start tonight.
Yeah, I agree. And, I guess the only question is, from a coaching standpoint, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Oh, yeah.
You got to try to figure out, all right, what kind of defense am I going to have? Keon Ellis on him to start the game, or do I want to go Davion? I think Keon can do it. He was an all-SEC defender at Alabama. Nobody talks a whole lot about his defense, but he can do that. Like I said, 3 steals the other night. And so, yeah, I agree with you. Keon should be the starter, I think, tonight.
If Shai Gilgeous-Alexander scores 31 or fewer points tonight, you have a party, in my opinion. If you hold them to 31, or even if 27, it's yes,
right.
That is a great defensive effort.
This is a dude coming off 43 the other night. I mean, and he does it without taking threes. That's what's so crazy. He's so good. He doesn't have to take 8-9 threes to drop 40. He can get in the paint. His mid-range game, one of the best in the league. And so he's sort of like in terms of, holding him down to scoring wise, like Steph Curry, like we would say. If you hold Steph under 30, that's a win.
Oh,
that's
absolutely.
A win. If you hold Shai under 30, remember, he averaged better than 30 points a game last season. If you hold Shai under 30, hallelujah. That's a win for this Kings team.
And that's Drape's takes. And when we come right back, is a win, but the Kings still have some things to figure out. And we're back with those when we come back to the Golden One Center to Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Check out the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa every week on Sactown Sports. Get the latest on equipment, area courses, people who play the great game, and plenty of good conversations about golf. It's the Golf to Go Hour every week with Frank LaRosa on Sactown Sports. Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Naturewood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Kevin Lewis of National Garage Door. Whether you need to repair a broken spring, install a new opener, or buy a quality Rainer door, National Garage Door is here for you. Call us today to see how we can transform your house with a new garage door.
638-4554 National Garage Door.
Whitey here reminding you that not all grills are created equal. Give your family a real treat. Bring out all the flavors of the holidays with the amazing Napoleon Prestige line of outdoor cookers. My Napoleon Stainless Steel Pro Series gas grill is turning me into a pro. Napoleon Grills has features other grills can't match. They're built different, built better, built to last, complete with a lifetime warranty. I may never want to cook indoors again. All made with premium steel that boasts absolute quality. Just go to Napoleon.com for your nearby Napoleon Grills dealer. Napoleon Grills. Now is the time for the best selection of grills and fine accessories for the holidays.
When every shot counts, the professionals at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio encourage you to try the brand new Titleist T-Series irons. Irons designed to enhance your play through control, distance, flight, forgiveness, looks, sound, and feel. With 4 T-Series models, the fitting team at Hagen Oaks will find the perfect Titleist T-Series iron for you. Call 916-808-2531 to find your fit today. Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway, or online at hagenoaks.com.
For a business to thrive, there needs to be a constant stream of new customers. This happens through strong lead generation. Did you know that lead generation is one of the most important tools of any marketing campaign? Let us help you identify your target audience and market your products and services to them. To get started today, contact aimyourdigital.com. That's aimyourdigital.com and start seeing results today.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. What's going on at Hoblet this month, Chad?
We're celebrating the Black Friday sales event all month long, which means you're saving big with up to $15,000 off MSRP on new 2023 Ram 1500 crew cabs with no payments for 90 days. That means you get your new truck with no payments until 2024. And we have new Rams starting under $30,000.
That's probably why you're the number one Ram truck dealer in California and number 3 in the nation.
Well, that, and because we also have huge savings on heavy duties too, with up to $15,000 off MSRP on new 2023 Ram 2500 heavy duty crew cabs. That means you can get the brand new heavy duty truck you need starting at $45,995 and no payments until next year.
Well, there you go. Get your new truck now at the Hoblet Ram Truck Center or search Select and Save at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
$15,000 total net savings on $1,500 after $11,000 factory rebates and $4,000 dealer discount. 5 of this net savings under $30,000 VIN number 527379. $15,000 total net savings on $2,500 after $10,000 factory rebates and $5,000 dealer discount. 5 of this net savings $45,995 VIN 502146. Rebates include $1,000 case construction bonus cash. Must have purchased eligible case equipment from qualifying dealer. No payments for 90 days through Chrysler Capital.
Celebrating over a century as a family-owned business, EB Stone has gathered in valuable insights into nurturing plant growth. Venture into indoor planting with EB Stone's Edna's Best indoor and outdoor potting soil. Watch your little plants flourish into ideal indoor companions for the whole family to relish during the holidays. EB Stone's indoor and outdoor potting soil is a meticulously crafted blend of essential ingredients. Your plants will thrive both indoors and outdoors. Trust EB Stone for the entire lifespan of your garden. Explore more gardening tips, products, and find nearby locations at ebstone.org. Wishing you a season filled with joy and flourishing greenery.
Sactown Sports
Headlines. Happy Friday, I'm Simone, and these are your Sactown Sports headlines. Your Sacramento Kings open up the NBA in-season tournament tonight from beautiful Golden One Center as they host the Oklahoma City Thunder. Although we know the Kings will spar without De'Aaron Fox and Trey Lyles tonight, you can expect to peep the freshly installed new tournament hardwood deck and the debut of Sacramento's Nike City Edition uniforms. It's going to be a fun night for these young, talented Western Conference counterparts hoping to get the 1-0 group play edge. Of course, for more information on tonight's matchup and for details on the NBA in-season tourney, you can always head to SactownSports.com. Ride with the Drive Guys as we take you right up until game night coverage, jumping off at 5:30 with Scott Marsh and Henry Turner, and tip-off from the G1C at 7.
So we like the beam.
I'm Simone. Those are your headlines. Welcome back to more Drive Guys.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sactown Sports.
How about this, Kyle Draper?
Yeah.
Drive Guys coming to you from the Golden One Center, of course. So thank you. You just tweeted, we in here, Drive Guys. Kevin Gleason starts right now. Alan Stiles liked your post. So do you think then it's like, oh, okay, are we good? Or are we still?
Man, this 2023, like, young persons, just say, Kyle, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Don't try
sorry,
and say,
I blatantly disrespected
exactly,
the both of you.
Right. And, he's like, oh, we're going to be in the building tonight, him and Chris Watkins.
Yeah.
We can't wait to get there. Me and you are sitting here right now. That's a perfect segue, right? He could have been like, but two guys who are already at the building, the Drive Guys, he didn't do that. That's, I'm in my feelings about that. I'll be honest with you. It's bothering me.
You're right. I mean, okay, so he hearted your post. They ain't gonna cut it.
You know who else who hearted my post? Some of my posts.
Who's that?
John 12698437 APR. Just some random bot. I don't care if somebody likes my post. That's not a way to get in my heart. That's what I'm talking about. You know how many posts we get, bots and everyththing?
Right,
Come on, man. I don't even know if that was the real Alan Stiles. That might have been, what's his alter ego again? Alfred Stiles or something?
Is it Aaron? Aaron Stiles. Yeah, I think you're right. Wow. All right. Yeah. Well, you'll be doing the games now. I got to sit up there.
Yeah, you got to sit with them, right?
Yeah, we'll sort it out.
How many credentials we get, Sactown Sports 11?
We get a lot.
We got a lot of people, huh?
And I've worked at places where a lot of people get credentials, but they don't necessarily show up. and people at our station, they
actually show up. We at the
yeah,
games. Yeah,
and people are actually working.
And it's not just the big games either.
Yeah,
It's the Mondays against Detroit. We're still up in here, no doubt.
Yeah, people get their work done, and the Kings take care of us, and we appreciate that very much. I have a question for you, maybe an ignorant question. Hopefully you can help us out.
What you got?
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He's the point guard, right?
Yes.
I thought Josh Giddey was a point guard. But if he's not, what is he? Do they play kind of positionless basketball as much as anybody else does?
Yeah, to an extent. It's Shai's the point guard. Josh Giddey, his numbers are actually down. His numbers are some of the lowest of his career.
Yeah, he's not shooting the ball right now.
He's not doing it too well. And so they play positionless, but in today's NBA, Whitey, you need multiple ball handlers. That's what they call it. Boston does this as well. Like, they don't have a traditional set point guard. Sure, Drew Holiday, but Tatum handles the ball. Derek White, handles the rock as well. They, a lot of times what Brad Stevens used to do in Boston is separate them in between ball handlers and big/wings or something. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It wasn't just a one, you're the two. Everybody's sort of interchangeable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, these guys playing down here right now, I don't think there's any what I would call pure point guards in there, but they're getting
no point guard, no shooters, no defenders.
Hey, they're having fun. They're having fun. Just in you playing jeans. I don't know.
They don't know we're ripping them too up here. That's what's so sad, right? Like their family members might be at home. Oh,
that's money. Boom.
Oh, dude in the monk gun. Yes, sir. I told you about him.
From 19.
He's a competitor too.
Yeah.
That's what I see from him. He's look at that pass. Oh my God.
He's not just a
I
scorer.
wish you guys could see this. Oh my
Not
God.
just a scorer. He shares the ball too. Very unselfish.
You know what? Have you ever played on a court with the NBA 3-point line and you sort of get mixed up, like which 3-point line? Like watching this, everybody wants to shoot threes, but the NBA 3-point line is no joke.
Right.
It's a little out of range for a lot of people.
Right. And I will say, as much as I've been making fun of some of these people, whoever they are, bless them, but some of them have been making threes, and I don't know that I can make a three right now. So good for them. We were playing once in the old Arco, and it was like media against some firefighters, and the Kings let us play at 3:00 in the afternoon, whatever. The Kings that night were playing the Jazz. So I'll never forget this, because at one point we look, and in the old building, the tunnel was right under the basket. Right under the stanchion. So we look over, and Karl Malone is standing there watching. And I'll never forget, because it's like he's just like shaking his head, like,
you guys play? Oh, that's embarrassing, man.
That's not how you're supposed to do
it. That one guy though is a baller. I'm watching out here. He just nailed the three. That's pretty
there's some shooters out there.
You would think with Karl Malone watching, you would want to
we wanted to.
Out,
we wanted to.
It just the body just didn't cooperate.
Yeah. To your point about how teams don't necessarily play as many traditional point guards, isn't that part of the reason why the Kings can afford to play Keon Ellis? Because he's not really a point guard, but he did fine as long as you got, as long as you're running the offense through Domas.
Yeah, exactly. And you're running it through Domas. There's a lot of motion, a lot of offense. Motion in that offense, if you will. And so it's not your traditional, inbounded to the point guard. He dribbles it up, sets it up, points guys in direction. A lot of teams want to play fast too. And so you don't need that traditional point guard. And when you have a big, or a wing, I guess, like Josh Giddey, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, even Chet Holmgren can pass the ball. We look at the Kings, Domantas Sabonis. You don't need that floor general as much.
Mm-hmm. One of the things that worries me from the Kings standpoint tonight, not to be negative, but if you're a fan,
here we go.
You worry.
Okay.
I think it's going to be imperative to keep Domas out of foul trouble tonight, and that could be a challenge.
You think that's imperative, huh?
Yeah, don't
just
you?
Or is that specific to tonight, or just in
especially
general?
Tonight? I think it's
Why,
well, it's
Chet,
always important, but because it's on the people that he's going to have to be defending.
No, I mean, I could see that. But, Alex Lynn's been playing well, man. The problem with Alex Lynn in this matchup, Chet likes to float around the perimeter. Alex Lynn, Chet's not a traditional big that's going to be in the dunker spot or in the block or anything like that. And Chet could put the ball on the deck, too.
Mm-hmm.
And so, to your point, that matchup with Domas, Chet puts a lot of pressure on you with his ability to do that. And so, like you said, he has to stay out of foul trouble. I think that's the case on any night, but yeah, I can see what you mean, especially in this matchup tonight with OKC.
Yeah, and when you don't have De'Aaron Fox, I mean, Domas was brilliant in the last game.
Wasn't he amazing? Like,
yeah.
And I'd always said, he's not one of them 30-point per game guys. I'm not saying he could be 30, but he's shown if he was more aggressive and looked for a shot more, 23, 24 should not be out of the realm for this guy.
And the thing that I always appreciate the most about him, 27 points on, and I think we joked about this, but I think we might have nailed the number.
Yeah.
14 shots.
14 shots.
Which he got to the
right.
line a lot.
He didn't have to put up 24 shots to get 24 or 27 shots to get 27 points. And, 5 of 7 from the field. The turnovers were pretty high, 6 turnovers, but the team as a whole, had trouble taking care of the ball. One thing I saw from Domas, and it goes from Malik Monk too, who was 4 of 16 shooting. The shots don't always have to fall to show me that you're engaged in it. Even, forget the turnovers, forget Malik's not missing shots. Like those guys the other night showed me, you know what? They're playing hard. They're trying. The effort was there.
The competing,
yes.
Which shouldn't be an issue, but it was against Houston.
Yeah, right. And I think that's what was so upsetting about those 2 Houston games. Forget about wins and losses. Just at least compete. We didn't see that at all in Houston. And so even though it was a tight game the other day against Portland, we are all hoping for a blowout. I was impressed with the compete level from minute 1 to minute 53.
By the way, don't ever, not you, but don't ever talk to me about plus minus in an individual game.
What you got? Let me look at plus minus.
Look
right
at
now.
Domas. He was -5. Come on.
He was the best Kings player out there. That's what I'm saying. It's ridiculous, right?
27, 11, and 9. Yep, -5.
No, can't play him. Can't play. He had a bad game. It's come on, man. I'm with you on that.
Yeah, we're going to take a quick timeout. When we come back, we'll look at some things the Kings, despite the win against the Blazers, need to improve upon and need to work on if they're going to beat these OKC Thunder tonight in the in-season tournament opener for the Kings from the Golden One Center to Drive Guys. And we're, of course, coming to you on Sactown Sports.
Can the Niners build off their NFC Championship appearance from last season? How will the quarterbacks perform throughout the year?
Purdy back, now going to throw for the end zone, wide open, Brandon Ayuk is on fire!
Will the defense lead this squad again?
Intercepted, ball got tipped up and taken by Fred Warner.
Get all your 49er coverage throughout the NFL season on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Red Hawk Resort Casino is an entertainment experience like no other. We're the only place where you can play blackjack, then hop on an indoor car track. We're the only place with more than 2,000 of the hottest slots and a state-of-the-art 18-lane bowling center. And now with a world-class sports bar and a resort hotel to stay after you play. Is it any wonder we've been voted best over 100 times? We're Red Hawk Resort Casino, official casino partner of the Sacramento Kings.
For 35 years, TruckSmart has been your local leader in truck accessories. Find racks, toolboxes, and lighting for your work truck, and trailer hitches, side steps, and bed covers for recreation. They have shells for work or play, and offer Rhino lining, the best bed protection in the business. You like overlanding? TruckSmart has rooftop tents, recovery gear, and heavy-duty bumpers. Trust your ride to their skilled installers and expert sales staff at the Rockland and Auburn locations. TruckSmart. Your truck's gonna love them. TruckSmart.com.
I'm Craig Ashton of the injury law firm of Ashton and Price. Whether you've been injured on a bicycle, as a pedestrian in a slip and fall, auto, Uber, Lyft, or big rig accident, you need Ashton and Price in your corner. When you call Ashton and Price, there's no chatbot telling you to hit 3 for accounting. You're greeted by a real live person who will immediately transfer you to an experienced attorney. The consultation's free, and there's never a fee until you win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Gobble, gobble, folks. It's that time of year again when the leaves fall, and so do the prices at Elk Grove Kia. We're bringing you Thanksgiving early with deals that'll make your wallet say thanks. This fall, our lot is stuffed with the latest Kia models, and we've carved out incredible savings. Get your hands on a brand new Kia with Elk Grove Kia's award-winning reliability and service you can trust, unlike your auntie's dodgy broccoli casserole. Don't wait until the turkey's on the table. Come to Elk Grove Kia and feast on the best deals this fall. And don't worry if you have challenged credit. Our finance team has over 100 years of experience. They may or may not have even helped a pilgrim or two get qualified. So hurry on down to Elk Grove Kia, where the prices are falling faster than Uncle Bob falls asleep in front of the football game at Thanksgiving. It's the Thanksgiving sale going on now at Elk Grove Kia, located in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, or check us out online at elkgrovekia.com. Elk Grove Kia, where the only thing bigger than our savings is our gratitude for our amazing customers.
Elk Grove Kia.
Individual rates, offerings, and savings may vary, subject to terms and conditions. Not available in all states and situations.
Hey, small business owner. Are you ready to have the best year ever in 2024? When's the last time you checked your workers' comp rate? For many small businesses, workers' comp insurance is one of their biggest costs. But Pi Insurance could save you up to 30% in just 3 minutes. Go to trypi.com, share a few details about your business, and get a quote that's customized for your business. No hassles or hidden fees. We know you're busy, but spending just a few minutes to check your rate could make this your best year ever. Plus, when you sign up for pay-as-you-go billing, your premium is based on your actual payroll, not an estimate. So your workers' comp audit experience is simplified. See how much you could save with Pi Insurance. Ask your agent for Pi or get a quote at trypi.com. That's trypie.com.
Carmichael Dave here telling you something you already know. Your time is important, and that's why at American Energy Heating and Air, they make shopping for a furnace easy with their new online quoting tool. Just go to AmericanEnergyAir.com, get an instant quote today. That'll help you determine what system you need to get and provide the best pricing options as well from the comforts of your home. Here's the thing. Nobody's going to come to your home. Nobody will come to your home. That's convenience. Visit AmericanEnergyAir.com. Check out how easy it can be, or if you want, give them a call and talk through what your needs are. Call 916-520-9990 today, 916-520-9990, or go to AmericanEnergyAir.com. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Guys, Revive Men's Health Sacramento is making you this guarantee. We will improve the medical condition of your ED or low T, or we'll give you your money back. Book today. Call 916-277-8599 or visit revivemenshealth.com.
One of the things with running is I want to enjoy the run, but I never made it very far because the arches in my feet just killed me. So when I got to the end of my rope and I said, I have to do something to get rid of the pain, and a couple people recommended the Good Feet store to me. I loved how I could go in and get a free personalized arch support fitting. They put that time, that work, that effort into helping you find the right arch supports. And you can walk around this store with these in your shoes and try them out before you purchase them. So after I got my arch supports, the arches on my feet stopped hurting and the pain instantly, literally instantly went away. So if you have pain, go. Find a Good Feet store and go. There is an answer. Find the simple solution that will get rid of your pain. I'm Rondi, and that's my Good Feet story.
See how Good Feet arch supports work for you before you buy with a free fitting and test walk at the Good Feet store. Knee, hip, foot, leg, or back pain? Visit the Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and back.
Noon Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Well, we appreciate all the feedback on Twitter, on X, of course, on the YouTube chat. Kyle Draper, Whitey Gleason, and we've been posting pictures of the new court, the in-season tournament court. And so I got a new follower here, Brenda Draper, and I found out that's Kyle's mom, which is great. So I was like, okay, follow her back, and I am your mom's first follower,
man,
on Twitter.
So I don't even follow my mom.
What's wrong
what
with
kind
you? She's following 14, and she's got me following her. So thank you, Brenda.
God.
I appreciate that.
Does she follow me? That's the question. Check her followers real quick. I'll be upset. What if she didn't follow me? That would be
does. I'm not
no Christmas gifts for her, right?
I'm sure
I know she's listening, right? She listens to us every day from Philadelphia.
That's very kind of her.
She says very entertaining. So
good.
What's up, Mom? I know you out there listening.
That's awesome. Thank you, Kyle's mom, for following me. I appreciate that. I'm glad you're one of my favorite follows already.
Oh, man.
On the YouTube chat here, we'll get to the phones in just a minute. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Dwayne Baker in the chat is going after Shea and his defense. Says, Drapes make SGA actually play defense. That'll hold them down. He also says, have you watched many of his games? He stands around on defense and swats at the ball like a cat under the couch.
Man, I'm going to have to actually watch that tonight, right? And, I don't know if it's true, but that's funny. But that's pretty funny. I'm going to be sitting there thinking like, damn, you know what? Dwayne is right. Yeah. Dwayne, man, I tell you, that's good stuff.
Let's talk to Mitch here. As I say, 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Hello, Mitch. John with the Drive Guys. Happy Friday. What's up?
Happy Friday. Thank God. I got vacation coming up.
Nice.
I'll go fast, of course. I'll go fast. I just want to know, JaVale McGee and Len, can we see more of them? I know you want to get the young guys. I mean, I believe playing the whole 12 guys, especially, because you're going to make the playoffs. These guys will get more playing time, and I hate to see McGee not playing at all. I mean, he's so athletic, but you never know what you're going to get with him, really. It's like a boxing trophy. Well, you guys have a saving blessed weekend.
Thank you. What do you mean?
That's a good question, though. Because I thought JaVale had been a bright spot so far this season. Defending, rebounding, his scoring has been an added bonus, and I was surprised he didn't get in the other night. Do I want to see him tonight? Sure, why not? But, this is one of the issues with this Kings team. They're much deeper this year than they were last year. So when a guy like Chimezie Metu didn't play, nobody worried about it. Terrence Davis, all right. But now you got JaVale McGee, you got Colby Jones, you got Alex Len, guys who on any given night, Sasha Vezenkov, this is their big offseason acquisition, Whitey, and he didn't get any burn, any tick. And so, no, I think, I would love to see JaVale. I think he does well, but I thought Alex Len played extremely well the other night.
Did you see the incredible stat that's making the rounds about Sasha? Somebody on the chat even mentioned it here.
What'd they say?
Okay, I think it's Enbo says Sasha Vezenkov, first 3 games, and actually I think it's all season long to this point, 33 points and 3 dribbles.
No, that's a joke.
That was posted in, is it Eurobasket? Seriously, one of the European league.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't have 33 points. Hold up. Let me pull it up right now. Sasha, points. No, you fell for the old banana in the tailpipe, Whitey. I think they were doing a comparison to Klay Thompson.
No, how many points does he have so far?
Let's see. Hold on. I got it right here. Let me pull it up. Game log. Is that correct, you think?
Well, I don't know. I thought it was. You just told me it wasn't.
I know.
And apparently, and I hate to do this with your mom listening, but I'm not sure you even looked it up.
No, I totally looked it up. So 18. All right.
Yeah.
First 3 games?
Well, what I read today was so far this season. Enbo says first 3 games.
Let me see. 29. Let me do the math. 21, 29, 31, 33.
Okay.
Points.
Yeah.
All season long.
Right.
Yeah.
So far it's 33 points on, according to, is it Eurobasket, one of those, 33 points on 3 dribbles.
Really?
Yeah, that's what's been reported. Okay.
That's hard to believe.
It is until you think how many times you see him where he lets it go before he even catches it.
Yeah,
he don't put the ball on the deck.
He's only made 6 threes.
Mm-hmm.
That's 18.
He holds it and passes it, or he lets it go. He's not
right.
Not attacking
it might be a lot of catch and shoots.
Yeah.
To your point, that's hard to believe. Is that a good sign or not?
I think it's a sign he's not totally comfortable.
Right,
He's just
right.
thinking, I got to make a 3.
Yeah, it's like almost a hot potato kind of. All right, I got the ball. Let me shoot it up. I need to see him. And I said it before. Take the ball to the basket, put it on the deck. He's not doing that. And that's, that's how your points come. Your comfort level comes. It's not just catch and shoot. When you catch and shoot, it's all risk. It's like you put so much on that shot. It's either make or miss. You put the ball on the deck, then you can spray it out for an open shot.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you get fouled more, something like that. And then you get your rhythm going. And so,
he's clearly not. He doesn't feel like he has a good rhythm going.
Yeah, 4 points over his last 3 games played. Also, total. Yeah, he has to get it going.
Do you think it's safe to assume, as I'm assuming, that most of the guys that didn't play in the last game who had been playing, almost all that has to do with something they're not doing defensively in Mike Brown's eye?
Yeah, I guess so. In Mike Brown's eye, you said that's the point, because I'm not seeing what JaVale McGee didn't do. Like if you're going to bench guys, and if you're really going to say, you know what, Keegan hasn't been good. I'm not saying bench him, but the guys he benched, like JaVale McGee, wasn't an issue. Like Sasha, I understand, he struggled the last couple of games, struggled defensively, picked up some fouls as well. But why was JaVale McGee? Like, why was he lumped in that group?
And obviously Mike Brown is not going to come out and say this guy didn't play because he didn't do this, but he says if guys aren't doing what we're asking them to do. So I can only assume there's something defensively that he needs to see more of. And Colby Jones too, I would assume, because I thought, especially for rookie, he'd been playing well. But then they come up with the win, and it looks like as a team, it looked like something was wrong with them as a team in Houston.
Right.
And now they come back and it looks like, all right, I'm sure there are some unhappy people there, but it's not affecting the play of the team. Don't you think, by the way, and this is going to sound like an excuse, I don't mean it as one, those two horrific losses in Houston are just a tiny bit more bearable after what Houston did to the Lakers?
Oh, for sure. Houston's a legit team.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they're definitely a playoff team, but it's not an easy win. Like when we see them in March, we're not going to be like, oh, we got Houston, we got this. Like no team should think that. They have some talent on that team. They got some toughness, some grittiness, grimy guys. And Şengün is, you could argue a top 10 center in the NBA right now.
He's a good player.
So he's a good player. And so no nights off when you face the Houston Rockets.
Yeah, I mean, there's no excuse for
and they got a good coach too, right?
Yes. So, there was a lack of competitiveness.
Yeah.
Not excusable, but for a lot of us who thought, the Rockets, they'll beat them easy. And the Rockets looks like they're, at least early on, a lot better than a lot of us thought they were going to be. When we come back here, all right, one of the big questions the Kings have to answer, what's up with Keegan Murray?
Yeah.
An honest conversation on that front is next year with the Drive Guys from the Golden One Center on Sactown Sports.
Looking to snap their 3-game losing streak, the San Francisco 49ers are back in action this Sunday on Sactown Sports.
McCaffrey goes in motion right. Backwards pass led by Juszczyk. A block there. Hurdles a man. 10, 5, touchdown! CMC!
It's the 49ers and Jaguars from Jacksonville.
Sunday morning at 10 on your home of the 49ers, Sactown Sports.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Start planting your garden this weekend with Bonnie 11.8-ounce vegetables. Buy 4 for $10. Plus, liven up your patios and decks with fresh blooms. Select 1.5-gallon hanging baskets or 2 for $20. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. In-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Hagen Oaks wants you to know about the exciting new T-Series irons from Titleist, offering effortless speed, exceptional feel, and precise control. Working with tour pros and dedicated amateurs, Titleist T-Series are available in 4 different models. The fitting team at Hagen Oaks will find the perfect Titleist T-Series iron for you. Call 916-808-2531 to find your fit today. Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway, or online at hagenoaks.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, you're in the red zone for every college rivalry and divisional matchup all season long. On game day, you never have to decide which teams to watch, only what combination of bites, burgers, wings, and more to order. Plus, where else are your favorite draft beers always poured at a frozen 29 degrees? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Get wings the way you want them. Try Twin Peaks wings, bone-in breaded, naked, smoked and grilled, or boneless in your favorite sauce or rub.
What's the latest with the San Francisco 49ers? Carmichael, Dave, and Jason Ross keep you up to date on all things red and gold during the Niners at 9 every weekday at 9 a.m. on Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
No look, Bibby to Weber down the lane, flying jam. There's your play of the night right there. It's inside is Sabonis, a two-hand rip, a brilliant pass from De'Aaron Fox.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
Happy Friday, I'm Simone, and these are your Sactown Sports headlines. Your Sacramento Kings open up the NBA in-season tournament tonight from beautiful Golden One Center as they host the Oklahoma City Thunder. Although we know the Kings will spar without De'Aaron Fox and Trey Lyles tonight, you can expect to peep the freshly installed new tournament hardwood deck and the debut of Sacramento's Nike City Edition uniforms. It's going to be a fun night for these young, talented Western Conference counterparts hoping to get the 1-0 group play edge. Of course, for more information on tonight's matchup and for details on the NBA in-season tourney, you can always head to SactownSports.com. Ride with the Drive Guys as we take you right up until game night coverage, jumping off at 5:30 with Scott Marsh and Henry Turner, and tip-off from the G1C at 7.
Should we light the beam?
I'm Simone. Those are your headlines. Welcome to Hour 2 of the Drive Guys.
Friday, Sactown Sports.
Let me tell you what, there are plenty of reminders around the arena this evening that this is an in-season tournament game. Would you agree, Kyle?
Yeah, it's everywhere, right?
Yes, the court, of course, is a special in-season tournament court featuring the in-season tournament trophy. You've got in-season tournament by dial pad, at least now anyway. You've got signs all over the place. So it's I hope it's a fun night. This could be a really fun matchup. The Kings right now, obviously, they've got some issues. Without De'Aaron Fox, the Kings are always going to have issues. This would be a huge win tonight on a number of fronts if the Kings are able to pull it off.
I think so. You know, as much as, you know, we get up for the Lakers and the Warriors of the world, this Oklahoma City team's going to be there too.
Yep.
They're going to be one of those teams you're jockeying for a position, you know, going into the playoffs. And so I think this is a big time matchup here tonight. And, you know, we were just talking before, you know, during the break, you know, which teams are going to miss the play-in tournament? Like, who's going to be, you know, the teams on the outside?
You said Campio says Houston's in the.
Yeah,
in the,
Houston will make the play-in, Campio said in the YouTube chat. And I'm thinking, if Houston makes the play-in, who's out? Like, who are the 5 teams that are not going to make the play-in, at least, in the Western Conference? Portland, okay, maybe Portland. San Antonio, maybe you got 2. But outside of that,
yeah, it's tough.
A dogfight.
Yeah, you look at last year, Dallas didn't make it.
Right.
They're playing well. That's why every one of these games obviously is so important, because there are going to be some teams that miss the playoffs that are probably good enough to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
The math is such that there's not room for everybody this year.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, I know it's way early, but I'm just looking at the standings right now. If it just started right now, the Spurs wouldn't be there. The Lakers wouldn't be there. That would be that would be huge. Portland.
By the way, the Lakers are terrible so far.
Yeah,
they were terrible at the beginning of last year and figured it out, but they're awful.
They've lost 3 in a row, giving up 116 points per game. They're struggling. Anthony Davis, he has been upgraded to probable for their game tonight, and so he may play tonight. But, you know, Utah, what about Memphis? You know, I forgot about Memphis. I know they're 1-7, but are they destined to, you know, continue this, or are they going to turn it around once Ja comes back and go on an 8-game win streak, 9-game win streak, and get right back into it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I still am picking them to at least make the play-in tournament. But yeah,
okay,
going to be some teams, as we said, that are not in there that are good enough probably in most years to be in there. We were talking about JaVale McGee. How come he didn't play? We were guessing maybe there was something defensively that Coach Brown wasn't happy with there. On the chat, we got some people suggesting that that JaVale had ice packs on his knees, and Campio says he just needed a rest. So I don't know about that, but maybe.
Yeah. Mike Brown, if I'm correct, didn't say anything about that.
Right.
You know, and it was not in the injury report or anything like that. And, you know, that'll be a telltale sign tonight, right? I mean, if JaVale's the first big off the bench, okay, you know, maybe he did want to just give him a night off and give him some rest. If we see Alex Len, who I'm a big fan of. Like, to me, Alex Len does everything that you ask of him. He doesn't try to get out of character. He knocked down a three, too. Didn't he knock down a three? He had a corner. Maybe no, he didn't shoot one the other night, but he can knock down a three. I don't want him taking a lot, obviously, but he does everything that you ask of a big man. He runs the floor, he defends well, he blocks shots. I like Alex Len, and that's, when you got him, JaVale, and Domas, you're pretty set at that center position.
He had 3 offensive rebounds, not to get bogged down with numbers, but that was huge because the Kings they really hammered Portland on the backboards, and they had 15 offensive rebounds, extra possessions, of course, huge in a 3-point game. So that was a big, big factor.
Yeah, 100%. And, we'll need to see some more of that tonight, too. This OKC team, they're one of the best 3-point shooting teams in the NBA. They are the best overall shooting team in the association as well. And so what's interesting about them is they're not a high volume 3-point team.
Right.
They're very efficient at what they do, but they don't take a whole lot of threes like some of these other teams out here.
This isn't kind, but they're in that regard, they're the reverse of the Kings.
Yeah.
They make a lot, but they don't take many. And the Kings, they take a lot, and they haven't been making any. Which brings us to, in the last game, of course, he was 1 for 6 beyond the arc. Keegan Murray. What's going on? What do you think is going on here with Keegan Murray, who is hugely important to the Kings? Their current state and their future, and he's just not playing well, Kyle.
No, he's not playing well, and he is a key to what the Kings do. I mentioned him and Kevin Huerter. Like, they need their shooting. The Kings need their shooting if they want to be the team that they expect to be. And I'm
4
not sure.
for 17 in the last game.
And to me, I don't know. When you watch the game, what I see is a guy that's unsure of himself, thinking too much. Do I shoot it? Do I pass? Like, it's just, he's thinking too much. Where last year, he knew where his shots were going to come from. I'm going to be a catch and shoot guy. And when I get it, I'm going to let it fly. That's my game. Now he's being asked to put it on the floor. And I think, when he does put it on the floor, he's unsure of what move he wants to make. Like, what's his go-to putting it on the floor kind of move,
Yeah, I hear you.
I don't see one just yet. Is it the dribble pull-up? Is it getting all the way to the paint? One thing he's been trying to do is that one-legged fall-away Dirk Nowitzki style. He hasn't mastered that, but
he's taking a lot of shots where he's leaning.
Leaning and
he's making some of those shots tougher than they have to be.
100%. And so I think maybe Mike should simplify it. Not saying go back to last year, but you're asking him to do so much right now. Play both ends of the floor, mind you. I can add that if I'm Mike Brown, I'm running some plays for Keegan, catch and shoot. You mentioned Sasha Vezenkov's 33 points on 3 dribbles. Maybe Keegan needs to have a couple of games like that just to get his confidence back up.
Somebody told me a theory about Keegan that I think is really interesting. And the theory is, and it relates to a lot of things we're talking about, Mike Brown asking him to do a lot. Theory is that last year Keegan didn't take a lot of shots, and he only took shots that he was comfortable taking. And so they were all high percentage shots for him. This year, he's taken more shots because they want him to be more aggressive. So he's taken shots that he wouldn't normally take, and they're not good shots for him, and it's thrown his whole game out of whack.
Yeah. And it has. And, watching him the other night against Portland, you mentioned the 4 for 17. It was like there were times the shot was there and he held it too long and it looked awkward. Like, he's just not looking comfortable right now at all. And I don't know if, maybe throw him a bone and put him on the block a little bit, some ice. I don't know what you do if you're Mike Brown. I like Keegan being aggressive. I don't mind the 17 shots because you're trying to get yourself going. I just wish it was more fluid, more smooth with it. It seems kind of clunky right now on the offensive end.
You know that he can find it because remember last year in the playoff series, he started out, he couldn't make anything. And then even under the heat of the playoffs, he started making his threes in that series. So if he can do it then and figure it out right in the middle of the series, he should be able to turn around early in the season.
Are you worried at all? I mean, we're only 7 games in. Is this, is this something that's a legitimate concern, or is it just, all right, he's just slumping right now?
To me, the concern is that they just don't have a lot of time for him to find it. He'll find it, but when, and they need him to find it now, especially with De'Aaron Fox out.
No, you're right. And it might, like you said, it's not about him, and us, his struggles and us worrying about him. It's for the team's sake.
Yeah, exactly.
They need him to get it going.
Yeah.
And so I thought, coming back home on Wednesday and playing in front of your home crowd, that would cure things. It didn't, but a lot of pressure on him. You got your mom and dad, your brother, and everything like that. Like when
you got your mom listening every day, and you handle that pressure, okay?
Dude, I'm about 85% of what I can be, to be honest with you. I can actually be a much better radio broadcaster, but mom's listening.
All right,
she's making me nervous.
Okay, I understand that.
But when he remember that corner three he made falling out of bounds, I'm like, yes,
yeah,
that's going to get him going, and it didn't happen for him. And so I think, when you look at Keegan, especially with no De'Aaron Fox, he benefits maybe the most, him and Kevin Huerter, from De'Aaron Fox drawing defenders in the kick-out game, the spray threes.
Right.
He's not getting a lot of those, and then the ones he's getting, he's not making those.
Yeah. Well, get a few things going to the basket, and then the shots are going to – I know we said this last game. They're going to start falling, right? They have a little bit for Huerter. They've started going in a little bit.
Right.
It's inevitable that some of them are going to start going in.
Yeah, 100%, because, this is a guy that shot 41% from three last season, and I've said it before.
And everything looks good.
Right.
Maybe there's a little hitch here, there, or something,
and
but
maybe he's
everything
leaning
looks solid.
or something like that.
Yes.
But here's the thing. As much of an expert as we are, you and I, we're basketball experts.
Yes.
You would think the coaches would see the same thing and say, you know what, Keegan, it looks like you're drifting on your shot. Like, you would think, okay, that would be something they're working on.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's interesting where I'm listening here. This is catching me off guard here. Take you behind. So they're doing like a rehearsal for starting lineups.
Mm-hmm.
Keon Ellis was the first one they did.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know if they know something.
I didn't notice that.
Yeah, that's
okay.
what it threw me off guard. And so maybe we got a glimpse on who might be starting, or
interesting.
Maybe they're using the one from the other night. I don't know.
Good
but
work,
it's a
detective.
rehearsal right now. And Keon Ellis was the first guy they mentioned. So.
Yeah, and in case you ever forget that, I have this reminder right here for you.
You're going to frame that, huh?
I was thinking of framing it. And if I could get Keon to sign it, that'd be great. Put it up in the studio. We're going to take a timeout, and looks like your buddy Michael Cage.
Yeah, Michael Cage said he can come on with us. He just texted me. 3:15. I said, cool, we'll call you. He said, yes, let's do it.
All right, so we'll keep it here for just a few more moments here, and then Michael Cage will be joining us in a little bit. He's, of course, the outstanding color analyst for the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yeah, one of the nicest guys as well. And, this OKC team, remember a few years ago, they were struggling. They were down in the dumps. I think it was Shea's first year. I think he got banged up and got hurt. Like, they were, sort of in the process mode, if you will. And I don't want to say tank or anything like that, but one thing they always did was play hard, and what they've been able to do, some of the development of their players, the Williams brothers, Jalen and Jalen Williams, and, the way they play, and Lou Dort, how he's elevated his game. They got something good going on right now in Oklahoma City.
I believe it was early last season. The buzz had started, really the whispers had started that, you know what, this team, as far as they are from contending, they've got Shea. He's playing great.
Yep.
He may be out of sync with their window. By the time this team's any good, maybe it'll be too late for him. Maybe he'll want to move on. But look how ridiculous that looks right now.
Right.
It's all coming together.
I mean, think about it. I think they made a surprise run last year, getting into the play-in and winning that first game before losing the second one. And so, for them, there's no reason why they shouldn't be a playoff, or at least a play-in again, and maybe advance to the top 8 in the Western Conference. Like, their timeline for being a playoff team is, I think, right now with what they have.
I believe I had them. Well, you'll laugh at me. I believe I had them top 4 in the West before the season started. So we'll see.
You sticking with that?
Yeah, I have to now, but they're a really good team.
You don't have to. Why do you? Well,
you can't be all over the place.
As new information comes in, as you get more data and more information, you can, amend your.
You got to stick with it. If you're not sure, then don't say it.
All right.
Yeah. Now, I'm not sticking with my Nerlens Noel's predictions from before the season. I'm not sticking with those.
Oh,
I am going to walk those back.
Yeah,
You're taking I thought he was going to contribute a little bit.
He's going to contribute?
It's not really worked out.
You got new information, though, so you're allowed to take it back.
All right, we'll take time out. And Michael Cage, who once led the NBA in rebounding, he's the analyst for the OKC Thunder. He joins us when we come back to the Golden One Center Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Friday night at the Golden One Center, it's the Kings' first ever in-season tournament game.
Sabonis heels at the arc. Now to Keegan Murray on a run by. He shoots for three. He's got the triple. Keegan Murray from downtown.
The Oklahoma City Thunder are in town to face the Sacramento Kings for Friday Night Hoops.
The quest for the cup begins Friday on your home of the Kings, Sactown Sports.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
On December 9th, witness a mind-bending show like no other with The Clairvoyance Holiday Spectacular at Gold Country Casino Resort in Oroville. Featuring mind-reading, magic tricks, and illusions. With a special appearance from Mr. Coney Handini, the world's first mind-reading dog. Get your tickets now to see The Clairvoyance live. Only at
Gold Country Casino Resort.
Okay, 21 or older.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sactown Sports.
In-season tournament tipping off tonight at the Golden One Center. Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper getting ready for the contest. Kyle, of course, will have the call tonight. NBC Sports California. And once again, Drapes has come through. He's got a very special guest joining.
Yeah, bringing in my guy, Michael Cage. Whitey, you mentioned it. A legend, led the NBA in rebounding at 13 rebounds a game.
He was always on the all-physique team.
Yeah, exactly. And he still cut, too. Wait till you see him out here at the arena. He still cut 13 rebounds a game back in the 87-88 season with the Clippers, led the NBA. Michael, thanks for jumping on with the Drive Guys.
Absolutely, man. What about the all-hair team? I didn't make the all-hair team.
You know what? If this was 1985, yeah, you would be on the all-hair team. I don't know about that.
Come on, man. Give me second team. I'll take something, man. Or runner-up.
Hey, man. Michael, thanks, man. You're one of the best. Let's talk about tonight's matchup. Obviously, you get to see these OKC Thunder, the squad, up close and personal. Day in and day out. Tell us about your team. How's the season been going so far?
Well, we're last year we were right around the youngest team in the league. Now we're just the second youngest team. But, everybody came back a little bit smarter, a little bit wiser, a little bit more savvy about handling, the NBA nuances. And you know what? They're fun to watch, man. I mean, they're all trying to swim in the same direction. They get along. They have a lot of fun. It wasn't, it was, it's been an up and down last couple of years because we've been reloading. And I think what you're starting to see now, guys, is some of the fruits of our labor. This team can score the basketball. They can defend you. They like to get out in transition. Now, I know these are some early numbers through 8 games. I guess I'm not necessarily concerned with the winning and losing as much as I am what's sustainable. And what's sustainable for these guys, man, is that they can score the basketball, and they can get out and run. They can shoot the three. Right now, they're shooting the three pretty well over the last 3 games at 45%, averaging almost 60 points in the paint. And you played Cleveland, you played Atlanta, who was Atlanta was pretty hot when they came into Oklahoma City last week. Was able to outlast them in their big front line. And the same way with Cleveland, with Jared Allen and Evan Mobley. These guys are learning how to play the game night in and night out, and so far, man, it's really been fun to watch.
Michael Cage, nice enough to join us here. Drive Guys coming to you from the Golden One Center, and Michael is, of course, an analyst for the OKC Thunder. I'm fascinated by your team, Michael, and I have been for years, and I realize what really makes them fun to watch to me is how talented they are, but how unselfish they are. Now, how has their culture come together in that fashion? Have they just picked the right guys? Is it leadership? What is it about the team? How have you collected these very young, talented players who play together as well as they do?
Well, you got to give the players credit for that because they bought into the system. And the guy you got to really look at is Mark Daigneault. He's done a great job with this young group because, man, you get a lot of young, high draft picks coming in here, man. They all want to score. They want to show that they can score.
Yeah.
And I get that, man. I was a player in this. You guys play basketball. The first thing you want to do, hey, I want to show you I can score.
Right.
And learning to wait your turn and be able to wait for the right shot. That's where the art come in. It doesn't put your team into trouble when you take a shot out of rhythm and the team goes the other way on a fast break. They've learned that pretty quickly. I'm going to give Mark Daigneault credit for that. I think, Shea is a terrific, young, up-and-coming player in the league. Last year, he was first-team All-NBA, first-time All-Star as well. But he's also the lead guy out there and moving the basketball. Even though he's averaging, last season 31 points a game, that guy gives up the basketball, man. He plays on both sides. So guess what? Water leaks from the roof down. And I think that's what you're seeing in this young team, in Jalen Williams from, Santa Clara, not too far from here.
Yep.
And Chet Holmgren, who's really been terrific. I know you will talk about him at some point in time, on the broadcast. But, Josh Giddey, man, you go through the whole roster, Lou Dort, you can just continue to go through the whole roster. They give up the basketball, man. They've been averaging through the first 8 games of the season just over 24 assists a game.
Wow. So they're sharing the ball. They're moving it. You mentioned Chet Holmgren. He sat out all of last season with that Liz Frank injury. How has he looked and what kind of impact has he made on this OKC squad?
Well, I think he's given them guys a dimension that we just haven't had in a long time. A shot blocker at the rim, but also a guy who can take the big guy away from the rim, who's a shot blocker, or who can anchor your defense, take him away from the rim offensively and knock down the three. I mean, man, I was looking at some numbers earlier today on him. He's only one of 11 players that have 15-plus made threes made and 7-plus dunks. So,
wow.
What that's telling you, I know it's early, it's just a sample size, but you got to remember this guy was out all last year, man. He missed the entire year. He wasn't just wasting his time. He was learning the cadence of the league. He was at every practice, on every road trip. So he got to know his teammates last year, and he understood what, the NBA game is all about and how do I fit into it. I mean, at 7'1", that's pretty special in itself, with those kind of skill sets. So I think Cotton Fitzsimmons said legendary coach in the NBA said, a 7-footer will always be a 7-footer. And that's what we just haven't had that type of player in the last couple of seasons, man.
Well, we thought that he would be an excellent player, and we'll see how great he is. But I don't know that we expected your other rookie to be as good as he's been. What is going on with Cason Wallace? He's been incredible.
Cason has really been a surprise, man. He's just fearless. He plays with, I always say, man, he plays like a riverboat gambler with a short memory. He can make a mistake out there. Don't even phase it, man. That dude will turn around and make another great play on the ball or make a great play offensively. And he had, for a guy who's so young, at 19 years old when we drafted him, man, out of Kentucky, I was really surprised. And I saw him play in a summer league in Las Vegas. I didn't know he was that good of a three-point shooter. He's really a pretty good three-point shooter, but he's a good on-the-ball defender, and he's the guy that's not afraid to go baseline, from baseline to baseline. Really, he did a good job of that the other night with Donovan Mitchell. Same thing with Trae Young the game before. You're not going to stop those guys, but if you can just wear him down and put a guy on there like that with him, over the course of 4 quarters, it's going to wear anybody down. And he's not afraid to take that big shot, which he's made. He's made some really big shots for us in the last couple of games that you look at him and go, okay, Cason Wallace, is that guy a rookie? So he understands the role that he's asked to do right now. And I think that, there's some early returns on, I think the belief and investment that the team has in him right now, they're putting him out there, man. They're putting him out there in crunch time. They'll put him out there, when the game is kind of going south, because our bench is a big part of what we do. So just like the Kings bench, I mean, really, if you can get some leverage from our bench, your bench, our bench, and when you can get that kind of production from a young guy, man, it really helps your squad out.
Michael Cage, 15-year NBA veteran, joining the Drive guys. Michael, when you look at, your team, it's a young up-and-coming team. And me and Whitey, we were talking about how the playoff window for the Thunder is open right now, sort of similar to the Sacramento Kings. What do you see from this Kings team as you do your research preparing for tonight's game? What stands out to you?
Well, first of all, man, you guys had a terrific year last year. I mean, but had made the playoffs or a winning season since 2006, and all of a sudden, man, you go from the outhouse to the penthouse, in one season. And that's Mike Brown, man. I've known Mike Brown for a long time, and he's really just a terrific X and O guy. Works very well with young people, and I wasn't surprised at the end of the season when the smoke cleared, but that's what I saw. I saw a high scoring, most offensively efficient team in NBA history last season. There at the end. And, seeing the players, man, you guys got the basis to be really good for a long time with De'Aaron Fox, Sabonis, Keegan Murray, man, that guy shoots lights out. Obviously the veteranship you have, and Harrison Barnes. I mean, it's really a fun team to watch. You get up and down the floor, you play with a lot of pace, which is what the Thunder try to do. And when you have that kind of year last year, all of a sudden you're not surprised anymore. Everybody's taking you very, very seriously this year, because they go, okay, this is a team. They're going to run by you. They're going to shoot the three. They're going to defend you, and they're going to do that for 4 quarters.
Michael Cage with us. Michael, what kind of matchup problems does Sabonis potentially give your club tonight?
Well, he's such a banger inside, and he's such a smart player when you try to double team him. And I think that's where the trouble comes with him. And anytime he's playing against any 29 teams, is that, he's very good at getting rid of that basketball and gets it to the right person. And I think he's underrated as a passer, but he's had 3 triple-doubles out of 6 games against us, okay?
Right.
Trust me. Sabonis, please don't get a triple-double tonight. You convince me. You can pass the ball, okay? I'm not one of those naysayers, man. He plays at an all-star level, and, there's nothing fancy about him. He's just a hard-working guy. When you look at the stats at the end of the night, everything he does is impactful. And he's going to give you 110% on every play. I really like that kind of player, because you don't see those kind of players in the league anymore.
Michael Cage joining us. You can catch him tonight on the OKC Thunder side of things if you got League Pass. OKC Thunder broadcaster and analyst. Michael, you mentioned Mike Brown. He's a San Diego Torero just like you. What do you know about Mike? I know he came a little bit after you. If I'm correct, what do you remember about Mike and some of his early days?
Well, I went to San Diego State. You're right. Michael was a Torero, so we didn't get along back then, because I was ahead of him.
Yeah.
But we're friends now.
Okay.
College has passed us. Hey, I'll tell you a little quick story about Mike Brown. He gave me my first coaching opportunity when he was coaching the Cleveland Cavaliers. He invited me to be a coach on the bench with the Cleveland Cavaliers in the Summer League. And I got a chance to really work with Mike. I had known Mike for a number of years. And that summer, I really learned a lot about the X and O's of the NBA game and players and coaching and systems, because there's a lot of complicated defenses and offenses that are constructed in the summer. I just sat back and watched him work like a wizard, man. And, I had already knew Mike a long time before that, because I was slightly ahead of Mike in terms of school back, in San Diego, that is. And so I'm really not surprised that he has the King. Now, what I am surprised is how quickly he got the Kings to where they are today. but I'm not surprised is the way they play, because that's Mike Brown's way. I mean, he is really there's a tremendous amount of intelligence, I think, out there on the floor with the Kings players, because they have a system just like the Thunder do, and you have to try to beat the Kings system, which means you have to try to beat Mike Brown's system. Now that's where it gets a little complicated, because he's clever at drawing up plays that you say, hey, I didn't see that in the film before, or we didn't expect that. So, and Mike, not only that though, Mike's a good person, man. I tell you one thing, man, he's a friend for life. And I tell you, I'm happy for him with the season that the Kings had and where they are right now. The Kings made the right hire, obviously, hands down. And I'm happy that we have coaches like Mike Brown still in the NBA.
Michael Cage, thank you so much for your time. We just were handed this update. Congratulations. A little late, but you were just named to the 75th anniversary all physique and all hair team. Congratulations.
Oh, man, that makes me, you know what, guys, that makes me real happy. You know what I'm saying? Let me ask you this. Do I get that leather jacket, like you got for the 75th anniversary?
I think so.
With all those teams on it, man.
And that Jerry curl spray, we got that for you too, man. About you and AC Green, y'all can share.
The Soul Glow stuff, man.
The Soul Glow.
Jerry curl. I want
to man, we love you, Michael.
Where my hair inspired that character. Now, that's a true story. Now you know that, right?
That is true. That is
true. Those guys, they were looking for some kind of character for the movie. They came to a Clipper game in the mid '80s. They saw me. They saw my hair, and they wrote in my hair with the Soul Glow whole theme throughout the Eddie Murphy Coming to America. But now I wasn't laughing back then.
That was based on you?
Now because I'm older.
Get out of here! I didn't know that.
That is a true story.
Okay.
I can laugh with you now. But if you had laughed with me back in the 80s, yeah, you know what? You would have saw those broad shoulders up in your face.
One of the nicest guys in the league, man. He was ready to throw hands if we talked about his hair back in the day. Michael, we appreciate you, man. We'll see you in a little bit out here at the arena.
Okay, man. We'll see you down there. Thank you.
Right. Great stuff. Great stuff.
Michael Cage, another classic example of how the toughest guys are sometimes the nicest guys because they have nothing to prove to anybody. Right?
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Like, Kendrick Perkins, but, on the court, he's scowling. He looks, but after, one of the nicest guys. Same thing with Michael Cage.
We'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, can the Kings beat OKC without De'Aaron Fox? Well, they did last year. Ooh. Tell you how when we're back to the Golden One Center on Sactown Sports.
Last season, the Sacramento Kings gave us a little bit of everything. A Pacific Division type, GM of the Year, Coach of the Year, Clutch Player of the Year, All-Stars and all NBA performers. Plus, we got to light the beam.
Here's a steal by Fox, the breakaway. He's got the rip with the left hand.
What does this season have in store? Find out. Each and every Sacramento Kings game can be heard right here on your proud home of the Beam team, Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. We've got a nice forecast for your Friday. Expect to see a mix of sun and clouds, light winds, and highs today peaking in the upper 60s. Expect overnight lows down to the lower 40s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
You know what time it is. It's time to trade up to a brand new Kia at Folsom Lake Kia. Trade up to the newest technology with a low payment. Shop Folsom Lake Kia, family owned for over 20 years.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No. We tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our client's best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep. We have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
Cooler temperatures mean it's time to reduce your outdoor water use. Water 1 day per week on Saturday or Sunday from November 1st through February 29th. Learn more about your home's watering schedule at SacWaterWise.com.
Kevin Lewis of National Garage Door. Whether you need to repair a broken spring, install a new opener, or buy a quality Rainer door, National Garage Door is here for you. Call us today to see how we can transform your house with a new garage door.
638-4554 National Garage Door.
At aimyourdigital.com, we'll help you find the right customers. Spread awareness of your product or services. We can help build trust in your brand and services with a digital marketing campaign. Increase leads and get more customers. We create tailored digital marketing campaigns that deliver results. Don't wait. Get started today. Contact aimyourdigital.com. That's aimyourdigital.com and start seeing results.
Hagen Oaks wants you to know about the exciting new T-Series irons from Titleist, offering effortless speed, exceptional feel, and precise control. Working with tour pros and dedicated amateurs, Titleist T-Series are available in 4 different models. The fitting team at Hagen Oaks will find the perfect Titleist T-Series iron for you. Call 916-808-2531 to find your fit today. Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway, or online at hagenoaks.com.
It's Carmichael Day with a Fire Wings announcement. The Floor and Road location now serves pizza, and oh my goodness, it's so good. Don't forget the Wings Day Wednesday lineup, 88-cent wings every Wednesday. You got 21 delicious flavors to choose from in the perfect fast casual eating establishment for the entire family. Save time and order online. Go to firewings.com or download the app. Find a location near you, order online, and earn rewards. Fire Wings. Just wing it.
It's time to trade in and trade up at Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. Plus, get top dollar for your trade. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com. It's all a click away.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Based on 2022 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company's own one report.
One Center getting ready for some in-season tournament basketball. Kings and the OKC Thunder. No De'Aaron Fox tonight. We don't know when he's back. I'm not surprised he's not playing tonight.
No, not surprised. He has been progressing, going through light warm-ups and things like that. I said maybe Monday against Cleveland, but, 2 weeks with this. Initially, that's what we said. We said, all right, a couple of weeks he'll be out.
Right.
He said he would be back sooner, but, clearly taking his time, and hopefully we'll see him soon, man.
Well, that's a fair thing to ask. Can the Kings beat the Thunder without De'Aaron Fox? They did it last year. I have the box score here, February 28th, 2023. Kings over the Thunder, 123-117. Of course, Shea didn't play in that game either. But, Kyle, I want to give this to you, and there's no wrong answer. I'm not putting you on the spot. See if you see anything in there that you think, yeah, the Kings, if they do that tonight, that would go a long ways towards helping them without De'Aaron Fox beat this team.
If they do that tonight.
I mean, in what ways is that a blueprint? You look at the starters. I mean, the starters.
I'm looking at my guy, Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah.
He was dominant in this game. 33 and a half minutes, 22 points, 13 rebounds, 9 assists.
Mm-hmm.
Triple-double, near triple-double, one assist shy of a triple-double. And so, also, I'll take the 35% shooting from 3, too.
Yeah.
I'll take that. Give me that, They turned the ball over a lot. 20 led to 19 points. That's concerning.
Herter had a pretty good game, didn't he?
Did he? Let me see. Yeah, he had 20 points, 9 assists.
Yeah.
Is that where you going with this?
Well, that's one. There's a lot of things in there. I think that's one of
them.
Yeah. You had 29 from Harrison Barnes.
Yeah.
The starters were Keegan was 5 for 10. Barnes was 8 for 13. Domas 8 for 10. Herter 8 for 14. And Davion was 6 for 10. So the ball went in the basket.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Ball went in the basket. And you mentioned Harrison Barnes in that big game. He had 29 points, 4 for 5 from 3. Got to the free throw line as well, HB did. 9 for 10, also 9 rebounds. And so, I mean, Doc Rivers always said, right, it's a make-miss league, and especially for this Kings team. I mean, I know the defense at times is improved, but their offense is their bread and butter. And so they need to see the ball going in the hoop.
Yeah, Jalen Williams for the Thunder had a nice game against the Kings with 27. But I think that's it. That's going to make a lot of the Kings' issues seem to fade away if they can just shoot a better percentage. I mean, if you can shoot a really high percentage, that's great, but they don't even need to do that. They just got to start shooting a decent percentage from three.
Yeah, and what's so crazy is last year the Kings were 9th in three-point percentage at close to 37, 36.9. They're 24th this year, 32.5%. I mean, it's a stark difference. And if you want to talk overall field goal percentage, Whitey, they were second in the NBA in field goal percentage a season ago. Right now, 27th in the NBA. And so, they're 3-4. I could argue, man, I'm glad they're 3-4 with some of these numbers right here. It's like, 100%. My gosh,
Uh-huh.
And so they're sort of treading water right now. And that's why that win against Portland was so big. 3-4 is a lot different than 2-5. Maybe you get this one tonight. You're back at 500. You're sitting pretty.
You don't know what's going to happen with the Thunder. They come out tonight. They're on the road. But if the Thunder play anything close to the way they've been playing, this is going to be a really tough game for the Kings. And if they win this one, this would go a long ways towards them feeling a lot better about themselves and getting them back on track. This is a big game tonight, and this is not a battered Portland Trailblazer team you're playing tonight. This is a really good team.
And the thing that concerns me about this OKC team, and we can look at the numbers and how great they are at shooting the ball and efficient they are offensively. I think they have the number 7 offensive rated team in the entire NBA. What concerns me is their size and length.
Mm-hmm.
Josh Giddey, is listed at 6'10", I believe. So he's a big guy out there.
Yeah, is he either a power forward or is he their point guard?
Right.
Yes.
Right.
He's basically
he's
both.
6'8".
Yeah.
He's listed at 6'8". Chet Holmgren 7'1". Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is listed at 6'6". But when I talk about size, sure, I'm talking about height, but the length, their wingspans are much bigger than what their height indicates. And then Lou Dort's one of the toughest defenders in the NBA. And so I think that, the size and length, how do we match up with that is going to be a key thing to watch tonight.
Anytime you play a guy like Shai, and there's not a lot of them, but the question is, who's going to guard him? And to me, the answer is, it's obvious. It's a lot of different guys are going to guard him. I mean, I know Davin's going to be on him, maybe Keon to start the game, but I think Keegan's going to get a shot at him here or there. I think you got to throw a lot of different defenders at him.
Yeah, 100%. The obvious thing is, make him a shooter, make him shoot three. Well, that's what every team in the NBA is trying, and it hasn't worked. And, he's averaging better than 28 points per game this season on 51%. For a guard to average 51% shooting, that's tremendous. And the thing about Shai that's so interesting, when you watch him, he plays at his own pace. You can't speed him up or anything like that. He is just slow and steady.
He dictates the
tempo. And you heard Michael Cage last season. What makes him scary, too, is he's a willing passer. He's not a James Harden dribble out the shot clock and then try to put it up. If a guy is open, he's going to move the ball. And so he's one of the best young players in the game. He's 25 years old. He came into the league the year after De'Aaron Fox.
Wow. And he's cousins, I think, with Nickeil Alexander Walker.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the relation there. And, the thing about this OKC team is, they got a couple of players that played for our guy Jordy Fernandez on Team Canada also. And we remember what Team Canada did to the USA in the FIBA World Cup. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Lou Dort played for Jordy Fernandez and Team Canada. And so this is a talented team that we're going to see tonight.
And Domas, we were kidding with Michael Cage about Domas. Domas used to be an OKC.
Yeah. Played his, and maybe that's why he has big games against them, right?
It.
They traded him in that Paul George trade, played his rookie year in OKC, and then got shipped off to Indiana. And so maybe it's a little added motivation for our guy Domas, right?
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, because when he was with the Pacers, that was their big three, right? It was him and Turner and Brogdon. And that was he came over in as you say. So he's been involved in some huge trades for a number of teams.
Yeah, a number of teams, no doubt about it. And so we'll see. Maybe some added motivation for our guy. I hope he comes out. He's historically put up numbers talking about Sabonis against this OKC team.
Yeah, as
so
we
we'll
said,
see.
Averaged a triple-double against them last year. When we come back, more on the Kings and the Thunder tonight. And we got to take a glance at the mayor of Oakland and her pitch to save the A's. And I'll tell you why. I don't know if it's going to work, but she's on the right track. That is next. We come back to the Golden One Center to Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Last season, the Sacramento Kings gave us a little bit of everything. A Pacific Division title, GM of the Year, Coach of the Year, Clutch Player of the Year, All-Stars and All-NBA performers. Plus, we got to light the beam.
Here's a steal by Fox. The breakaway. He stopped the rip with the left hand.
What does this season have in store? Find out. Each and every Sacramento Kings game can be heard right here on your proud home of the Beam team, Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm Mark Finan in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Skies will stay partly cloudy tonight with overnight lows in the mid-40s. Beautiful day on Saturday. Sun, a few clouds, light winds with highs around 70. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Winter's coming, so let's kick off the cold season right and get your heater all tuned up. Now just $79. No matter how cold it gets outside, you'll always be warm and toasty inside. Plumbing, sewer, electrical, heating, and air. Bonnie.com.
It's the model year-end sales event at Acura of Stockton. Elevate your driving experience with a vehicle that's built to impress. Lease a new Acura RDX or MDX. Acura of Stockton has a great selection of new Acuras and customer service that will exceed your expectations. Take luxury to a whole new level in a new Acura from Acura of Stockton or AcuraofStockton.com, where precision-crafted performance is at your fingertips.
It's no secret to golf enthusiasts that Timber Creek and Sierra Pines in Roseville are one of the region's most unique and scenic places to enjoy a great game of golf. 27 holes, boundless options. Elevate your game on our newly renovated driving range, putting green, and chipping area. Whether you're aiming for fun, lower scores, or all-around growth, we've got you covered. Experience golfing dreams in Roseville and book your tee time at timbercreekgc.com. Timber Creek and Sierra Pines, your ultimate golf haven.
I was in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean when it happened. There was a sudden jolt and our submarine crashed on the seafloor. We were in total darkness.
That's Dr. Dejana Figueroa, a marine biologist and STEM teacher, talking about a deep sea dive she'll never forget.
It's funny, when I was a kid, I was afraid of the ocean, and there I was, 2 miles below the surface. But as a scientist, you prepare for that. Using our training and a little creativity, we fixed the sub and finished our experiments. The dive was just too important. Every dive gives us glimpses at things few people ever get to see. Glowing creatures, fiery undersea volcanoes. When we got back to the surface, I kissed the ground and called my mom, of course. But you know what? I wouldn't trade that dive for anything.
Dr. Figueroa uses her passion for STEM to discover new things and make the world a better place. She can STEM, so can you. Check out She Can STEM for more stories and inspiration. A message from the Ad Council.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729. Or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Folsom Lake Ford has trucks. The F-150s are here. Explorers, Expeditions, and a huge selection of Broncos and Bronco Sports. They're in stock now at Folsom Lake Ford. Shop Folsom Lake Ford, your truck headquarters right here in Sacramento for your favorite Ford models at good, fair prices. Short on cash? Buy any new Ford with 0 down. Save big with low interest finance rates. Plus, Folsom Lake Ford is paying top dollar for all trades. We want your vehicle regardless of mileage or condition. This could be the best time to buy a new Ford. Check out the huge inventory online at folsomlakeford.com or stop by the dealership and see the most recent arrivals. Looking for something special? Give them a call and tell them Doug Christie sent you. Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall, your trusted dealer, my trusted dealer for over 30 years. FolsomLakeFord.com.
Through Friday on Sactown Sports.
I'll tell you what, Kyle and I are having a hard time staying up here. We want to run down on the floor because you got the brand new floor. It's a beautiful in-season tournament floor. Kyle, there's There are scuff marks on the new floor.
Yeah.
Are there not?
There are, and I don't know who did that, but you would think that,
it's brand new.
Brand new, first game being played. It should be pristine, right? It should be perfect.
Yeah.
And that's the first thing, one of the first things I noticed when I walked in. I'm like, it looked kind of worn already. Like, somebody had been on it already.
I don't know how it was in Philly, but growing up in Vallejo, every gym I went in from when I was, 4 years old, whatever, they have signs, no street shoes.
Right.
Everywhere,
right.
every gym you're in. And hello.
That's why, right there, what we see. That's what we see.
Well, I'm sure it won't show up on TV. Maybe it's some kind of optical illusion. They've had some problems with the courts. Was it yesterday? We talked about Grant Williams in Denver.
Yeah.
They had the shoot around. He goes out on their new in-season tournament floor, and he's like, I can't make anything. And is it the colors thrown off by depth perception? No, the three-point line was painted too far away from the basket. And then they got a problem in Dallas, too.
Dallas also, they had to use their regular court because I'm not sure what the malfunction was.
A manufacturing issue. That could be a lot of things.
For what? So it's like the NBA is putting so much PR and publicity and in-season tournament, and in some cases we can't even get the court right. That's a bad look. That's a bad look.
Well, they're definitely getting a lot of attention. I mean, there's no question. People are noticing the floors. I mean, this one, I kind of like this one, but some of them are. Was it the Bulls that have a red?
Super red.
No,
it's super red. Yeah.
But people are noticing. That's the idea.
And then some of my friends out on the East Coast in Boston, because they got the parquet floor. Well, obviously you can't do that for the end-of-season tournament. And I saw a report that the Celtics tried to petition the league to have at least the parquet in the middle, the middle strip run through, and the league said no. Oh. And so, a lot of purists, traditionalists, and everything like that. And they're like, we hate this court. But it's one night, Whitey, or 2 nights for each team. Come on.
Yeah. By the way, we're also noticing some nice comments here. We appreciate it. Thanks for being with us. Tin Vietnam says, I love the chemistry at Sactown Sports. And Eric says, they're solid. There's a lot of talk here. Best talent 1140's had in a while, and we appreciate the kind comments.
Yeah, exactly. People out there supporting us,
and it's not Kyle's mom. I don't think.
Right. You know what? I'm gonna have to teach her how to jump into the YouTube chat, but so she can give us some more compliments. And I still haven't followed her, just so you know.
So I'm her only follower.
You're still her only follower. We got to change that. There's something just wrong with that. Like, this guy being
you don't want me to, I'll unfollow, but I mean.
I'm going to just tell her to put her account private or something like that.
Do you want me to unfollow your mom? Would you feel
this
better?
This is getting weird, bro. This is getting weird. This is getting weird.
Do you want me to unfollow you?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Well, I'll check with her first.
Oh, I'm done. I'm done.
I don't want to hurt her feelings. Real quick here. The A's, they got the vote coming up here. Major League owners going to vote on whether or not they're approving the A's move to Oakland. Just real quick. I think the mayor she's got the right idea because her argument, Mayor Tao, she's not saying the A's are part of the fabric of the community. That's all true, but she knows the owners don't care about that. She says the A's are counting on hundreds of millions of dollars of relocation fees to be waived as part of this move. This is what she's writing to the owners. Not only would this require owners to make a major financial sacrifice, it might create a precedent that would cause other teams to seek similar considerations. So she's telling them, you waive the relocation fee for them, you got to waive it for everybody. She says moving the A's to Vegas would remove the market from eligibility as a potential expansion site, closing the door on the hefty expansion fee a new Vegas-based team could contribute. So again, I don't know if it's going to work, but that's brilliant. She's telling the owners, you do this, guys, you're going to lose money.
Right. Yeah. But, that's a brilliant tactic because that's what seems to be the only thing, that these guys listen to. With that being said, doesn't this smell more and more, and maybe you've already thought this, Major League Baseball is in cahoots with John Fisher. Like, Major League Baseball wants this to happen. First of all, as you read, further details about, the letter the mayor sent, they're offering up to 3 times as much public funding than Vegas is.
Right.
And so it's not a money issue for, John Fisher and the A's. You can't say, oh, well, we're not getting the money to build the kind of arena we want or anything because you're getting close to 3 times as much of what, than what Vegas is giving you. And then the fact that the league is willing to waive the relocation fee, as much as the mayor is trying, and I applaud her efforts, this is some collusion between Manfred, Major League Baseball, and Oakland A's, the franchise. This is something that MLB wants to have happen.
I think you're right. I think it comes down to this, as it came down to this when the Kings almost left twice, until and unless the city of Oakland gets somebody in the MLB ownership circle who says, you know what, I don't think we should do this. That's the only way. Right. Otherwise, it does. If the owners are like, yeah, let's get this over with, Oakland has no chance. But, because the Kings were going to move, and then Jerry Buss didn't want them moving to Anaheim initially, the Laker owner, like that was done. The Seattle thing, I think maybe the league just realized, wow, that was we leave Sacramento, which is going to be just like what happened when Sonics left Seattle, and it was a bad thing. So unless somebody in Major League Baseball decides that, hey, yeah, maybe she's right, then there's no chance.
Because it's clearly not a financial issue, right? I mean, like I just said, the city of Oakland is offering up to 3 times as much than what Vegas is.
In market 10, or you want to be in market what 4, or you want to be in market 40 or whatever?
Yeah, 39 or something like that. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense.
Fingers crossed. Yes. But I don't know. By the way, your Sacramento State Hornets are home this Saturday, 2 p.m. kickoff against the Cal Poly Mustangs. Get your tickets at hornetsports.com. Hey, Mr. Philly guy, what's going on with the Sixers? I thought they traded James Harden. They're in trouble.
No, it's addition by subtraction, right? You get that guy out of there, no bad vibe.
They look great.
They look amazing. They had a big win over Boston last night, I think it was. And the thing is, they never beat Boston. Or it's 2 nights ago. Boston owns them, and the Sixers were able to get it done. And, Tyrese Maxey is balling out. Oubre is playing well.
Oubre's playing unbelievably
Nick Nurse
well.
comes in there and changes things up. And, everybody counted out the Sixers, and they still have assets to make a move, too. They can add to that roster. They got draft picks. They got some contracts that they can move. And so it's a bad look. The Sixers are winning. Meanwhile, the Clippers, they're winless with James Harden. They're 0-2 with James Harden in the lineup. And
I hate to laugh, but I mean, how did they not see that coming?
Yeah. And what's interesting, it might have been the Knicks game, their first game with James Harden, I think it was. Russell Westbrook took 18 shots, more than anybody else. And so if Russell Westbrook, with Kawhi Leonard, Paul George, and James Harden, is your first offensive option,
that's
not going to work, right?
Nope.
Somebody has to step back, and you would think it'd have to be Russ, but I don't think he has that in his makeup.
Yeah, Russ is just at his worst. I don't think he's selfish so much as he's stubborn, and he just thinks, I'm the guy. And that's one of the things that made him great when he was a better player. But, it's hard to come to terms with, I'm not what I was.
I'm not the guy anymore.
Yeah, right. It's hard to accept that sometimes.
And I hate to say this, but you know what Russell Westbrook is? He's a good to great player, but on a bad team. Like on a championship team, I don't know if he could be one of your 1 or 2 best players, and the way he plays, he still thinks he's that guy.
I just don't know why the Clippers did that. I guess they felt like, wow, this is not gonna hold up. Our guys always get hurt. We got to do something,
right.
Almost reeked of desperation. But the Sixers are celebrating and playing well.
Best team in the Eastern Conference right now.
Really?
Top the Eastern Conference standings. Yes.
We've got a football game coming up Sunday in Jacksonville that we'll have for you here in Sactown Sports when we come back. Our 49er insider, Emil Fragoso, will tell us why this is the week the 49ers bounce all the way back, Kyle, Mr. Eagles fan. That's next year on Sactown Sports.
What's the latest with the San Francisco 49ers? Carmichael, Dave, and Jason Ross keep you up to date on all things red and gold during the Niners at 9 every weekday at 9 a.m. on Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Start planting your garden this weekend with Bonnie 11.8-ounce vegetables. Buy 4 for $10. Plus, liven up your patios and decks with fresh blooms. Select 1.5-gallon hanging baskets or 2 for $20. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. In-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
The annoying runny nose, the constant sneezing, the itchiness, and
battle just to catch your breath. If you suffer from seasonal allergies, sinusitis, or nagging sinus congestion, there's a natural, easy-to-use solution that can help provide fast, drug-free relief. It's called Navage, and it uses powered suction to rinse your nasal passages in seconds. Millions of people use Navage daily to help provide relief from seasonal allergies and sinus congestion. Medications treat the symptoms, but Navage treats the problem at the source, flushing out the allergens and pollen trapped in your nose. Navage also helps wash out airborne bacteria, dust, dirt, and viruses quickly and painlessly so you can get back to breathing clearly again. Say goodbye to sinus suffering and hello to better breathing with Navage. Navage is available at Walmart, Walgreens, Target, CVS, Rite Aid, and online at Navage.com. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, you're in the red zone for every college rivalry and divisional matchup all season long. On game day, you never have to decide which teams to watch, only what combination of bites, burgers, wings, and more to order. Plus, where else are your favorite draft beers always poured at a frozen 29 degrees? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Stick around after the sun sets. Twin Peaks is open really late. Wind down with late night bites. Only at Twin Peaks.
Hello, I'm Frank Cockrell with Retirement Security Centers with a weekly economic update. The knock more Americans are hearing at the door may be debt collectors looking to settle up. While the American consumer is keeping the economy running, some of the spending may be done on credit. Credit delinquencies 90 days or more are the highest they've been since 2011, but still below pre-pandemic levels. Americans 30 through 39 are those with the sharpest increases. Household debt increased to $17.29 trillion in the third quarter, with credit card balances totaling over $1 trillion of this amount. The delinquencies were more pronounced with millennials with auto loans and student debt. Another knock at your door could be your room service order, as Vegas casinos reached a tentative deal with employees, avoiding a walkout and strike for now. Labor costs have risen dramatically this year, as have strikes. Continued wage inflation could lead Fed members to keep raising rates until labor markets soften. How might this affect you or your family? Please go to frankontheradio.com to schedule an appointment, watch videos, and receive market updates. I'm ready to help you start your journey so you can define your future.
Frank Cockrell is a registered representative of Lincoln Financial Advisors Corporation, a broker-dealer member SIPC and registered investment advisor. Retirement Security Centers is not an affiliate of Lincoln Financial Advisors.
I was in foot pain for 20 years, trying to give it relief, buying all these different insoles, drugstore insoles, custom insoles. I spent thousands of dollars. I bought all these products and not a single one worked. I really, truly needed to have relief in my feet. And the Good Feet Arch supports were what gave me the relief I needed.
For over 20 years, we've been helping people like Teresa actually live the life they love without their feet getting in the way.
They wanted to make sure that I got something that my feet felt good in, not somebody else's feet. I love the fact that I can wear these arch supports in all my shoes. I have boots, I have cowboy boots, I have running shoes, I have walking shoes, I have flat shoes, I have heels. It makes me so happy. If you ask my husband, he will crack up because there is no store I would rather go in than a shoe store. I'm Teresa, and that's my Good Feet story.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
Knee, hip, foot, leg, or back pain? Visit the Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
It's time to trade in and trade up at Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. Plus, get top dollar for your trade. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com. It's all a click away.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Based on 2022 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company's own loan report.
Get your retirement savings to play ball with your retirement plan. Call Cap Trust today at 916-924-7527 or log on to captrust.com.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your new home for 49ers football in the 916.
Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
Happy Friday, I'm Simone, and these are your Sactown Sports headlines. Your Sacramento Kings open up the NBA in-season tournament tonight from beautiful Golden One Center as they host the Oklahoma City Thunder. Although we know the Kings will spar without De'Aaron Fox and Trey Lyles tonight, you can expect to peep the freshly installed new tournament hardwood deck and the debut of Sacramento's Nike City Edition uniforms. It's going to be a fun night for these young, talented Western Conference counterparts hoping to get the 1-0 group play edge.
Of course, for more information on tonight's matchup and for details on the NBA in-season tourney, you can always head to SactownSports.com. Ride with the Drive Guys as we take you right up until game night coverage, jumping off at 5:30 with Scott Marsh and Henry Turner, and tip-off from the G1C at 7. I'm Simone. Those are your headlines. Please welcome in our Sactown Sports 49er insider, Emil Fregoso, to the Drive Guys right now.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Drive Guys coming to you from the Golden One Center, and I don't want to spoil anything for anybody coming to the game tonight. They've got something going on here. They're showing some of the greatest dunks in Kings history, and I hope we get to see that tonight, and I hope they add Malik's dunk from opening night. Look at this.
Oh, here we go. Right? Right on cue.
So we'll see. Maybe we'll get to enjoy that tonight. We also, of course, have Sunday on Sactown Sports. It's the 49ers and the Jacksonville Jaguars. And now, brought to you by Timber Creek Golf Course. Visit timbercreekgolfcourse.com to book your tee time today. As Simone mentioned, our 49er insider, Emil Fregoso. Emil, how are you today, sir?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
We're doing fine. There's a sense of excitement out here. Even the Eagle fans a little excited about the 49er game this week too, Emil.
No, hey, this is a big game, Emil. Must win, right? We talked about it the other day. Must win for the Niners.
Yeah, it's really a must-win game, honestly, like you said, Drapes. And the Niners players feel it too. Brock Purdy said to himself yesterday, like, we have to win this game. We have to win this game. They cannot go 4-0 coming off a 5-0 start, and you can feel it in the locker room how determined they are to come back from this bye week. They needed this week 9 bye to get right, and they do feel like they're in a better spot than they were before the bye week, and they're not fully healthy, but they are getting back, and so hopefully rallying and getting into the second half of the season like they usually do, and it starts week 10 against the Jaguars this week. All they got to do is get one, and then they can start going on that roll, hopefully.
Emil, based on what you know from practice this week, I know you've been down there, will Trent Williams play? How much do the 49ers need him to play this week?
Yeah, that's the $1 million question, Whitey. Trent Williams is listed as questionable going into this week. He did practice both Thursday and Friday, and I did say that Thursday would be the real indicator of him doing the game, playing in the game. And while he is questionable, while he has practice, he isn't, I would say, 100%. He's still kind of working his way back from that sprained ankle suffered in week 6 against the Browns. And even Trent said, Kyle was saying it's a real, like, questionable, not like a general questionable. It's like he really is going to be a game time decision. Trent kind of agreed when they spoke to him in the locker room today. Like, I'm not 100%, but I'm going to try and see how it goes. A lot can happen in 2 days, and they have to do that long travel to Jacksonville from San Francisco, which can do a little bit of inflammation to his ankle, obviously a little bit of swelling from that air travel. So we're going to see how it goes. At least they are, and play it day by day. But if he can go out there, it'd be a huge boost for them. And if he can't, then hopefully he'll be back week 11 against the Bucs at home. And their left tackle backup, Jalen Moore, has been pretty solid without him. But without Trent Williams, it's going to be hard to win the line of scrimmage for sure.
And I think that line of scrimmage, obviously, Emil, in the NFL, the line of scrimmage is the key matchup. You win that, you have a good chance at winning. But when I look at this Jacksonville defense, they give up yards, but not necessarily on the ground. How big will pass protection be this week? And Brock Purdy making the throws, because I don't know how much. I think they're top 3 or top 4 in terms of rushing yards allowed per game. Yeah. How big will the passing game have to be this week?
Yeah, you're right. You're right there, Drapes. They're top 5 in rushing yards allowed. And Kyle Shanahan referred to them kind of similar how the Niners defense has usually been. They're a bend, don't break defense. They let a lot of yards up, but they don't give up touchdowns. They don't give up scores as much. They're able to rally together late in the red zone and stop those drives. It's because of their run defense. And that's been one of the Niners' things this week is like, we have to establish the run. It's a run-first team with the Niners, and they have to do that to set up their pass, set up their play action, set up everything. It's because of their run, and if they can't do that, it's going to be a tough day. And I do think pass protection is going to be a big part of it too, but they don't want Brock Purdy throwing 300-plus yards a game. They just don't want that. They want the run game to take care of business too, because they're a much better offense when it's balanced, not pass-heavy.
Well, Kyle says that's not a problem because he says Brock Purdy can't throw for 300 yards anyway, right? You say he's not capable of doing that?
No, he could do it, once in a blue moon,
We saw it against the Bengals. They were 350, but he also threw 2 late game interceptions because he had to rally back from behind. They'd rather be up by 7 than down by 7.
Yeah.
Emil Fregoso, our SactownSports.com 49er insider, of course. Along those lines, Emil, you look at the time of possession, as I'm sure you do, and it's night and day the last couple games from what the 49ers typically post in terms of time of possession. So to what extent has the 49er defense been maybe exposed, if you will, because they've just been on the field so much longer the last few games?
Yeah, I would say that's part of it, but I'll say it's kind of the Niners defense's own doing. It's their, I mean, they've missed in the last 3 games. They missed 32 total tackles in the last 3 weeks of playing. Before that they missed like 9 total. It's really night and day for this Niners defense. And if they just can't do the fundamental stuff, then they're going to have a hard time getting off the field. So I do think that, yes, time of possession, having your offense have longer drives is key to the defense staying fresh. The defense hasn't done them any favors either. They've allowed 300 or more yards in the last 3 games, 400 or more in the last 2. I mean, the defense has to step up here and play 49ers defense, and they know that. They know the standard they have to reach. It's kind of one of the reasons why they got Chase Young, because they have to get after the quarterback and have to get off the field, have to force 3rd and long into 4th and long. They haven't been doing that the last few weeks.
Emil, staying with the defense, Steve Wilks going to be down on the field. How much impact do we really expect that to make?
I think it'll make a difference, honestly. I really do. Steve Wilks said in the spring that he didn't want to be on the field because he gets too emotional and he wanted to kind of rein it in a little bit as a defensive coordinator. But I kind of think the Niners defense needs that. I think they need a little bit of that spark, that juice on the sideline, because let's face it, the last 3 weeks, they haven't looked like the same defense. It kind of looks like they lost their soul a little bit. And maybe that comes from not having a streamlined communication between the defensive coordinator and his linebackers. I mean, obviously Robert Saleh and DeMeco Ryans were all on the field all the time, and they had a lot of energy and a lot of juice to them. And I think that Steve Wilks, despite being an elder statesman to Saleh or DeMeco, I do think Steve Wilks has it in him to get them fired up and juice, and I think that's going to help them moving forward. So I do think it works this week, and I think they kind of stick to it moving forward.
I have to chuckle at this a little bit, Emil, and I understand it, and I know it's best for everybody, but it was funny to me, Steve Wilks, when he talked about this to the media and to you, and he said, you guys were making too much of this, but he said the reasons why he's coming down, why he wants to come down onto the field, and it's pretty clear that if it was up to him, he wouldn't be doing that, right?
Yeah. It was kind of like he was just kind of like it was overblown. It's being overblown out of proportion, which I frankly don't think it is, because the defense has been a real struggle the last few weeks. And
I agree.
Something needed to change, and Kyle Shanahan knew that, and that's what they addressed this week. Is that, hey, we're going to try something different here, and we're going to have you bring down from the box. But even Kyle said, I prefer to call games from the box than I do on the field, which is really funny because Kyle's been on the field as a head coach. I don't know if Kyle will ever do that. He even said, he's like, I don't know if I can do that because you guys would judge me too hard.
Yeah,
we absolutely would. But I think Steve Wilks coming down is a clear sign that there's something missing. There's something wrong with the defense. It's wrong with the communication. I do think it's a communication thing. And all the players are kind of spoken out and said, I think it is going to be a good thing for us. It's good to have all our coaches on the sideline. It's good to have our main man, our honcho on the sideline calling the plays with us. And I think it's going to help.
Well, you tell us that your gut feeling here, or based on all your research, what you know about this team, Emil, do you think this is the week after the bye week that the 49ers get this season turned back around in the right direction against Jacksonville?
Yeah, Whitey, I do. I do think it's this week. I think it's about damn time it happens, because this Niners team has just been questionable the last 3 weeks. And I think this is a real hinge point in their season, right? That going from 5-0 to 5-4 just kind of can't happen if you are really serious about being a playoff contender, especially in the NFC, wanting to go up against the Lions and the Eagles and other teams. They have to win this game. They have to win the easy ones. I wouldn't say easy because Jacksonville is the AFC South leader, but they haven't played anyone that great. So can the Niners beat the Jaguars, who are pretty hot right now, 5-0, but they haven't played anyone? And then next week, go back home, beat the Buccaneers, who are also a pretty competitive NFC South team before they have the Dirty Bird sandwich against the Seattle Seahawks and the Eagles. They have to win these 2 games to set them up to go on a run moving forward, because if they go into Seattle, go into Philadelphia on a losing streak, they're not going to win probably.
Ouch, Emil. That's I want to.
Are you from Philadelphia too, Emil?
I know. I ain't
I'm keeping it 100. I'm keeping it 100.
Think about this when you look at this week's game. This would be their 4th loss. They lost 4 games all of last season. Think about that. As bad as last season started, sure they turned it around.
They haven't lost 4 games yet.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, they haven't lost yet.
I'm telling you, 6-3 is a lot different than 5-4. You're an average team. You're a middle of the pack team. 9-8, 10-7 kind of team. This team had dreams of 13, 14 wins this season. And so that's why it's such a big game. I don't know if you've talked to anybody about Chase Young so far. How has he looked this week? And what kind of impact are we expecting from him?
Boy, let me tell you a little about Chase Young real quick. Chase Young is everything that you wanted to trade for with the third compensatory pick. This guy is an animal. He looks massive on the sidelines. Like, he's standing next to Nick Bosa. He's bigger than Nick Bosa. Like, he is a massive human being, and he said all the right things. I'm happy to be in a place that's full of winners, not in a place that you're not expected to win. It feels like Ohio State again. It feels like college for him, where we are going to go in and dominate people. And to have that just standard of mentality, of mindset, locker room vibe is crucial for a guy who, coming from the Washington Commanders, and he was drafted with the football team, they're just dysfunctional, right? They're not a good franchise. And even when Trent Williams left in 2020 and came to the Niners, look how much better he's gotten since then. I think it's a night and day difference for guys who are in bad situations coming to one of the best in the 49ers.
Emil, before we let you go, we appreciate your time. What do you have for us card-wise today, sir?
Oh, I got something special. This is actually pulled as of, I think, 2 days ago I pulled these. How about a little Victor Wembanyama action?
What?
You got a Wemby already?
I have pulled
aren't
2
out yet,
Wembys.
are they?
These are Prism draft picks, so they're not NBA cards. They are college cards. So if you can see here, there's no logo or anything.
Right.
It's his Mets 92 card when he played for the French team,
Yeah.
and they are valuable cards. So this first card is a base card. This sells about $50 right now, and this back card, which is a green, just a parallel, nothing special, about $150 right now on eBay. So while they're not rare cards, they are valuable because it's Victor Wembanyama. So very happy to have these.
Emil, I have some of those from a couple years ago, and I kid you not, straight up, I will trade you a green Prism Obi Toppin draft picks card for your Wembanyama. Going once, going twice.
Why do you throw it in Andrew Nemhard and you got a deal?
Oh, a twofer.
Well played, sir. Thank you, Emil. We appreciate it very much.
Thank you, guys. Have a great one. Appreciate you.
Yeah, Emil Fragoso, our insider. He drives a hard bargain.
He does.
Yeah.
Man, he wanted Nemhard also?
I can never get the better of him. Take a quick break. When we come back, we'll tell you that, Keon Ellis is dominating.
On fire out here, huh?
Also, 2 big reasons the 49ers will bounce back this week. That and the latest from the Golden One Center to Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Looking to snap their 3-game losing streak. The San Francisco 49ers are back in action this Sunday on Sactown Sports.
McCaffrey goes in motion right. Backwards pass led by Juszczyk. A block there. Hurdles a man. 10, 5, touchdown! CMC!
It's the 49ers and Jaguars from Jacksonville.
Sunday morning at 10 on your home of the 49ers, Sactown Sports.
Model Year End pricing is back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
During the Model Year End event, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make lower payments. It's no wonder why Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop. Come in today or check out our entire inventory online at folsomlakehonda.com.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at folsomlakehonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda.
Go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
Your defending Big Sky champion Sacramento State Hornets are home this Saturday afternoon against the Cal Poly Mustangs. It's Military Appreciation Day at Hornet Stadium as we honor our local heroes. And don't miss the pregame flyover as kickoff is set for 2 p.m. Let's pack Hornet Stadium for the final regular season home game of the year as the Hornets try for a 4th straight trip to the postseason. Don't miss any of the action or excitement of Hornet football. Get your tickets now at hornetsports.com. Stingers up.
Sacramento's official home for the San Francisco 49ers.
Sactown Sports.
And, of course, Sacramento Kings. And it's Drive Guys coming to you from the Golden One Center. Kings going through some early drills. And I don't know if Keon Ellis is starting. Look at that one
pass. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
My guy, Keon Ellis. That's my guy, man.
Is he?
That's my guy.
Yeah, you've been telling us.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we don't know what the starting lineup is. We don't have those out yet, right? But
no, not yet.
Yeah. Kyle, earlier while we were doing the broadcast, he kind of stopped in the middle of something because he heard them doing the starting lineup rehearsals, and
he was listed. He was the first guy named.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Uh-huh.
Look at him, still working out there with the young fellas. You would think after starting, he'd be out there, with Tomas and Malik or somebody.
I guess if you're first year or second year, you're out here for this.
Yeah, you're still out here, yeah.
Yeah. The 49ers, yes, we were just talking to Emil about the 49ers and the Jags. Try these on. Here's a couple reasons why I think the 49ers bounce back this week. Okay. And bounce back big, just real quick. Trevor Lawrence, he's on pace to be sacked a career-high 40 times. And the 49ers just added Chase Young. That's a bad matchup for the Jags offensive line.
I agree. If the Niners defensive line does what they're supposed to do.
Oh, they'll do it.
They'll do it. Okay.
And the other thing is, and you talked about this, Jacksonville plays the most zone coverage in the NFL, and they allow 135 yards per game of yards after catch.
Right.
Yeah. Well, that's what the 49ers, that's who they are and what they do.
Yeah.
The yards after catch.
And Debo's back
also.
So that keep an eye on him. He's going to be huge. They're great against the run, but like you said, yards after the catch, their passing defense kind of suspect. So they'll have some holes in that defense for Brock Purdy to pick apart.
Yeah, but make no mistake, just as the Kings have a legitimate opponent tonight, 49ers playing the Jags. The Jags are 4-0 against teams with winning records. And against teams who've had winning records when they played the Jags, they're allowing 14.3 points per game. So they're pretty stubborn.
Yeah,
pretty stubborn.
Yeah, it's a bend but don't break, like Emil said, kind of defense. But back to what Emil said about that run game, they got to establish that. I know Jacksonville has one of the top run defenses in the NFL, but the Niners, their success has been because they've gotten out to an early lead, established a run. McCaffrey, he's gashed teams on that first drive. You get up early on this Jacksonville team. Now you put it in Trevor Lawrence's hands, who I think is a fantastic young quarterback. I mean, but he's going to be running for his life if the Niners defense does what it's supposed to do.
As far as Steve Wilks coming down from the booth onto the field, and you've probably heard this already, Kyle, but if you would, give this a listen. This is Steve Wilks explaining why he came down, why he's coming down on the field, and then you tell us how excited he is, how much of this is his decision. Here's Steve Wilks talking to reporters about the move yesterday.
I mean, guys, to me, I think just very candid, I think we're making a bigger deal out of it than it needs to be honest. But I just want to be able to communicate with the guys a little bit more during the game. Certain things that I'm seeing, I'd rather be able to talk to them directly than to communicate with coaches. I think our coaches do a great job, number one, throughout the week, but also in-game adjustments. That's one of the things I've really, pride ourselves on, and how we communicate as a staff and making the right things throughout the game. So it's just really with me, just wanting to be able to communicate with those guys a little bit more.
Buying it?
No, not at all. The way he making it sound like it was his decision, right?
Exactly.
You know what? I got to get in front of my guys so I can talk
guys.
to him. But, the way he started off, hey, man, we're making too much of this. I'm going to just do it. Then he's like, but, I want to be able to communicate, and I'm not buying it, though. I'm not buying it.
Yeah, he did. I mean, that's well played. You didn't quite convince me, but good for you. And here's Kyle Shanahan. And initially, he's talking to Matt Mayoko about what would he prefer. Here's Kyle Shanahan on coaching on the field versus in the box, as he calls it, and why he wanted Steve Wilks on the field.
Just because of some of the stuff you do in the box, all the advantages to it, which are great, but I kind of wanted to be down and be near our players a little bit. They've had that more just with the linebacker communication in the past. And I want him to be down there so he can talk to guys a little bit more.
Yeah, just talk to guys a little bit more.
Right.
Yeah. So
hold on. Shanahan said I wanted him to be down there.
Yes. Yeah.
I wanted him to be
right.
down.
He didn't say he said he wanted.
I wanted him to.
Exactly. Yeah, and Kyle had also said, he said, I prefer to be up there myself. Maybe he was saying, oh, sure, he wants to be up there, but, sometimes we got to come down on the field. But, to me, it's pretty clear what happened here. And I'm wondering if some of it was the players like Fred Warner telling Kyle, like, he needs to be down here. I need to talk to him and tell him what I'm seeing.
Yeah, from a communication standpoint, to me, it does make sense, right? I mean, you're up there in the booth, you're on a headset, yes, but it's not the same as being down there on the field, gathering guys up on the sideline while they're sitting down. You're right there in their face. What I think it would mess me up with is seeing the whole field, seeing the actual play develop, seeing the all 22 from that bird's eye view. But, whatever it takes to win. Like, the Niners are desperate right now.
Yeah.
This is a critical junction of their season. And I'm not saying they're not going to make the playoffs or anything, but you want home field advantage. You want a bye week, hopefully. And those things hang in the balance this weekend.
And Steve Wilkes is basically a secondary coach. So, if you're a secondary coach, you want to be upstairs so you can see the coverages. Yeah. And Robert Saleh and D'Amico Ryans, they were those fiery, former linebacker, like, hey, guys, here's what we're doing. So I don't think Steve Wilkes is that guy. To me, this is a matter of, look, we know you want to be up there, but I'm sorry. You're not performing. We need you down on the field now.
Yeah.
It's almost like you don't get to be up there because you're not doing well enough.
Right. And it seems like they're willing to try anything right now. This might not be the fix. This might not be the answer, but you got to do something different. That's what this reeks of. It's like, man, it's not working. We got to try something new, something different. And you bring Steve down. When's the last time he's been I would like to know that. When's the last time he's coached on the field? Like, I know his preference is to be
he was interim head coach. They don't let head coaches up there, but
right. But
other than that,
defensive,
I mean, that's like I say, he played it well, right? Well, this is why I'm doing it, but it's pretty clear you don't want to be down there.
No, and and I tell you what, one thing that listening to Kyle Shanahan, there's never any doubt who's running things, right?
You're right.
Like the way he talks and everything, it's like it's him. He's responsible. It's his decision, and he's going to fix it. And so, his tone, what I heard, sorry, Steve Wilkes, I think it was the head coach's decision.
You're right, though. I mean, I do think there's every reason to believe the 49ers turn it around, but this is not an easy game. And if they don't, after they had the bye, and then they bring in Chase Young, and then they move Steve Wilkes down, if things don't turn around this week, then they've got some very absolutely like existential issues going forward.
They really do, because, you had the bye week. We'll see if Trent Williams plays. Obviously, he's a big part, but you're getting Debo back. You added Chase Young.
You're right. They'll be fine.
They'll be fine, right?
Yeah.
And if they don't, you might not want to hear from me on Monday, Niners fans. I'm just telling you it like it is. Because all I heard was Super Bowl or bust. Super Bowl. Bang, bang, Niners game. You know what, Jay Johnson? I know you back there in the control room right now. I haven't heard bang, bang, Niners game since like week 3.
You're going to hear it Monday. All right? I hope you're ready. You might be the one who doesn't want to come in on Monday.
Show up, right?
Yeah. Up next is the new NBA player participation policy. Is it actually working? We have some numbers that say it may be, and we have those for you next year. From the Golden One Center, the Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Bang, bang, Niners, yeah.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sactown Sports has you covered.
Touchdown! San Francisco! It's all on his shoulders. Fox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm Mark Finan in the KCRA3 Weather Center. Skies will stay partly cloudy tonight with overnight lows in the mid-40s. Beautiful day on Saturday. Sun, a few clouds, light winds with highs around 70. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA3 app.
Imagine taking a nice warm bath in your shower. Let us fix that. Right now, get that clogged drain unclogged for just $97. Bonnie, plumbing, sewer, electrical, heating, and air. Bonnie.com. Some restrictions apply. License 696-355.
Folsom Lake Ford has trucks. The F-150s are here. Explorers, Expeditions, and a huge selection of Broncos and Bronco Sports. They're in stock now at Folsom Lake Ford. Shop Folsom Lake Ford, your truck headquarters, right here in Sacramento for your favorite Ford models at good, fair prices. Short on cash? Buy any new Ford with 0 down. Save big with low interest finance rates. Plus, Folsom Lake Ford is paying top dollar for all trades. We want your vehicle regardless of mileage or condition. This could be the best time to buy a new Ford. Check out the huge inventory online at folsomlakeford.com or stop by the dealership and see the most recent arrivals. Looking for something special? Give them a call and tell them Doug Christie sent you. Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall, your trusted dealer, my trusted dealer for over 30 years. FolsomLakeFord.com. 0 down with approved credit.
I'm a Vietnam veteran.
I always knew that I was going to join the military.
My grandfather pulled out his own military uniform and actually let me put it on.
The greatest thing you could ever do in your life is to change and impact the world around you.
Anybody that has ever served in the military has that sense of serving others.
I wanted to keep the people of the United States safe.
Being a veteran comes with a responsibility.
My role is being a protector.
We're born a proud country. We need to keep it that way. Boot Barn.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Most people know that the term birdie in golf refers to a score of 1 under par, but where did the term originate? According to Scottish Golf History website, it comes from the early 20th century American slang term bird, which meant anything excellent. While a 1911 edition of Maclean magazine described a golf shot as bird straight down the course about 215 yards, the country club in Atlantic City lays claim to the first use of the word birdie. In 1898, A.B. Smith was playing the par 4 second hole when his second shot went within inches of the hole. That was a bird of a shot, he said, and claimed he should get double money if he scored 1 under par. He did indeed hold his putt, and the group thereafter referred to such a score as a birdie. In 1913, acclaimed writer Bernard Darwin wrote in the September issue of Country Life of his visit to America. He explained that it takes a day or two for the English onlooker to understand that a birdie is a hole done in a stroke under par. And now you know. That's Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's the first ever Elk Grove Kia Frozen Turkey Bowling Extravaganza on November 18th, 2023 from 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. That's right, a frozen turkey becomes the bowling ball, and 10 liquid-filled plastic beverage bottles are your pins. It's not just bowling, it's an adventure. Knock down those pins. Each pin has a number attached to it, which means your skills can lead you to awesome prizes. And guess what? Each person gets 2 rolls, so you can aim for perfection. Now, how can you be part of this amazing event? Simple. Register at Elk Grove Kia for one of the 8 coveted spots through a raffle. But hurry, the registration deadline is November 17th, 2023 at 6 p.m. sharp. And here's the best part. No purchase is necessary. That's right. It's all about the fun and games. So make your way to Elk Grove Kia in the Elk Grove Auto Mall today for a chance to win a spot at the inaugural Elk Grove Kia Turkey Bowl. Rules and regulations at elkgrovekia.com.
Elk Grove Kia.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
Happy Friday, I'm Simone, and these are your Sactown sports headlines. Your Sacramento Kings open up the NBA in-season tournament tonight from beautiful Golden One Center as they host the Oklahoma City Thunder. Although we know the Kings will spar without De'Aaron Fox and Trey Lyles tonight, you can expect to peep the freshly installed new tournament hardwood deck and the debut of Sacramento's Nike City Edition uniforms. It's going to be a fun night for these young, talented Western Conference counterparts hoping to get the 1-0 group play edge. Of course, for more information on tonight's matchup and for details on the NBA in-season tourney, you can always head to SactownSports.com. Ride with the Drive Guys as we take you right up until game night coverage, jumping off at 5:30 with Scott Marsh and Henry Turner, and tip-off from the G1C at 7. I'm Simone. Those are your headlines. Let's jump into the last hour of the Drive Guys.
Your new home for 49ers football in the 916 Sactown Sports.
LZ40. That's you, Drape.
I love this song.
Come on, Jade. You had to dust this thing off.
You practically dared him to play it. That's on you.
Oh, I just, when things are going good, everybody want to talk bang, bang Niner game.
You're going to be sick of this song Monday.
Hey.
Because that's our rejoinder every segment Monday.
Here's the thing. I don't want to beat up on the Niners in week 13 when they're down and out. I don't want to beat up on a 5-8 Niners team or 5-7.
Down and out. First place. Hello.
Bang, bang.
Hello.
Niner game.
Thank you to Simone and Jay
back there.
Yeah, keeping us on track back in our studios. Thanks to RJ for holding it together out here. RJ, he's a heavy cat.
He's slumming with us, right?
Yeah, yes.
Seriously.
Sometimes guys are engineering, and it's like, I did a high school game last week, which is great. And then he doesn't talk about it, but you talk to him, and you find out that he used to tour with Journey, and was it Aerosmith?
Lionel Richie he threw out there?
Yeah.
Yeah. All night long.
Did you say Smokey Robinson?
Oh, no, it was Smokey.
Yes.
Yeah, Smokey.
Smokey Robinson. Yes.
Cruising.
He toured with these cats.
He's big time. And now he got demoted all the way down to the bottom rung, hanging with us here.
Oh, man. The Drive Guys. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Oh, man. Hey, I got something for you real quick.
This is as good as it gets, guys.
Oh, man. We had a meal on earlier. Brock Purdy and Jalen Williams. I'm going to say this on the air later tonight on the broadcast. Jalen Williams of the Oklahoma City Thunder. Jalen with an E, averaging close. They went to high school together.
I didn't know that.
Perry, Arizona.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
They've turned out some talent out there, and both big games for these guys tonight and then this weekend. So they're high school teammates, high school classmates
from the Golden One Center, and we just saw something that really illustrates how much the NBA has changed. If you talk to and you talk to older players, like the really older players, they'll tell you how they have to tape their own ankles and stuff. And you talk to coaches like Jerry Reynolds, and they'll say, he had one assistant. We just had a deal here, and they just finished. There were 3 Kings that were taking jump shots around the perimeter.
Yeah,
and it was Colby Jones, and it was Jordan Ford, and I think it was Keon
Ellis. Yeah,
and they had some. I don't know if those guys interns or what would those be down there. They had
some of those are assistant coaches.
Okay, how many of them were down there to help?
I counted like 10 or 11.
10.
Yeah, 10 guys down there. Yeah, shagging balls for
10 shagging for 3 guys shooting jump shots.
Now you look at the Oklahoma City side.
Right.
You got one guy getting up shots.
Uh-huh.
Do you count the ball boys as like on the King side, they had King's gear on.
Right.
Here, are we counting 4 guys for Oklahoma City? One player shooting 4 guys.
Well, one guy's actually throwing, getting the ball in the pass and throwing the pass. Yeah. So they got but the Kings had they had 10 people. I guess they like to be part of the drills and everything.
Right. It's funny because when you travel with the team now, it is packed on that team plane. Before, you used to be able to stretch out, nobody sitting next to you, whole aisle row to yourself. Now it is packed out. I mean, the amount of staff on these teams squad now, it's just insane, Whitey. It's and I guess that's what I mean. These guys are multi-million-dollar assets for these teams, and so you got to keep them in the best condition possible But no, you're right. And you ever watch? I'm sure you watched the HBO Max Winning Time show, and it was just
I've not seen that.
Yeah, it's just Pat Riley and Paul Westphal. You know, backing it like that's it. Like no other assistant coaches, no other
Paul Westhead.
Paul
right?
Westhead, not Westphal. Westphal speaking.
Two guys.
Westhead,
I remember years ago watching the Warriors, and they had Al Attles, and he had a guy named Joe Roberts. They had the trainer, and the trainer's keeping track of the timeouts and everything.
Right.
That was it. Yeah. And it'll be packed in here tonight. You can tell already it's going to be a Friday night. In-season tournament, sure, but whether it was in-season tournament or not, I think Kings fans would be ready tonight. It's a huge game. There's some anxiety that was, I think, allayed a little bit by the win over Portland, but Kings fans want the team to turn this thing back around, light the beam again, and get it going in the right direction.
And you need to do it against a good team, right?
Exactly.
You beat Portland, okay, much needed when you need that. But this is a step up in competition. This is a team that's going to be in the postseason, in the playoffs. And so without De'Aaron Fox, can you get it done? And so I think that's what this fan base wants to see tonight. It's like, all right, Portland was great. I know it was a tough game. We got them in overtime. But now we need you to play the same way against a better team.
Saw some really interesting numbers, and I believe it was Tom Ziller who posted these. And Tom Ziller used to write for Sactown Royalty. If I'm not mistaken, he may have been one of the founders. Wonderful guy. Anyway, listen to this. The teams of the 15 players who were named to an all-NBA team last season. So the teams, they've played 100 games combined so far. Those all-NBA players have been available for 94 of them. So
of the 100
games that involving the teams with the 15 players who are all-NBA. So the all-NBA guys have played 94 of the 100 games. So they're not sitting out games so far. Here's the breakdown. Yeah, here's the breakdown. All NBA players who have played every game for the team so far. Giannis, Joel Embiid, Jason Tatum, Luka, Jokic, Steph, Jaylen Brown, Domas, Dame, Julius Randle, and LeBron. And the all NBA players who have missed one game for apparent rest. Shea, Donovan Mitchell, and Jimmy Butler. That's one game. All NBA players who have missed more than one game. De'Aaron Fox is the only one, and that's because he's been hurt.
Because he's been hurt.
So it looks like maybe the player participation policy is actually working.
And to that point, Anthony Davis missed last game, but they upgraded him to probable for tonight in-season tournament game, and so if this was last year, he might have sat out.
Right.
Maybe it is working. I mean, the telltale sign was when the Clippers and Kawhi Leonard and Paul George played in back-to-back games.
Right.
Like, for the first time in forever. And so 65 still isn't a lot in terms of games played. You're still able to miss 17 games, which is a lot. But if these guys want to be eligible for awards, I think it is some sort of incentivization to get out there and play.
Yeah, I have to admit, I mean, this isn't conclusive necessarily, but it's interesting. And I laughed at the thing. I thought that's not going to work. But apparently, so far, and fingers crossed, because we'd all love to see him for whatever reason. We'd love to see more games featuring the superstar. So looks like we're headed in the right direction there. Now, as far as De'Aaron Fox goes, that would be unfortunate if, like you said, 65 games still gives you some wiggle room, but you hope that he's able to get back on the floor and doesn't have any more issues that might affect his availability or his eligibility for any of those awards.
NBA candidacy, and
that's the last thing the Kings are worried about right now.
But when you deal with an ankle, though, right, Whitey? I mean, those things are very easy to re-aggravate.
Right.
And so, like you said, the last thing the Kings are worried about, obviously, is some awards, but they are worried about the long-term prognosis for De'Aaron this season. And so if you take a couple extra days, I wonder if this was game 7 of the finals, is he out there? Game 1 of the playoffs, is he out there? We don't know. But I would imagine probably so. And so you sacrifice a little now for the bigger picture for health long-term down the stretch.
As far as the in-season tournament goes, you brought up some interesting numbers earlier that, it's really too early to tell, but our players given their all for the in-season tournament games in a way that maybe they wouldn't if there wasn't an in-season tournament. And would you say the first round of games, the in-season tournament games, the average margin was just under 5.
Yeah, 4.7, I think it was, something right around there. And so, the
competitive games, and you don't have stars sitting out, so some good signs.
Yeah, we'll see what happens tonight. I think that stat, was the best in, the closest margin of victory over the last 10 years in games where it's 7 or more games in a night. And so I believe we have 7 games tonight, if I'm correct. And so we'll see what happens tonight. But, I'm listening to Draymond Green and some of those other guys. They seem like it's, something they want to go for. It's a chance to play for something. And, we talked about it earlier. If you're Oklahoma City, you're already 0-1 in group play. You don't want to go down 0-2 and then basically eliminate yourself from advancing. And so I'll be interested to see what kind of OKC team we see out there tonight.
Yeah. As I said earlier, no team in the history of the in-season tournament has started 0-2 in group play and gone on to win the tournament. So I'm sure that's something that they're concerned about.
All right.
Yeah.
It'll be a first tonight, right? It'll be a first.
Who do you like for Rookie of the Year so far?
I
still think I think they want Wemby to win. I think he's going to win it.
I think so, and he's playing. It's not, it wouldn't be a shock if he won it. He's playing extremely well. What's he averaging? 18-something points per game.
His first game at the Garden didn't go.
Yeah, it didn't go so well.
Yeah.
I still love Chet. He's a two-way player as well, and his team will probably be better.
A lot of people tried to tell me it'd be Scoot. I don't think so.
Scoot's banged up. He's out with an injury right now. He's dealing with an ankle also, I believe. I just can't see it being Scoot because when you look at Portland, Shaedon Sharp's the guy there. Scoot's going to be fine, but you look at what they're doing in San Antonio, it's all Wemby. Get this real quick, Whitey.
Yeah.
I'm watching ESPN tonight, and they did a segment on a possible USA versus World All-Star game. And they said the potential World All-Star team would be Luka Doncic, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Giannis Antetokounmpo. I'm forgetting the other guy.
Jokic?
Yeah, Jokic. And Wembanyama. I'm like, isn't Joel Embiid an international player? Yeah.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's kind of an international free agent.
Yeah. In terms of Olympics, yes. But for NBA, standpoint, but it's like, they're already hyping him up as an all-star and a potential world all-star member. It's like, man, there's so much hype around this guy. And so it's almost a foregone conclusion to your point that he's going to be Rookie of the Year.
When we come right back, where did Sasha go? And we'll once again share with you the Sasha stat that was so incredible. Kyle Draper literally didn't believe it. That's coming up next year from the Golden One Center. Kyle Draper, Whitey Gleason, Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
The Sacramento Kings play here.
He's got the triple. Sacramento takes the lead.
Get your Kings fix all season long right here on your home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
It's time to trade in and trade up at Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. Plus, get top dollar for your trade. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com. It's all a click away.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Based on 2022 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company's own one report.
Red Hawk Resort Casino is the best place to go all in and all out. Go all in at our table games, then go all out to win on the area's only 3-story indoor kart track. Or go all in for our famous award-winning buffet. Then go all out at our state-of-the-art 18-lane bowling center. And now with a world-class sports bar and beautiful resort hotel, you can go all in for fun and all out for comfort. We're Red Hawk Resort Casino, official casino partner of the Sacramento Kings.
I was in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean when it happened. There was a sudden jolt and our submarine crashed on the seafloor. We were in total darkness.
That's Dr. Dejana Figueroa, a marine biologist and STEM teacher, talking about a deep sea dive she'll never forget.
It's funny, when I was a kid, I was afraid of the ocean, and there I was 2 miles below the surface. But as a scientist, you prepare for that. Using our training and a little creativity, we fixed the sub and finished our experiments. The dive was just too important. Every dive gives us glimpses at things few people ever get to see. Glowing creatures, fiery undersea volcanoes. When we got back to the surface, I kissed the ground and called my mom, of course. But you know what? I wouldn't trade that dive for anything.
Dr. Figueroa uses her passion for STEM to discover new things and make the world a better place. She can STEM, so can you. Check out She Can STEM for more stories and inspiration. A message from the Ad Council.
Football season is in full swing. Your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, and vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Redbird Farms standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality, consistency, and reliability. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Safe Mart and Lucky, California.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Kings basketball is back. Coming off an exhilarating playoff run last season, you don't want to miss seeing this team in action. Be there when De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, new addition Sasha Vezenkov, and the Beam Team take the court at Golden One Center. Plus, catch the all-new NBA in-season tournament games against the Thunder on November 10th and the Warriors on November 28th. Tickets for games this season start at just $18. So head to kings.com/tickets, and together, let's bring the roar.
The game of football is about pain. Ever since I was 5 years old, it's been all about football. It's been about running, jumping, blocking, tackling. I stopped playing at 31.
You're listening to Michael Robinson, retired pro fullback.
I thought that foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I'm so glad I met Good Feet. I'm so glad that those arch supports are in my shoes. I had terrible foot issues that prevented me from really having a normal life with my kids. With the Good Feet arch supports, man, I'm always ready. My kids actually got to enjoy me in the yard more, racing each other, backpedaling, teaching them some things, being a dad. If I had known about the Good Feet arch support earlier, I would have more than one championship. I would have 2 championship rings.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and Vacaville.
The Drive Guys powering your afternoons Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Coming to you from the Golden One Center, Kings and the OKC Thunder tonight, back at the Golden One on Monday. Monday is going to be a very special show. I got to talk to Jay and Simone about this, but I think what we're going to do is the rejoinder music. Every segment will be Bang Bang Niner Gang. It'll be 49er related. Years ago, the 49ers did remember the Super Bowl shuffle that the Bears did?
Yeah.
The 49ers did their own version of that. It's terrible, but we'll play it on Monday.
Okay.
The 49ers also in the 80s, a bunch of them recorded an album with Huey Lewis.
Really?
Huey Lewis had an album called Sports, and the 49ers did a bunch of the backing tracks like Ronnie Lott, Ricky Ellison, Dwight Clark. So after the 49er win Sunday, we played a lot of that on Monday.
If they lose, can we play Fly Eagles? No. We wouldn't get away with that at the station anyway. Home of the Niners, right? No, we're going to play the Eagles fight song. It ain't happening. It's all good.
I just want to warn you about that.
No, I hope the Niners do win, man. I do. Like, he gave me that
like I'm listening to Steve Wilkes go, here's why I went down on the field.
I want to know what, if the Niners win, that's good for business. It's good for
Sure.
I'm all about my business.
There you go.
Whitey, and so hopefully they get a win. I just want a good game, man. Same thing with these Sacramento Kings tonight. I want to see a great game tonight.
Wow. Steven Torres coming after us on the chat. Come on, my guys. No validity in predicting a Rookie of the Year already. He says we're his guys, but come on, my guys.
Well, why is he so upset about that, though? Why is that the comment of all the things we talk about and say? That's the one that sets them off.
You never know. But Steven, you keep an eye on it. To me, Steven, I think it's already over. Unless Wemby, just curls up in a fetal position at center court for 30 games this year, I think he's going to win it. All right, but we're sorry. Didn't mean to offend you. Thanks for listening. How about this from Patrick Donaldson? Any news yet if Keon is starting at point guard today?
Nothing yet, right? We saw their rehearsal for the introductions, the starting lineups, and Keon Ellis was the first guy introduced up there on the video board and announced. And so we'll see. But we just started the show talking about that. Like, I think it makes sense to start him once again, right? Who else would you start? Would you put Davion back there? Maybe if Davion, we saw the Davion from the other night, yes. But, I thought Keon did an excellent job. And, as I was doing the game the other day, Whitey, I was thinking, man, the old adage that coaches everywhere always say, it's not who starts, it's who finishes. We saw that the other night. Keon got the start, but Davion was the one down the stretch.
Right. To me, if you're Mike Brown and you say we're making these changes because of this and that, and then you win the game, and Keon, he didn't play great, but he did some good things. Yeah. If you go back on that, it's almost like you're contradicting yourself.
Right, exactly. And, or you could say Davion played so well, he earned his spot back,
right?
Too.
Sure.
I don't know. But if I'm Mike Brown, the same thing I said the other day, I need to see more. And so if I'm Mike Brown, I'm not just going to switch after one game. Now, if Keon Ellis struggled a few games, okay, or something like that, and Davion strung together 2 or 3 games like we just saw, okay, sure. Davion, you got your spot back. But I'm not going to, just, flip it just off of one game. You can't be doing that throughout the season. If guy has one good game or bad game, you can't be shuffling it. And so that's why I think
don't like
Keon,
that.
Right.
Typically don't respond to that.
Exactly.
Yeah. Boy, that's great. Keon Ellis, you're playing great. Thanks. Here's what you get to do tonight. Right. Here's your reward. Guard Shea. Chase him around, all right? Shut him down.
Yes. Shea was first-team All-NBA last year, made the All-Star team, coming off a 43-point game. And the thing about him, he's listed as 6'6". He's longer than that with his wingspan. His ability to just get to his spot. He may be, he sort of reminds me of, DeMar DeRozan to an extent. DeRozan likes to get to his spot. But Shea is, I think, a little more complete in terms of he can get to the basket. He got the mid-range. He got the foul line jumper. He can stretch it out a little bit. Like, he's almost impossible. Like you said earlier, hold him to under 30. That's a good night.
I really do think so. Yeah. He's not soft, but he's smooth.
Smooth.
Because as we were saying earlier, he tends to dictate the tempo.
Yes. And one of the things, and I'm going to look up the numbers here, but one of the things he also is able to do is draw fouls too. He's also able to get to the line as well. And so he just makes it tough on a defender to not only try to keep him out of the paint, you try to be physical with him. Well, he's going to get to the line. Last game against Cleveland, he got to the line 13 times, and so he'll make you pay in a number of ways, and I'm looking at some of last season's numbers for him. Free throw attempts last season, 10.9 free throw attempts. That's right up there with Joel Embiid and some of the best players in the league.
Sasha's out there shooting the ball right
now. All
right.
What can we see?
The ball well.
All right.
Made, I think, 5 of 7, the last 7 I've seen. Why do you think he didn't play? I'm trying to, be a diplomatic here. Why do you think we didn't see him in the last game?
That's a great question. I think we're not a believer in plus minus, but in that last game against Houston, he was a minus 15 in 11 minutes. And so he was pretty bad out there. He didn't make any of his threes. And so, you look at the last 3 games for Sasha that he's actually played, he's only scored a total of 4 points. And so we've talked about Sasha and his value to this team. It's as a scorer. We know he's not the best defender. We know he's not the greatest of rebounds. Sure, he can do those things, to try and help you out. But if his offense isn't going, what else does he give you that other people can't give you, if you know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, you could turn to a Keon Ellis, a Kobe Jones, or a Chris Duarte, or, whoever it may be and those guys can, sure, they may not be able to shoot as well, but they give you something that Sasha's not giving you right now.
Boy, he's shooting the ball really well right now, by the way. Here's a number. We had this earlier. Maybe you saw this. I think this comes from one of the European publications. Yeah. Sasha so far 33 points on 3 dribbles. Yeah, so
that's just hard to believe.
It is. It really is. Unless you go back, like I said, you remember, well, how's he played? And he just so often, just like he's doing right now, catch and let it fly. That was no good. But, yeah, maybe you put it on the floor occasionally. I have to think, remember we talked about the play in the second Houston game where there was a mix-up between he and Herter, and Domas got frustrated. What are we doing?
Yeah.
And so I'm thinking maybe you
can't have those defensive
maybe Sasha didn't. Maybe it was it didn't look like it was his fault. Maybe there was something that he didn't do. And after a game like that, maybe Mike Brown said, all right, you can't do that. So you're not going to play.
Right. But what I'm seeing from Sasha, before that Houston game, we know about the challenges for him defensively, but I at least saw the effort defensively to make plays. And so I know I talked about him not making shots and everything like that. Mike Brown usually isn't going to pull you from not hitting shots. But at least early in the season, Sasha was giving the effort defensively. You saw him trying. I'm not saying he wasn't trying, but the eye test showed me, he had the defensive breakdown that we just talked about when Sabonis said, what are we doing? He's not knocking down shots. He's not, giving you what you want from him defensively. And so I don't think this is a thing that'll last, though. Like, you got to turn back to him at some point, right?
Yeah, you have to. You don't want to bury a guy, right. But then, what determines that? We'll kick that around when we come back. Domas said before the Kings went over Portland that the team has had some tough conversations. So let's see if we can figure out what those tough conversations were about and where the Kings are with all that right now. We'll come right back with that and more from the Golden One Center to Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Looking to snap their 3-game losing streak. The San Francisco 49ers are back in action this Sunday on Sactown Sports.
McCaffrey goes in motion right. Backwards pass led by Juszczyk. A block there. Hurdles a man. 10-5. Touchdown! CMC!
It's the 49ers and Jaguars from Jacksonville.
Sunday morning at 10 on your home of the 49ers, Sactown Sports.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Start planting your garden this weekend with Bonnie 11.8-ounce vegetables. Buy 4 for $10. Plus, liven up your patios and decks with fresh blooms. Select 1.5-gallon hanging baskets or 2 for $20. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. In-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Folsom Lake Ford has trucks. The F-150s are here. Explorers, Expeditions, and a huge selection of Broncos and Bronco Sports. They're in stock now at Folsom Lake Ford. Shop Folsom Lake Ford, your truck headquarters, right here in Sacramento for your favorite Ford models at good, fair prices. Short on cash? Buy any new Ford with 0 down. Save big with low interest finance rates. Plus, Folsom Lake Ford is paying top dollar for all trades. We want your vehicle regardless of mileage or condition. This could be the best time to buy a new Ford. Check out the huge inventory online at folsomlakeford.com or stop by the dealership and see the most recent arrivals. Looking for something special? Give them a call and tell them Doug Christie sent you. Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall, your trusted dealer, my trusted dealer for over 30 years. FolsomLakeFord.com.
0 down with approved credit. Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at PowerCopier.com.
At Harbor Freight, we think you shouldn't have to break the bank to get great tools. Because we know that for some of you, tools are part of the job. And for others, they're just the beginning of making, fixing, restoring, and building. That's why we make high-quality tools that are priced affordably. Because we love being the start of all your working, making, fixing, restoring, and building. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
It's no secret to golf enthusiasts that Timber Creek and Sierra Pines in Roseville are one of the region's most unique and scenic places to enjoy a great game of golf. 27 holes, boundless options. Elevate your game on our newly renovated driving range, putting green, and chipping area. Whether you're aiming for fun, lower scores, or all-around growth, we've got you covered. Experience golfing dreams in Roseville and book your tee time at timbercreekgc.com. Timber Creek and Sierra Pines, your ultimate golf haven.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave asking you, are you feeling the pain of paying more and more for your gas? PG&E has increased their rates 4 times in the last 5 years, and the new forecast says PG&E customers may see their bills increase 32% by 2026. The good thing is there are steps you can take to protect yourself from these rate hikes, and better yet, American Energy may be able to help you completely eliminate your gas bill with a new ultra-high efficiency comfort system. Did you know SMUD offers huge rebates to eliminate your old gas guzzler? They can help you guide through the whole process. Seriously, listen to me. You go to the SMUD website. There's tons of rebates available, but it is confusing on how to do it. Listen to these rebates. $2,500 from American Energy, $3,500 from SMUD, $1,000 from Caltech, $2,000 home system upgrades. That's $9,000 in rebates. Let American Energy help you out at 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
KHTKAM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
Happy Friday, I'm Simone, and these are your Sactown Sports headlines. Your Sacramento Kings open up the NBA in-season tournament tonight from beautiful Golden One Center as they host the Oklahoma City Thunder. Although we know the Kings will spar without De'Aaron Fox and Trey Lyles tonight, you can expect to peep the freshly installed new tournament hardwood deck and the debut of Sacramento's Nike City Edition uniforms. It's going to be a fun night for these young, talented Western Conference counterparts hoping to get the 1-0 group play edge. Of course, for more information on tonight's matchup and for details on the NBA in-season tourney, you can always head to SactownSports.com. Ride with the drive, guys, as we take you right up until game night coverage, jumping off at 5:30 with Scott Marsh and Henry Turner, and tip-off from the G1C at 7.
Should we light the beam?
I'm Simone. Those are your headlines. We got the last 30 minutes of the drive, guys, coming up right now, so you know what time it is. Time to light the beam, baby!
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Yeah, coming to you from the Golden One Center. Thank you, Simone. It was funny because Wednesday we were talking to Kevin Calabro, the outstanding voice of the Trailblazers, so he was on with us during one of Simone's updates, and he appreciated that she called the Blazers feisty. Remember, he said, I like that.
I remember that.
But I don't think he knew what to do when she was going, it's time to light the beam.
I messed it up. It was supposed to be go forth and light the beam. I'm kind of upset back here at the studio, but that's okay. That's okay. It's not time to light the beam. You have to go forth and light the beam. You know.
Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. Another example here of how we have the smartest watchers, viewers, and listeners in radio. King Chico here is talking about the end of the game Wednesday, and I agree with him completely. And he's talking about how off night forced Mays into a fadeaway 3 at the end of regulation. He also says you can thank Billups for not drawing up a play for Ayton, as he had just swished 3 shots in Sabonis' eye after dunking on him. I was wondering, I was thinking, man, if I'm coaching them, I'm going to Ayton here with him on the line.
That's what I thought too. And I said it during the broadcast. I told Katie, watch out for DeAndre Ayton at the free throw line. Like he had made, like Chico just said, 3 straight. He was feasting. He was feeling it. And then they draw it up for, Skylar Mays.
Isolation out there. What? Thank you, Chauncey.
Yes. Oh, man. We'll take it.
Yeah. Interesting comment here on Twitter from Kevin Haley. And he was responding to a picture of the court, which is it's different. I like this one. I don't like a lot of them, but, it certainly gets people to notice. And Kevin said, I've never been a fan of any other color than the black, purple, gray, and white, where the Kings, like a king, royalty wore purple because it was the most expensive color to make. And unless you can at the very edge of the court, there might be a tiny bit of purple. There's no purple.
Is there?
Maybe. At the very edge.
Far edge over there.
I'm not even sure that is purple.
I don't know. Yeah.
It's blue and it's gray, basically.
But some fans are up in arms about this, right? This is a real affront to Sacramento Kings history here, huh?
The Kings have been, it seems like, whether it's intentional or not, they have been kind of gravitating away from a lot of the purple in recent years with their different uniforms.
And I love the purple, though. Like I'm a huge fan of the purple, but we also have to remember where this franchise came from.
Yes.
And so that's what they're doing, especially this year because they're celebrating 100 years of Kings basketball.
Yeah.
And so, and we'll see it on the jerseys tonight with their city edition.
I like those uniforms.
So you like those, but I don't think they have any purple, do they?
No, I like them because they're kind of reminiscent of the old Royals.
Royals, yeah.
But the thing is, no matter whether the uniforms are purple or the court's purple, what color is the freaking beam, huh? What color is the freaking beam, right?
Right. We're not changing it to a blue beam, that's for sure. We're not getting rid of it. Yeah.
They're not. Domas said that before the Portland game, he was talking in the locker room after that win. He said, we had some tough conversations. So where do you think the Kings are with those issues that led them to some tough conversations after the losses in Houston? Are we beyond that now?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, this isn't a Chicago kind of situation after the first game, a players-only meeting and all that. I think this is a jolt, a wake-up call, if you will. And, that it was a close game, but the way they played the other night against Portland, I think it showed them this is how we're supposed to play. This woke them up. Now, if you come out flat again, then you got to have some real conversations. I think what we saw the other day that Domas was referring to, it's come on, guys, we're better than this. We need to, if we want to get to where we want to go, we got to be better. Those are conversations that happen throughout the season among players. Now, if you lose tonight, you come out flat again, you maybe lose against Cleveland. Now you're talking a bigger conversation that goes higher up, that goes to the coaches, to Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox about what changes we need to make to this roster. And so I think the initial thing that Domas is talking about is among the players, like, we're better than this, guys. We can be better.
Yeah, and it wasn't just that they lost those games in Houston, is that they were shell-shocked and weren't very competitive, which they certainly were. That was not the prettiest game on Friday. And, if it hadn't been for the officials, and it was the right call, but if they hadn't, reviewed that Malik Monk foul charge.
Yeah.
And they got it right.
It was the right call.
It was definitely the right call, but things could have been differently. But at least they were competitive in that game, and they played one of those, it's Mike Brown's favorite term, isn't it? Gritty, grimy, and the players really pick up on that. So they, that they're hearing that a lot. That's the way he wants them to play.
It's interesting, though, because when you look at the numbers, they had all those turnovers, but they played the right way, the way you want to play. They have been one of the best teams at not turning it over. We talked about this. And so, if you're Mike Brown and if you're the fan base, you may have to accept the turnovers for the effort and energy and passion that they're playing with.
The weird thing to me was that they've been averaging, I think, 11 a game, basically. Yeah. And I think in the last game, I think Domas had 6 and Monk had 5.
Right there.
11
with two guys. Yeah.
So that's not ideal when they're your primary ball handlers.
Yeah, I agree. But, going against this OKC team, you can't turn the ball over tonight, right? That's going to be a key tonight because this Oklahoma City team, sure, they turn the ball over as well. But, when you look at them offensively, they're so efficient. You don't want to give them extra possessions. They're number 12 in the NBA in fast break points as well. And so, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in the open court off of a steal, virtually unstoppable. So you got to do a better job taking care of the ball tonight.
Yeah, unless they have an off night, unless the Kings can force them into an off night. That's a team that's going to put a lot of pressure on a defense that's having some issues right now. You just don't have a lot of wiggle room. You don't have a lot of margin for error, you would figure, tonight. What we were talking about before we went to break with Sasha, some of the other players that didn't play in the last game, and I know we touched on this, but if you're Mike Brown, you don't want to bury these guys. So at some point, you got to find an opportunity to work them back in, right, for their sake and also for the sake of your roster and your team going forward.
Yes, 100%. And, it may be a situation, too, where if you're Mike Brown, you see how the game goes, and maybe Kessler Edwards, like we saw the other day. Like, I'm looking at the minutes from the other night. Who took Sasha's minutes? To me, it was Kessler Edwards. He played 16 minutes a game the other night. And so maybe you need Kessler Edwards out there. What if you're trailing early? Maybe Sasha is the guy you go to. But to your point, And this is something we talked about with Kevin Herter as well. You don't want to bury a guy. You don't want to lose a guy, especially Sasha. I mean,
Right.
you get spent
No one
so much
benefits from that.
Right, exactly. This is a guy you invested in. You went overseas. You convinced him to come over. You're talking about a EuroLeague MVP. I would argue, sure, Sasha isn't playing well, but I could argue that it's on Mike Brown and that coaching staff to get the best out of Sasha, not necessarily Sasha himself trying to figure it out. Like Mike Brown and the coaching staff, they got to put him in a position to succeed also.
Yeah, and maybe that's part of it with him is figuring out what are the best opportunities for him. When are the best times for him to be in the game? I remember, we talked to Tim Roy a couple weeks ago, years ago, when the Warriors were, they were taking the NBA by storm. It seemed like they always had a great second unit. And I asked Tim Roy, how do they come up with these players? And he said, well, it's the coaches are just great at recognizing the best opportunities for guys. So maybe that's some of the key with Mike Brown. And he doesn't know Sasha yet. He's figuring that out.
Right.
So maybe that's part of this is figuring out the best opportunities for him to play at his best.
Yeah, and I would argue he probably doesn't even know the best other four to have on the floor with Sasha.
Yeah, right. All of that, sure.
And does Sasha benefit from De'Aaron Fox when he comes back? Because Fox draws so much attention. Like now, if you're playing the Sacramento Kings, who are you really double teaming or collapsing on from a guard standpoint when they drive to the basket? I'm not collapsing and off a shooter to try and stop Davion Mitchell in the paint. De'Aaron Fox is one of the top guard finishers in the paint in the entire NBA. And so he'll draw 2 or 3 at some times and opens it up for other people. Right now, the Kings don't have guys that can do that.
We take a quick timeout. When we come back in season tournament, the Kings don't have the luxury of really worrying about that right now as we get ready to tip it off from the Golden One Center to Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Friday night at the Golden One Center, it's the Kings' first ever in-season tournament game.
Sabonis heels at the arc. Now to Keegan Murray on a run by. He shoots for 3. He's got the triple. Keegan Murray from downtown.
The Oklahoma City Thunder are in town to face the Sacramento Kings for Friday Night Hoops.
The quest for the cup begins Friday on your home of the Kings, Sactown Sports.
What's for dinner? Burgers?
After last week, no thanks.
Avoiding foods due to fear of diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools? It may not be just stomach issues. It could be EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency. EPI can cause uncomfortable symptoms because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't release enough digestive enzymes to break down food. But EPI can be managed. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave letting you know Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room and primetime football location is back. Cap Casino giving away $500 per game in high hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game, offering the best food, best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region and conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. Check it out. Capital Casino. And as always, please remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Like the beam for Sacramento Kings. We the beam team, hey. Like the beam for Sacramento Kings. Like the beam.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sactown Sports.
Hey, like the beam for Sacramento Kings. Like the
In-season tournament tipping off tonight, Kyle Draper.
I'm fired up, actually.
Are you?
Yeah. I'm excited to see the uniforms, the jerseys. I'm excited to see OKC play. Josh Giddey, I see him over there warming up right now with the what color is that on the sneakers? That's not orange, is it? I don't know. That's not even pink.
It's like a day glow orange.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you'll be able to see him out here tonight, no doubt about it. Especially on this matte floor, this gray kind of matte finish kind of floor. And so, no, I'm pumped up for tonight.
Mm-hmm. Looks nice. I mean, they got the trophy at center court and the big, well, you'll see, and the Kings Lionhead basketball logo and all the in-season tournament courts, no matter which one you're watching, they have a stripe down the middle from one lane basically all the way down to the other, and that's supposed to represent the pathway,
runway to Vegas.
Runway to Vegas, yeah.
Yep.
The finals eventually will be held. But my opinion, this is all great. It's exciting. So far, I think the league has to be pleased with it. But where the Kings are, they can't really afford to worry about the in-season tournament. I mean, they just got to
win games, right? Yeah, that's what it boils down to for Sacramento. Win games and everything will take care of itself. And, the one thing about the Kings, especially in the Western Conference.
Excuse me. Hey, we're trying to do a broadcast, sir.
What's this, high flyer again coming in? Man, what you got on there? Oh, you got the old throwback Kings. Look at you.
I'm just kidding. That's the look you gave. Henry Turner's here getting ready for game
high
night.
flyer. Hey, man, we on the YouTube chat right here. Show people your swag. What you got on right now? Look at it. You want to jump in or not? Yo, you way down there, though. The third one's way down there. I don't know if you can.
We got one right there, don't we?
Do we have? Yeah, we got one right here. Yeah, sorry about that. Come on in.
The high flyer Henry Turner joining us here on opening night of the in-season tournament at the Golden One Center. Hello, Mr. Henry Turner.
Fellas, what's good? What's good?
Ah, you in a much better mood tonight, man. When we talked the other day, you were fired up after that Houston game. Now you all smiling, got the red and blue on. You feeling good.
Hey, check this out. What a day. I mean, what a difference a win makes.
Wasn't the prettiest win, was it?
You know what? A W is a W, bro.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I don't care if it's by 100 or 1. You get a win. That's what it's all about in this league. So, I mean, tonight's going to be a whole different ball game, though.
Pretty good ball club tonight they're facing.
A very good ball club. And I want to say the talent out there, it's going to be different. The way these guys play is totally different. They got big guards.
Right.
They got big, strong guards. I mean, Shea got to be at least 6'5", 6'6".
6'6", they list him at, yeah.
Yeah. And the unicorn, he's 7 foot, but he plays outside like a guard.
Yeah.
And the one thing that I'm worried about is who's going to be able to stay with that dude out there, the way he handles the ball.
Right. That's the thing. Domas, it's going to be a tough matchup for him, right?
You know what?
He's got to stay out of foul trouble tonight, Henry.
And that's number one. My thing is, I wouldn't be too afraid to put Keegan on him. Because he plays like a guard, and Keegan moves his feet very, very well.
And then have Domas on Jalen Williams. I guess it would be.
Whoever
you don't want him on Giddy. Giddy handles the rock, too.
No. You're going to put him on the least mobile guy that they have.
You know what I love about this team, Henry?
What's that?
We were talking to Michael Cage about it earlier. They are extremely talented, a lot of lottery picks. They're really unselfish. They really share the ball.
Yeah.
Makes them hard to guard, but it's fun to watch.
And see, that's why I say they're a different style of play. They're a young team, and they share the ball quite like Golden State.
Yeah.
They swing the ball around, they pick, they repick, they never stop moving. So when you have 5 players out there on the floor that share the ball and always moving, it's hard to guard those guys.
No, 100%. Let me ask you this, though. What change would you say for the Kings the other night in Portland? Like, what stood out to you, even though it was a tight game, it took overtime, but what stood out to you the other night against Portland?
The aggressiveness of the guys.
Everybody.
Yes, everybody. Sabonis came out aggressive, and that's the Sabonis you're going to need to see until De'Aaron Fox comes back.
Right.
And when D Fox comes back, I still want the guy to have his foot on the accelerator. That just gives us another piece, but how aggressive he came out, how aggressive, Herter came out,
Davion.
Yeah. Keegan's still struggling, but that's okay. The shot's going to fall. It's going to be there, and he's going to look just fine. But the way the guys came out and how aggressive they came out, I liked it.
The thing to me, Henry, that the trick with Keegan is, I think we all agree, he's gonna come around. But they really need him to come back as soon as possible, right? With De'Aaron Fox out, and that's the trick of it. It's like, hey, we know that these things don't always go in linear fashion, but they need him right now to start making shots.
You know what? They need a bunch of people.
Yeah,
not just Keegan.
That's true.
Okay? They need Kevin Herter to be solid. Okay, they need Harrison Barnes to be the Harrison Barnes of opening night, or at least somewhere close to it. All right, but they're going to need some for Sasha off the bench.
Yes,
Mike Brown then went all the way to the well.
Right.
I mean, he didn't went all the way to the bottom.
Yes.
What's the art of working those guys back at some point? Because you don't want to bury them. The guys that didn't play, obviously they're still assets. How do you, as a coach, how do you work them back into things?
At practice time, and coach has been guilty of this. You got to earn your minutes, and I'm a true believer of that. So
it's on them.
Yeah. I'm a true believer. You earn your minutes because you lose guys when you start giving other players things.
Right.
You know, when you start giving two guys their spot back immediately, you're going to lose those three guys that you had depended on that showed up big.
Yeah, 100%. Who would you start tonight at point? Look at
It's gotta got to go back to him, don't you?
You know what? I like what the kid did. I really did. But for me, I understand what this team needs. This team needs a little bit extra from everybody. And I need more so a facilitator. Keon did his thing. He came out and he played his best at point guard. He's not a good point. We know that. We know that.
I think he knows that.
But he did a good job at doing what he had to do. You know, Malik Monk has to be that guy. He is the one that he gets everybody else involved. Davion is going to have to be the fire plug off the bench. I'm sorry. Everybody's role is going to have to shift. All right. Malik, De'Aaron isn't here. You got to step into that De'Aaron role.
Right.
Okay. Malik is in the De'Aaron role. Davion, you have to step into the Malik role.
You know what, Henry? Sorry to cut you off, but I'm coming around on that also. I just always think, you know what? Malik is so good at what he does. You know, he's going to play 30 minutes no matter what, you know, but it was clear the other night. Davion seemed more comfortable coming off the bench than in the starting role.
You know what, KD, and you're hitting the nail right on the head. Everybody can't be that guy.
Yeah.
You know, you just can't throw guys into a situation and say, this is who you have to be. Malik mindset, man, is a little bit different than everybody else on that floor. You know that. And, you know, and I've heard people say, well, Malik is the spark that comes off the bench. I'll tell you what, you might not need a spark when the storm hit if the wood is wet.
But don't you guys think,
you know, if the wood is wet, you don't need a spark. A spark ain't gonna help.
Ain't gonna help you.
Don't you guys think, you know, you could both be right about Monk, but Mike Brown we know he doesn't see it that way, whether you're right or not. And it's not going to happen because that's just not the way coach sees it.
No, hey, you know what? And he knows better than we do. I mean, I just think that as far as getting everybody else involved, he's your number one guy.
Yeah.
Now, I wonder, do we believe that? As far as facilitating and getting other guys easy baskets. And the one thing that Monk can do that Davion struggles with at that starting position is that Malik Monk can get on that high pick and roll. He can get all the way to the basket and score himself.
Corner,
That's what makes him a lot more valuable, because people really have to, you really have to hone that, because if you don't, Malik Monk can go to the rack. He'll dunk on you.
Right.
He'll create the contact. How many free throws did Malik Monk get?
19.
Just by being aggressive.
Yes.
And they had to respect that.
Mm-hmm. How hard is it to do what Alex Len did in the last game? Not let alone play well, but just be ready after not playing.
You know, I salute Alex Len.
Did you ever come off the bench in your NBA career?
Come on, man. You haven't jokes, man.
He got you. Dude, he's been on one all day. Trust me on that.
Hey, here's the deal. I played behind a Hall of Famer. Okay? I had to come off
played,
the bench.
period. Yeah. So,
you know,
yeah.
Hey, I came off the bench for Mitch Richmond. I was Mitch's sub.
Okay.
Okay, so there was no way that I can sit on the bench and have my mouth poked out. No way, no how. I'm playing behind one of the greatest two guards to play this game.
Yes.
I was just blessed to even be there to soak up his knowledge. So, you know, I didn't cry about coming off the bench. But like I said, I salute Alex Len, because he has stayed ready every time he's been in a Kings uniform. You know what? He stay ready, so he ain't got to get ready. So I salute that dude.
Yeah, because some guys just can't.
You know what? It's a bunch of guys that would sulk when they don't see the floor for 2, 3, 4 games in a row, and then when you call their number, they look like, I don't know why they're calling me. I ain't
Right.
You know what?
Oh, now you want me to help you.
Exactly. You know, for him to be that professional, say, hey, wherever you need me, whenever you need me, man, you got to take your hat off to that guy.
How you defending Shea tonight?
Yeah.
Ooh. You got 3 problems on the floor with them. You got to be able to guard Shea.
Yep.
You got to be able to. What's the little curly head kid's name? I keep forgetting.
Who? Giddy. Josh Giddey. Yeah.
Josh Giddey.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you what. Josh Giddey ain't nothing but a long-haired Magic Johnson. That boy sees the floor.
Ooh.
That boy sees the floor, man. I mean, if you get open, he's going to get you the ball, and then you got to deal with the unicorn.
Yes.
I mean, and they're not your typical guys at their position. You know, Josh, the way he handles the ball and the way he sees the floor, he's not really a typical 2.
Yeah.
Or 3.
Right. Luckily, right now, anyway, he can't shoot. I mean, he's not shooting the
Struggling
ball
a little
well
bit
at all.
percentage-wise, yeah.
But what he does is he ain't even trying to shoot. He gets other guys open. And once again, like Ben Simmons, he has that size to where.
Oh, you're right.
He has that size where if he gets close enough to the rim, he can put you in.
Yeah, you're right. Dang, man, you got me all down in the dumps now, bro.
I'm not down in the dumps. I'm just pointing out the problems that
tonight.
we could possibly have because I've watched these guys. I've been very intrigued about their young talent, and they're playing good ball, man.
They are.
And then they got that guy, Cason Wallace. It's like, wait,
Who
they got
did he
another
come
rookie?
from, right? Yeah.
And he's been phenomenal.
Yeah.
I mean,
so it's a tough matchup,
think
tough
about
way
it
to
that,
start the in-season tournament.
Mike Wilkes, he's a coach down there. Me and Mike are real good friends, man.
Okay.
So I always keep up with Mike. Hey, what's going on down there, man? How you guys are doing? And he likes what they see.
All right, Henry, thanks. I know you got
anytime
game night coming up next, big
coming
dog.
up.
Anytime.
And we'll be watching you, Mr. Kyle Draper.
Yes.
Ready for the call
See you at
tonight.
7:00 on NBC Sports California.
Special NBC Sports California opening night of the tournament call from Kyle Draper.
Yes.
And we'll be back with you Monday from the Golden One. For now, get ready for game night. Thanks for being with the Drive Guys. Thanks for listening to Sactown Sports.
Will Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers brass go all the way this season?
Could the Niners win their first Super Bowl since 1995?
Join us throughout the season to hear all the games and all the analysis on Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com.
It's the model year-end sales event at Acura of Stockton. Elevate your driving experience with a vehicle that's built to impress. Lease a new Acura RDX or MDX. Acura of Stockton has a great selection of new Acuras and customer service that will exceed your expectations. Take luxury to a whole new level in a new Acura from Acura of Stockton or AcuraofStockton.com, where precision-crafted performance is at your fingertips.
Guys, your testosterone level can impact your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Book your testosterone level check at Revive Men's Health, Sacramento. They're the local experts with guaranteed treatment for low T and ED. There are no lab fees, and all your tests are included when you start treatment. And many patients find Revive more affordable than their insurance deductibles and copays. Book your testosterone level check today. Call 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Awesome. Hey, babe, can you check the front door? My package is here.
Yeah, on it. Hey, are we still watching our show tonight?
New episode on Prime? You bet. That reminds me, let's hit Whole Foods this afternoon. We need snack supplies.
From package deliveries to entertainment and even fresh groceries, Amazon is in front of thousands of customers every single day. Learn how you can leverage their reach for your business. Text digital to 916-766-5105 now. Make the smart move. Text digital to 916-766-5105.
Good Guys Heating and Cooling has a deal going on right now that you cannot miss. This summer was much shorter and cooler than normal, so that means Good Guys is overstocked and ready to clear out their warehouse. They've got inflation-busting pricing on a brand new heating and air system for just $82.99. No other company is offering a replacement system that low. Call Good Guys now at 530-GOOD-AIR to see if you qualify. That's 530-GOOD-AIR for a no-cost qualification appointment. Best service, best price, guaranteed. And that's no bull. License number 1057618.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
No look, Bibby to Weber down the lane, flying jam. There's your play of the night right there. It's inside is Sabonis. A two-hand rip. A brilliant pass from De'Aaron Fox.
KHTKAM Sacramento. KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports.
Friday night at the Golden One Center, it's the Kings' first ever in-season tournament game.
Sabonis heels at the arc. Now to Keegan Murray on a run by. He shoots for three. He's got the triple. Keegan Murray from downtown.
The Oklahoma City Thunder are in town to face the Sacramento Kings for Friday Night Hoops.
The quest for the cup begins Friday on your home of the Kings, Sactown Sports.
Looking to snap their three-game losing streak, the San Francisco 49ers are back in action this Sunday on Sactown Sports.
McCaffrey goes in motion right. Backwards pass led by Juszczyk. A block there. Hurdles a man. 10, 5, touchdown! CMC!
It's the 49ers and Jaguars from Jacksonville.
Sunday morning at 10 on your home of the 49ers, Sactown Sports. It's time for game night, getting you ready for Sacramento Kings basketball.
He's got the bucket.
Game night is presented by Power Business Technology, your locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Contact them at 844-POWER-BZ or visit them at powercopiers.com. Here's your host, Scott Marsh, alongside the high flyer, Henry Turner.
And welcome into game night. Jason Ross filling in tonight for Scott Marsh. He's traveling. He's with the UC Davis Aggies. They're on the road this weekend. Pocatello, Idaho.
Where?
Pocatello.
Where's that at?
It's in
next to Ucatello?
Yeah, it is. Just south of Nocatello.
There you go.
Serious story there, Henry. Serious. I mean, there's a real serious story. Not at all. I was in Pocatello, Idaho with Sac State football one time, and they're known for their potatoes.
Okay.
Right? And went to a nice steak dinner, and the waitress came out and said, one thing we want to let you guys know, we're out of potatoes.
I know you hit the roof.
And I'm like, it matched one other time I was at a Kentucky Fried Chicken that was out of chicken. He's like, what are we doing here? It's what you guys do. It's in your name.
You know what's so funny, Jason? My youngest daughter, on her birthday, she had just got born with it. We was in the hospital all night. And my youngest was like, Dad, I'm hungry. We went to Kentucky Fried Chicken, and guess what?
Out of chicken.
They was out of chicken.
That's all you wanted
I'm
was
like,
some chicken.
Y'all don't have no chicken? That's
Did
like,
you stay for the slaw or the potatoes, or did you walk?
no, I mean, I walked, man.
Yeah.
That's
The
like
biscuit?
That's like getting ham, no burger. Come on, man. You can't do that.
So, yes, he is in Pocatello, Idaho. I'm here tonight with the high flyer, Henry Turner. Henry is in in-season tournament mode. You ready for this one tonight? First ever. It's unique.
I am. I'm ready for it. You know what? I'm even here for this court. Now, I didn't see some courts.
Ooh, hard on the eyes.
Very hard on the eyes.
Yeah.
I looked at Boston's court, and I was like, ugh. I mean, it looked like split pea soup.
Yeah. And
Our
yes.
court still looks cool. It looks nice.
Yeah, I know you're a fan of the gray anyway. The blue, or is that purple? From up here, it looks more blue.
No, it's blue.
Okay.
It's blue to match the unis.
Yeah, the Kings will wear their kind of a city edition royal jerseys. Look, I am not the person on that. You are more of a uniform guy. You like different uniforms, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, I do.
And I do say, and I'm not saying this just because it's I like the Kings' new uniforms this year. I like the look. I did like the grays last year, though, a lot.
Man, I was on the city editions last year. I was definitely a fan of those. I like the gray for some reason. I mean, maybe my personality is gray, but I like
say that.
I like the gray on the Kings last year. That gray and purple just works.
Yeah. The the 1 year where their city editions were red. And I remember the game, they were red on the road playing the Rockets in baby blue. And I went, okay, this is wrong. Like, if you're like, wait, who's the Rockets and who's the Kings?
If you're a historian.
Right.
If you're a historian, it was just wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? It's kind of hard to see anybody, especially in the the powder baby blues, the one we played in.
Yeah.
It's really hard to see any team in that. 'Cause I'm like, nah, that's Kings, bro.
Yeah.
That's vintage Kings.
And you had your name on the lower part of the jersey, right? Or did you have it upper?
Man, I went through all of those.
Yeah.
Jay. I mean, think about it. I played in the light blues. I played in the white and blues. And I played in the purple and black.
Okay. You had it all. And
I played in all three.
Kings have multiple uniforms. They're going to show off the new court tonight. This is just for the in-season tournament. The games will play 4 times. There's going to be 2 Friday games, 2 Tuesday games, I believe, for the Kings. And 4 other teams are in the pool, including tonight's opponent, the Oklahoma City Thunder. The Kings will also play the Warriors. They will play the Minnesota Timberwolves and the San Antonio Spurs. Those are the 4 teams. And winning the bracket's pretty easy to determine. Whoever has the best record of those teams all crossing over. The wild card team will be a little bit more interesting, Henry, because there's a Division A, B, and C winner.
Right. 4th
team is the wild card. And so I heard Mike Brown in his press conference a little bit ago where they're actually talking about tiebreakers being point differential. So, for example, if tonight's game, we'll just pick a random number. The Kings let's put the Kings ahead. They're up 8 with 25 seconds left. A lot of times the other teams let you go. It's kind of courtesy. I don't know that you're rubbing it in, but you might want one more basket. You might want a 10-point win. You might want an 11-point win. So I don't know if it's going to happen that way, but that could be something to watch.
You know what, Jason? I would say it wouldn't matter early on.
Yeah, maybe in the 3rd or 4th game.
I think, though, when you get down to the teeth of it and you start understanding the parameters of it, teams are going to start being like, hey, we need a couple more points, man.
Yeah,
we got to advance.
Break it. Exactly.
Right.
So I think in the end, look, this is, for lack of a better term, a gimmick by the league, and it's year one of it. It's not for everybody, but I think what the core of it is, Henry, this is a regular season game. The Kings need to win. They want to win. They're coming off a win, and a byproduct of doing well in the in-season tournament is you're racking up regular season wins.
You know what? The overall idea and the preparation is the same.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, this is a regular season game. You know, just the addition, you say, okay, well, it's for the cup. This is a regular game for you. You have to come out and you have to do the exact same thing, prepare the exact same way, because this counts as a regular season game.
Yeah, for sure. And not even until you're eliminated. If you lose a couple of games, you're probably not going to advance. I think the real charm of this, though, before it's even started, really, is the one and done, the advancing stage. The teams that get out, I think there's a charm to it's equivalent to a Game 7, a play-in game to try to advance, the NCAA tournament. There's a lot of charm in that win-or-go-home game. And I think as they get through this initial stage, I think that's where a lot of the fun will happen.
Yeah, because that's where you see a lot of guys going to start paying attention because, like you said, it's new. Nobody knows what's going on. It's like, okay, well, you know, the guys in the locker room have to keep it in their mind. This is a regular season game.
Right.
This is a regular season game.
Yep.
Right now, this game is more important to our season than it does for this cup.
Yeah.
So it's like we got to run out and we got to take care of our season first.
Yeah, and there's a financial windfall, obviously, if you win it for the winning team. There's games in Vegas. You'll be on national TV. There's some perks here, certainly.
Can we get in on that?
I know, exactly. But I've even seen suggestions like by former King Tyrese Halliburton. He said, wouldn't it be great if a playoff seed was kind of guaranteed to the winner? I personally don't like that at all, and here's why. If part of this is being created to create more regular season excitement, Henry, we'll pick the Kings, for example, and they won this thing, and they know they're in the playoffs. Well, I mean, they don't really rest players, but if the Clippers did, let's say they did.
Right.
Oh, yeah, we're going to Harden, you play this week. Durant, Kawhi, you play next week. Like, they could just shut people down because they already know they're in the postseason.
Right.
I don't like that at all.
But you know what?
There should be some other incentive, I guess.
It's kind of a catch-22 because it's like if you are the Clippers and you can rack it up early, wouldn't you go very hard to try to do that?
Oh, for sure. That is a lot of teams.
So so that would ramp it up. But like you said, once you solidified that you are in the playoffs, then you like you say, guys can shut it down.
Yeah, and you could get, here's another, I'm going to use drastic examples, but, there's a lot of excitement around a guy like Victor Wembanyama. They're doing some good things, and he's doing some good things. I don't think people expect them to be a playoff team, but you got to let the season play out. If they somehow won this, and there was a playoff spot granted, and then he got hurt, and they were a 23-win team
in the playoffs,
and they took somebody's spot, I don't think that's a great idea.
Yeah, no. And it was just something that, they throwing around, but I don't think that they're going to pull the trigger on that.
Yeah, and I think the other part about this is, as you said earlier, this is year one. So they'll look at it. They'll find some tweaks. They'll get some player input, coaches input. This also, we got to be honest, I believe, there's a new TV deal coming. This will be another little carrot they could throw out there as far as big money to follow an in-season tournament. So that they're trying. It may stick, it may not.
And then the name of it. They're going to have to get a name to this. And like you said, new TV deal. They might get a new sponsorship just for I'm pretty sure they're not going to call it the in-season tourney next year.
Right.
The cup. What's going to be the name of the cup?
Yeah.
They might sell the naming rights for that.
Yeah.
It's just all a part of keeping the NBA moving forward.
Yeah, and that's it. I think, if you just go back, Henry, to the idea to add the play-in, it's like, okay, really, we're adding teams 9 and 10. What's this even going to do? Well, it did add another level of excitement. People still competing to the end. People not tanking as much. And some of those teams getting hot at the end and then even advancing.
And you know what, Jason? You and I both, we was like, I don't know about this play-in type thing.
Mm-hmm.
But now we kind of, we kind of say, okay, the play-in is cool.
It is.
Because it gives a team a second chance. You know, if you come out and you got your players hurt, you got 2 of your big-time players hurt for a substantial time, usually in the old days, well, it's a wrap. Like I said, you start tanking.
Yeah.
But if those guys come back and you're still looking at a team that's championship or bust, it still gives them that last second surge.
Yeah, for sure. And, others are just trying to find the ultimate prize for a player. So put on your player hat, Henry. The competition is one, right? To maybe be the first to ever win this. There is financial winnings if you win it all, bragging rights, whatever. What would be a needle mover for you if you were a player going, yeah, I want to go all out because I want to win this?
To be the first.
Okay.
Always to be the first, because you go down in history.
Yep.
When you're the first team to win, that's always going to be a trivia question in the NBA.
Yeah.
Who was the first team to do da-da-da-da-da-da? So that would definitely move me. If I'm a guy that's, you can't say light money in the NBA.
Yeah, but that's still significant.
But if you're a guy that's, a little lower on the pay scale, that's significant money.
Yeah, I guess Mike Brown in the pregame was telling a story about what one of the assistants, Robbie Lemons, put up a video to the players today, like what $500,000 could buy, and just picked a couple of different things, and like it was X amount of bottles of like this expensive wine, it was this and this, and it just look, they all are paid very, very well, but
very well.
Nobody is turning down an additional $500,000.
Man, that's $500,000.
My goodness, no matter how much you make.
So you're saying each player is going to make $500,000 if they win. Each player get $500,000.
I believe that's the number, right?
Woo-wee.
So you got incentive.
Hey,
you've
Jay,
got yeah.
Hey, you know what? I might have to get with Coach Brown. Yo, bro, I give you a couple of fouls. A couple of good assists.
Yep.
You ain't got to play me that long, man.
Right.
$500,000 was salary. My
Exactly.
day.
Times they are different, that's for sure. All right, we are going to talk a little bit more about this matchup. Obviously, it's the Kings and the Oklahoma City Thunder. Good young team, playing well right now. They come in with a nice record of 5-3. Kings coming off a win at 3-4. Unfortunately, no Trey Lyles, no De'Aaron Fox again tonight. So Henry and I will talk about that as game night continues. Experience and the Power of Family can help your business office equipment needs today. Contact them at 844-POWER-BZ or go to powercopiers.com. We're back with more game night from Golden One Center right after this.
The Kings are running it back.
Hammers it off the dribble against Gobert, and he was fouled. Oh, my, what a take that time by Domantas Sabonis, and eludes Gobert. That's strong. Two-hand flush off the dribble, thrown down by Trey Lyles.
And welcoming some new faces.
Yes. Toby Jones with 2 more.
Now they go to Duarte in the corner for 3, and he rains it down.
Keep it locked on Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com for the latest Kings news.
Hi, this is Henry Turner, a.k.a. the High Flyer. I've done a lot of amazing things on the basketball floor, but now it's your turn to be amazing. For more than 55 years, Big Brothers and Big Sisters of Sacramento has helped out the youth beat many odds. Too many littles, especially boys, are still waiting for volunteers, Big Brothers. Volunteers to spend at least 4 to 6 hours a month with local youth who needs guidance and support. So donate your time to Big Brothers and Big Sisters of the greater Sacramento area. Get involved. It's easy as a layup. Call 916-646-9300.
For today's show and tell, I present my phone. It's made with glass and various metals I can't pronounce. It's powered by Xfinity Mobile, so my family saves big. Take a handout.
Colin, what are these?
I'm quizzing the class on the material.
Switch to Xfinity Mobile and save hundreds a year with the best price for 2 lines of unlimited. Just $30 a line a month. Visit XfinityMobile.com to learn more. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Unlimited intro service and Xfinity Internet required. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage. Data thresholds may vary.
What's going on? We're talking to Chad Hoblet, as always, of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. Chad, what's happening at Hoblet this month?
The Black Friday sales event is here, so you can save up to $14,500 off MSRP when you lease a new 2023 Jeep Grand Cherokee Limited 4xe. That's one of America's favorite SUVs to get your family where they need to go. And you can save thousands in gas over the life of the vehicle.
Okay, but what about that Jeep Wrangler that everybody loves?
Big savings there, too. Right now, save up to $13,000 off MSRP when you lease a new 2024 Jeep Wrangler Sport S 4xe. And yes, I did say the all-new 2024, Dave. I see the surprise on your face.
There you go. Better hurry in. Save thousands on your next Jeep. And they have 100 4xEs in stock as well. Stop by Hoblet Dodge for a test drive today or search, select, and save at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices. Unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
14,500 total net savings after 11,500 factory rebates and 3,000 dealer discount. 13,000 total net savings after 10,000 factory rebates and 3,000 dealer discount. Rebates include 7,500 federal tax credit rebate. Subject to change without notice. Lease option subject to credit approval. Not everyone qualified. 5 each net savings. See dealer for details.
At aimyourdigital.com, we'll help you target the right audience, build your leads, and crush your quota. Take your business to the next level. Our digital marketing strategies help grow awareness of your product or service, all while building trust in your business. Our approach involves leveraging multiple tools and strategies to deliver exceptional results that are customized to your unique business needs. Don't wait to run out of sales leads. Keep your business growing. Get started with aimyourdigital.com today.
Kevin Lewis with National Garage Door, reminding you that in Sacramento, National Garage Door is the king of garage doors. We service, sell, and install garage doors and openers. Call us today for your basketball special. A new 16x7 Rainer garage door with insulation and a belt drive opener for only $24.49 installed. Give us a call today, 916-638-4554.
638-4554 National Garage Door.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sactown Sports.
Game night rolling right along here on a Friday evening. Jason Ross in tonight on game night for Scott Marsh, the high flyer Henry Turner. He's always here. He's ready to roll tonight. Court is out, the brand new in-season tournament court. Every team has kind of a unique look. Teams will have different jerseys. The Oklahoma City Thunder in the building. Henry, let's start with the Kings. We were happy. We said any means possible to get a win the other night against Portland. Wasn't a thing of beauty, but it was a win. Kind of a grind. They were gritty at the end, though, when they needed. That game got a little shaky at the end. They were close to losing that one.
Yeah, it did. It got real gritty, and the Kings have come out of here with two gritty wins.
Mm-hmm.
They got that one, and then they got the one against the Lakers, which was almost the exact same thing, to where they had to really dig deep. And the guy who come up big, same guy, Malik Monk.
Yeah.
Malik Monk came up big against the Lakers in overtime. Came up big the other night. I mean, that guy right there, man, is really, really helping this team out big time.
He's been so good for this team, really. Last year, this year, they need him. They certainly need him now without De'Aaron Fox, who yet again will not play tonight. We know that Trey Lyles will not. Mike Brown said he will start the exact same group. So Keon Ellis was a surprise start the other day, Henry. He's going to get the nod again today.
Wow.
They won,
hey,
right?
Hey, I'm with that, Jason. If it isn't broke, don't fix it. It seems like right now he found something in him. And, all of his guys responded coming off the bench. They really answered the bell. So, you know what? Rerun it. Spin the block.
Yeah, it makes some sense. So Keon Ellis, Kevin Huerter, Keegan Murray, Harrison Barnes, DeMontis Sabonis. So, Henry, I think they've been the first game without Fox, I think, was the most encouraging. Obviously, the way they played against the Warriors, had their chance to win, lost a tough one.
Right.
The two in Houston were hard to watch. There's no other way to say it. And the other night wasn't clean, but a win. So another opportunity. I don't know if they're getting more comfortable. I don't think they've really shown that. But you have to play without your guys sometimes. And this is another night, unfortunately, without their main guy.
Is it going to ever be a point where we just throw away those two Houston games?
I'm ready to.
Hey, I know they still stick and they're still relevant. But I will say this. With this Sacramento Kings team, it should be a mantra of by any means necessary. However we can get the job done. You really have to tread water until you get two of your main 8 guys back.
Yeah.
And both of those guys are big parts of what this team does. I mean, I know we lean heavy on, De'Aaron Fox. I'm sorry. Trey Lyles is a big part of what they do.
Yeah.
And they're missing him big time.
For sure. The other thing about the other game, we made a lot about Keon Ellis starting, but two guys we've seen play in every game before that was JaVale McGee and Sasha Vezenkov. Neither one played last game. Coach opted to go to Alex Len and Kessler Edwards. So I don't know if he'll repeat that again tonight, but he basically, Henry, stuck by his statement. I like the way these guys played at the end of that Rockets game, which was so miserable. So I'm rewarding him, and he did the last game.
You know what, Jason? If you're going to stick with that starting 5, you got to stick with the whole thing.
Yeah.
If JaVale McGee and Sasha didn't get no playing time, you still got to look at Alex Lynn and Kessler Edwards.
Yeah.
Those were the guys that got the job done. You stay with it.
All right, so now we're, 7 games in. Kings are 3-4. Certainly not the largest of sample size, but we're getting a little farther into the season here, Henry, where Keegan Murray, Kevin Huerter, and really Malik Monk, you can throw Sasha in there. Your 4 best shooters, I would say, are not shooting the ball well. Now, this is below the norm. What do you see? Anything wrong with what they're doing out there as far as their shots not falling?
Not at all. I mean, come on, Jay. They've missed wide open shots. And it's
form.
Yeah, it's nothing wrong with how they're shooting the basketball. It's just that the shots aren't falling. The one thing for the Sacramento Kings is what really has you shaking your head, because you look at it and say, wow, all of these guys are shooting bad at the exact same time. Usually, you only have one or two, but it seems like all of those guys, and you can sprinkle in Harrison Barnes too, when he decides he wants to shoot. He hasn't really been stroking the ball
Since
the way
that first game.
The way he usually can also. So you got a bunch of guys that offensively not clicking.
Yeah, and we don't know what the answer is or why that is. Last year they were so good as an offensive unit, but we do have to remind everybody about this time last year is when the Kings really started to flip the script. I mean, the Kings started, as rough at times this year is at 3-4. They were 2-5 at this point last year, so they're technically a game ahead of pace of that. I think they made it to about 3-6, if I'm not mistaken, then ripped off 7 consecutive games and then started to really get their season going. So we know this, Henry, the league can switch quickly, positively or negatively on how you're playing.
Right. And Jay, and the main thing about the whole NBA season is your health.
Yep.
Is your health.
100%.
The Kings were big time healthy last year. They really didn't go through no adversity. So for De'Aaron to go down early, this is a part of NBA life. I'm pretty sure a lot of NBA teams were like, hey, that was us last year.
Mm-hmm.
It's
welcome
just
to the club.
Exactly. It's just a part of it.
And I think some people in the Kings camp have said, hey, look, if this were a playoff game, yeah, maybe De'Aaron plays. But, Henry, they're talking big picture here. There's still 75 games to go, and it's not worth risking a game tonight.
It's only 7 games.
Yeah.
Come on, no way, no how do you risk it? I don't care if he's 98, 98% ready to go.
Get him right
until he's 100. Let that man get right.
Yeah,
because it's going to be more important games than what we're playing right now.
For sure. The Kings also have an open weekend after tonight. They don't play until Monday back here against the Cavs. So a couple more days, who knows? We know he worked out a little bit starting in Houston. So he's getting closer. That's the bottom line, but will not play tonight. So more adjustments. And going back to the last game, Henry, that tweak of starting Keon Ellis, the starter he took out was Davion Mitchell. And I think what was so great about that, Keon played fine, but that was the best game Davion played this season.
I always say this, Jason. Sometimes you can't make a player be that guy. That's just not who they are. Maybe Davion feels a lot more comfortable coming off the bench. He's with that bench squad. That's who he practices with. His timing is on with those guys. It's a lot of things that go into coming off the bench and being ready and understanding what you need to do.
Yeah, and then tonight, you're going to need more from Sabonis. I thought he had a good game the other night, certainly for the Kings. And that's sometimes what you need to do. We mentioned Sabonis, Barnes, your veterans. If you're struggling, you got to count on those guys. And really on Sabonis, he is a proven all-star. If you're struggling, your all-star's got to get you going.
Sabonis has to be that aggressive guy. There's no way around it. He's going to always, and I'll tell you what, even when De'Aaron Fox comes back, Jason, I want to see an aggressive Sabonis with his foot still on the accelerator. That gives this team another option. So that's what he needs to be for this team.
All right, so we spent some time on the Kings offense. It's still struggling, certainly not shooting the open three very well. Defensively, we know it's an area they're trying to work on. It wasn't great last year, got better in the playoffs. It's only 7 games. What do you think of the Kings' defense to this point?
I think they're trying. I definitely think they're trying. Is everything hunky-dory on the defensive end? No, it's not, because we wouldn't be talking about 3 and 4. If they were that much locked in on the defensive end, they would still have a couple more wins, because sometimes your defense pulls out a win for you.
Yeah.
But they're better than they were last year. I think it's still going to be a work in progress, but they're a couple of steps ahead.
Yeah, and the other thing, we look at De'Aaron and think of him so much offensively, Henry, but I think that's a guy that's picked up his level defensively, and he certainly would help if he was out there.
He's a tone setter, Jay, and that's what the team needs. Like you said, defensively, he picked his game up, and 9 times out of 10, usually when guys see him out there doing his thing, they follow suit. So when you talk about he's not there, offensively, you're missing big time. No fourth quarter Fox, but defensively setting the tone for this young basketball team. you also miss him in that particular part also.
Yeah, and then you brought him up, but Lyles is a big deal. I don't think he should be minimized by any means.
Yes.
And, they're throwing in McGee, they're throwing in Alex Len, they're throwing in other bigs. I think they might go right back to him at the 5 if all things are right and see what he can do.
Man, you talk about if it isn't broke, don't fix it. Lyles at the 5 worked last year.
It did.
I mean, even in some games, Sabonis will play well, but when we still elected to bring Lyles in and play the 5, it worked. So, yes, he's a big deal. He's a big part of what's going on.
All right, so tonight it's the first in-season tournament game for the Kings. They play the Oklahoma City Thunder. When we come back, we'll talk more about OKC. A lot of expectations for them this year, what they've got, all this young potential, and the future is incredibly bright with draft picks all over the place. As we go to break, I want to tell you more than 100 youth from our community need a mentor, and you can help. As Big Brothers and Big Sisters one-to-one mentoring program matches adult volunteers and children based on personal interests, life experiences, and geographic proximity. The program serves children ages 7 through 18 who are being raised right now by single parents, grandparents, and or foster parents in Sacramento, Yolo, and South Placer counties. Call 916-646-9300 or visit bbbs-sac.org to learn about being a volunteer mentor. For just a few hours a month, you can impact the life of a child. Stand with us. Become a big brother or big sister. All right, Henry and I will take a break here on game night. We'll take a closer look at the Thunder when we come back here on Sactown Sports.
The Sacramento Kings play here.
He's got the triple. Sacramento takes the lead. Outstanding ball movement by Sacramento.
Every triple, every jam, every Kings win.
Sabonis with the jam over the Joker. He's got the three-point shot.
Get your Kings fix all season long.
Right here on your home of the Sacramento Kings.
Here's a steal by Fox. The breakaway. He's got the rip with the left hand.
Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm Mark Finan in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Skies will stay partly cloudy tonight with overnight lows in the mid-40s. Beautiful day on Saturday. Sun, a few clouds, light winds with highs around 70. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Winter's coming, so let's kick off the cold season right and get your heater all tuned up. Now just $79. No matter how cold it gets outside, you'll always be warm and toasty inside. Plumbing, sewer, electrical, heating, and air, Bonnie.com.
Gobble, gobble, folks. It's that time of year again when the leaves fall, and so do the prices at Elk Grove Kia. We're bringing you Thanksgiving early with deals that'll make your wallet say thanks. This fall, our lot is stuffed with the latest Kia models, and we've carved out incredible savings. Get your hands on a brand new Kia with Elk Grove Kia's award-winning reliability and service you can trust, unlike your Auntie's dodgy broccoli casserole. Don't wait until the turkey's on the table. Come to Elk Grove Kia and feast on the best deals this fall. And don't worry if you have challenged credit. Our finance team has over 100 years of experience. They may or may not have even helped a pilgrim or two get qualified. So hurry on down to Elk Grove Kia, where the prices are falling faster than Uncle Bob falls asleep in front of the football game at Thanksgiving. It's the Thanksgiving sale going on now at Elk Grove Kia, located in the Elk Grove Auto Mall. Or check us out online at elkgrovekia.com. Elk Grove Kia, where the only thing bigger than our savings is our gratitude for our amazing customers.
Elk Grove Kia.
Guys, your testosterone level can impact your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Book your testosterone level check at Revive Men's Health, Sacramento. They're the local experts with guaranteed treatment for low T and ED. There are no lab fees, and all your tests are included when you start treatment. And many patients find Revive more affordable than their insurance deductibles and copays. Book your testosterone level check today. Call 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
No look, Bibby to Weber, down the lane, flying jam. There's your play of the night right there. It's inside is Sabonis, a two-hand rip, a brilliant pass from De'Aaron Fox.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sactown Sports.
Back here at Golden One Center. Jason Ross in tonight on game night. For Scott Marsh, the high flyer Henry Turner is here. And we've got Kings Live pregame coming up at 6:30. And, of course, the G-Man on the call tonight. Always love having a Friday night in this building. This building, by the way, still awesome. Just incredible, Henry. I'm so glad we have this facility. I loved Arco, loved what it was, loved what it had. You played there, what it represented. But this is, I mean, we've been in here 1,000 times now, but this is a spectacular building.
Oh, no doubt, man. I mean, state of the art. We love this joint. You know, like you said, I played at Arco, so you know it's got a special place in my heart. But to be in here, man, and the way it's built and the way it's constructed right here downtown, you know, back before they built the place, we really couldn't see how this was going to work.
Yeah.
Everybody was like, well, how is it going to work at K Street Mall? You know, it's not going to be.
Yeah, I can't picture it.
The way they did it, man, and, you know, that's why they make the big bucks, the way they made this happen, and the way they connected everything down low into the hotel next door, into Macy's, and you know, all the Doco. I mean, it can't get any better.
Yeah, I got someone coming to the game tonight, and they asked where to go. And I was saying a couple of different recommendations, and they were in town. I said, you know, right here, right across the way, Echo and Rig Steakhouse. Like, oh, yeah, we're going to make it a night. Go there, come to the game. I mean, you have so many options. You can eat in here, but you can go all the new sports bar there. This is really an amazing place.
We didn't have that before. It was, okay, Arco, Natomas, and Del Paso.
Yes.
You know, that definitely was it. So, you know, the way they did this, they definitely did it right.
That's awesome. Yeah. So tonight, though, it is the Kings and the Oklahoma City Thunder. Let's talk a little bit about the Thunder, Henry. They're off to a good start. They're 5-3. Last year they had to go. They had a good season, but they had a tough news early on when their, you know, number 2 pick overall, Chet Holmgren, got hurt, missed the entire season. So he is here now playing with them, and along with Josh Giddey, SGA, Lou Gens-Dortz, Jalen Williams. Their starting 5, Henry, is as good as any in the league.
They have a lot of talent on that team, Jason. Mm-hmm. I mean, when you talk about OKC, you can't look down on this basketball team. You know, they have a legitimate all-star, okay? And then they got a legitimate Mr. Nasty on their team. They got exactly what we've been asking for, a guy that, you know, that plays with heart and soul and leaves it out there on the floor. And I like Josh Giddey. I love the way he plays.
Talented.
Man, I mean, I'm like, he reminds me of Magic Johnson a lot. And matter of fact, I got one even better, Pistol Pete Maverick.
Gotcha.
The way he sees the floor, man, is just second to none. And then this guy, Chet. Chet reminds me, I mean, we look at when Porzingis came to the league, he was a unicorn, right? You know, we had never seen a big man do the things that he does at his size. And when you look at Webby, what Webby does, this dude is just as talented.
Absolutely.
And just equally as long.
Yeah. I mean, to have 2 guys like that come into the league basically at the same time, when there was about 5 years ago, Henry, maybe 7, 8 years ago, we're talking about the center position's gone. It's dead. Like, what are we doing? Well, now you've got the best player maybe in the league in Jokic, if not the best. You've got Embiid, who won the MVP last year.
Right.
Sabonis is a terrific big man. We saw Sengun the other night. Here's Porzingis still playing the center position in Boston, but now you got Wembanyama and Chet Holmgren. It's and guys that, you know, shoot threes and handle the ball. This is crazy.
Yeah, it's like a hybrid center.
Yeah.
You know, they have the center height and length, but they got a guard game.
Right.
I mean, and you really could put Jokic in there too. I mean, Jokic is a legitimate big man because he has the girth and he has a low post game, but he can knock down threes, and they run the offense through him. He can pass the basketball. So, you know, having a hybrid center nowadays is exactly what all these teams are doing.
Yeah, and watching them a little bit this year, they're really good. I mean, their losses have been to good teams. They got a couple of nice wins, too, so their win resume is solid. I think where they're lacking at the moment is maybe bench depth. But, again, that starting five is really good, and as long as they stay healthy, I can't see why they won't be in the mix all year.
You know, the bench depth is a problem, but I think, you know, once again, they're still a young team.
Yep.
And, you know, having guys that have been there, done that is very important when you talk about trying to make that long haul, you know, trying to do something extra. I still think this team probably might be 1 year away from a legitimate playoff spot.
Mm-hmm. Well, and you think about their future, too. They've got basically every first and second round pick for like the next 5 years. It's crazy the haul that they have coming their way.
The ceiling is very high for this team. You talk about what they have now. You talk about the assets that they have in the vault. They could easily, Jason, move some of them assets and go out and try to find them another big-time player.
And we were talking during one of our breaks for an organization that, you know, they've done some winning for sure. It's not like they've been a joke by any means. They haven't won a title since they've gone to OKC. But the star power they've had.
Woo!
Obviously, Durant went there in the move. Westbrook was drafted there.
Yep.
James Harden was drafted there. So, I mean, later when you're thinking about 3 Hall of Famers, wait, they were all on the same team? Yeah. They've had Paul George.
Right.
They've had Sabonis. They've had Oladipo. They've had Carmelo Anthony.
Mm-hmm.
My goodness. And the list, I mean, now Chet. They've had SGA.
Serge Ibaka, Steven Adams.
Yeah, Chris Paul. Like, it's amazing the amount of players that are either future Hall of Famers, All-Stars, or just high-level elite talent that have come through OKC.
Right. And did we leave off Carmelo Anthony?
I can't even remember if I mentioned him. My goodness.
I mean, yes. The amount of talent that came through that organization is extraordinary.
Yeah, for sure. And they've got, it's a little bit like here. They love their Oklahoma City Thunder in OKC for sure. And again, it's part of that crowded West. Things can change quickly. The team the Kings just played recently, Houston Rockets, started 0-3, and everyone's like, they're not going to be very good. Well, now they've won 5 in a row. I mean, and they've been blowing teams out. They look like a completely different squad.
And they've created momentum.
Yeah.
Guys on that team really believe in themselves now. So, yeah, Houston, whatever happened, somebody didn't create a monster.
Yeah, for sure. So you talked about a legitimate all-star. He's been that, maybe even a top 10 player on some charts. SGA, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, is really an incredible player. He does get notoriety, but probably deserves more.
He does. And you know what? Honestly, I think he would get a lot more notoriety if it wasn't for that guy down there in Memphis. Their games are a lot alike. Ja's just a little bit more explosive, but SGA is right there.
Yeah, he's coming off a 43-point game the other night in probably their best win when they beat Cleveland. So, if experience was missing, they've played some games together over the last couple of years, certainly as a group, or last year over as a group. Their coach has been around a little bit. I think they're getting their identity and filling out roles. So we're in the phase, Henry, of watching this team grow in front of our eyes.
Right. Kind of like watching our own team.
Yeah.
They're putting pieces together. They're getting some good play out there. And now all it's going to take is a couple of more pieces. They're going to be right where they need to be.
Yeah, and I think their trick will be, they're developing these players like Giddey, like Holmgren, like Dort. Do you move any of them as a piece with some of those draft picks to get an already proven young all-star, or ride with this group and find other role play? They've got different paths they can choose.
Yeah, I think right now, Jason, you ride with this young group, man, because, they're definitely playing good basketball. And for what they have, you can bring probably one proven all-star to them, and they're right where they need to be.
Mm-hmm. So tonight, one of the matchups I'm sure we're going to watch is, I don't know if they'll exactly match up, but I think they might, Holmgren and Sabonis. There's some advantages for each side on that.
Yeah. The one advantage for Sabonis that I will give him is the aggressive factor.
Yeah, the bully ball.
Yeah, the bully ball, the size down low. I think, with those two, because their games are so different, Chet's a 7-foot guard. I mean, look at what he's doing right now.
No, he's running off screen.
He's coming off a high pick and roll screens, raising up at the free throw line.
Yeah.
That's not Sabonis' game.
Right.
The one thing that scares me is that whoever gets the other in foul trouble first is going to be the one.
Yeah. And we've seen Sabonis play bully ball on anybody, but Henry, the difference is he might create some space, but you've got to create more space. Look at the length of Holmgren.
You know, if it's one Achilles heel to Sabonis' game, it's him playing against long guys.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the physical side of it, I match him up with anybody.
Yeah.
You know, he gives up his body as well as anybody in the league. But when it comes down time to where guys can recover and get right back, this dude is long and he gets it done.
Yeah, as far as matching up with a guy like SGA, I don't know if that's Keon Ellis in the starting lineup. There, it's not going to be Herter. I don't think it's got to be probably Keon getting that initial start.
Yeah, because I don't think Herter wants to see SGA. And then another thing too is that Herter's going to be in a particular spot because he's got to deal with Dort.
Yeah, either Dort or and then Giddey maybe as Barnes or Murray.
Yeah, he got to deal with Dort.
Yeah,
and we know Dort is a bull.
Yes,
he plays hard-nosed basketball. So if he sees Kevin Herter on him, it might be one of those things where he's like, ISO, let's go.
Right. This would be fun. I think this is another good test for the Kings. Look, Portland was a little bit undermanned. Kings found a way to get a W. This is up another level for the Kings. They got to be on their game tonight.
Oh, no doubt. They definitely have to be ready, come out playing good basketball. Sabonis, he's going to have to come out and lead this team again. We're going to need that aggressiveness from him from the jump.
Yeah, for sure. All right, we will take another break here on Game Night. I want to tell you we're brought to you by National Garage Door. Call today for your basketball special. That's at 916-638-4554. All right, we will take our final break here of Game Night. When we come back, talk a little bit more about what's going on in the NBA, more about tonight's game. And again, Henry and I are back at the bottom of the hour with the G-Man for Kings Live pregame. And tonight it's Kings and the Thunder. It's all coming up here on Sactown Sports.
It's the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa. Thursdays at 6 p.m. and Saturdays at 8 a.m. on Sactown Sports. Get the latest on equipment, area courses, people who play the great game, and plenty of good conversations about golf. Golf to Go. Thursdays at 6 p.m. and Saturdays at 8 a.m. on Sactown Sports. Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Naturewood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality.
It's that time of year. The kids are back in school, and it won't be long before they're bringing home more than just homework. Colds, flu, and viruses are making their rounds, along with miserable seasonal allergies. I'm Martin Hoke, and I invented Navage, the nose cleaner with powered suction. Navage pulls saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out the other nostril, flushing out allergens, mucus, and germs. Navage helps provide natural, immediate relief. Listen to the words of Michelle, a verified Navage user. I've had problems for as long as I can remember and finally found this wonderful product. What a difference it has made. I am so excited about this. I tell everyone, thank you, unquote. This cold and flu season, join nearly 4 million people and experience how Navage can help you breathe better, snore less, and feel healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, and Navage.com. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
Over the last 5 years, there's been a 25% increase in reported hate crimes. A hate crime not only harms the victim, but strikes fear into their entire community. Our community. The FBI is committed to combating hate crime and seeking justice. We're here to help. If you have been a victim or witness to a hate crime, dial 1-800-CALL-FBI. or submit a tip at tips.fbi.gov. Protecting our communities together. Dial 1-800-CALL-FBI to report hate crimes. Sponsored by the FBI. Aired by California Broadcasters.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729. Or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave letting you know Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room and primetime football location is back. Cap Casino giving away $500 per game in high hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game, offering the best food, best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region and conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. Check it out, Capital Casino. And as always, please remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Final segment of game night. Jason Ross in for Scott Marsh. The high flyer Henry Turner is here. We're brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. Check out their full line of luxury vehicles at mbfstockton.com. So we're closing in on the pregame show. Henry, you're going to have to bounce downstairs. I got you working down there tonight. What are you doing on the big screen?
Yeah, we're going to be talking about the rules and stuff for the tournament, how it goes, and what's going to happen in the road and everything. Talk about the floor and the jerseys.
You have a flow chart of all the rules they got for this thing? Actually, it's not that complicated.
Nah, it's not. Scott Mogel's going to roll through all the rules and everything that's going on.
Gotcha. You just tell everybody how good the uniforms look.
Exactly. How good this floor looks.
Yes.
I like the floor.
Yeah, I do too. So tonight it's the Kings and the Oklahoma City Thunder in their first matchup of the year. It's obviously, as we said, an in-season tournament cup game, in-season tournament game, I should say. So that's coming up here. Let's go over a few scores from around the NBA and check in on a few teams going on around the league. Henry, so far, it's been just a couple of games for James Harden as a member of the Los Angeles Clippers, and it's probably not fully fair to grade them, but 0-2 so far. How do you think overall, though, that experiment will go?
I don't know, Jason. I mean, I think that's one of those things to where it can go very, very well or it can go downhill quick. I still haven't bought in on the Russell Westbrook thing.
Mm-hmm.
And now all of a sudden they bring another guy in and James Harden. And isn't that crazy? We're talking about Russell Westbrook and James Harden. It might not work.
I know.
I mean,
with Paul George and Kawhi Leonard.
You got 4 Hall of Famers right there.
Yeah.
And we're talking about, well, it might not work. That's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, right now they are playing, and it is a 39-33 Dallas. Still early in that game, but just the 4 future Hall of Famers. James Harden is 3 for 3 with 14 points. Westbrook 0 for 2, 2 points. Kawhi Leonard 5 of 7, 12 points. Paul George 0 for 4, scoreless. So, I mean, I don't know that you're ever going to have all 4 clicking. You might have some games like that, but it's nice to have 4 that, hey, they hope 3 of the 4 are on their game.
No doubt. I mean, when you have 4 guys of that magnitude, think about it. Each and every last one of those guys could take over and win a ball game by themselves. So you got 4 of those guys at your disposal.
Yeah, pretty nice to have. A game tonight that it's still early in the season, but the Jazz and Grizzlies are playing in Memphis. A little surprised that both teams are combined 3-14. Jazz are 2-7. Grizzlies 1-7. And Memphis at home, Henry, down by 13 to Utah. And we knew it would be tough without Ja, but I think it's Ja, it's Steven Adams,
and Brandon Clark.
It's the totality of all that's really tough.
Right. It's some stuff that, you really just not going to be able to come back from. We're talking about 2 of their starters, and then the main guy who comes out and is your breadwinner around the rim.
Yeah. Mentioned earlier about Houston and how they were 0-3. Obviously, they've been steamrolling the last 3 opponents, 2 of them against the Kings, 1 against the Lakers. Right now, Houston at home at the half, they lead the Pelicans 54-48. So Ime Udoka, that group, they're finding some sort of rhythm.
Somebody then woke up a monster, and I will give Ime all the credit, man, because I think it's what he has going. The guys has bought in, and he's got those guys playing at a very high level.
Another game going on right now. Boston leading the Nets 88-77. I think Boston's really good, especially that top part, maybe their first 6. That one, though, we were watching earlier, that was a court you did not prefer. You did not like that, though.
Oh, no. I mean, Boston's court looked like lima bean soup. It was just too much green.
Too much green for you.
Oh, man, too much green.
I mean, that was the Bulls had the just all red, and it was like, man, it was a lot.
Yes.
It was a lot. This one's a little subdued with the gray and then the blue down the middle. But, yeah, there's kind of a universal theme on these, but some of those colors are really loud.
I mean, they stand out.
Yeah.
I was just looking at New Orleans court, too. I'm like, ooh. New Orleans court is right there. They got the gray, too, but they got that green that just really it's just striking.
Philadelphia 106, Detroit 90. Sixers off to a 6-1 start. And, they move on from James Harden. If that was a distraction, not sure. But, Philly hasn't been able to break through in the last couple of years. They're really talented. But new coach, maybe we'll see if this is a difference for them.
Jason, you have a new coach and you remove part of the cancer. The The body is feeling good right now.
Yeah. Freedom.
Exactly. Let's get it.
One other game going on right now as we speak. It's the Timberwolves 56. Right now 54. The score for the San Antonio Spurs, and a lot of people checking out what is going on with Victor Wembanyama every night. And Victor, he's just a treat to watch because his future looks so bright too.
Yeah, like once again, another 7-foot unicorn, and a guy that can do, play the way he plays with his size. That's the crazy part, Jason. I mean, to see 7-footers in the NBA isn't a real big thing, right? But to see 7-footers play the way that they play is something special.
Yeah, he's got 11 points, 3 boards, 2 assists. Chet and Victor, those matchups are going to be fun. That's something like, if that becomes a rivalry amongst those two, that'll be fun to watch.
It would be. I'm buying a ticket.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to see it. I want to see who wins.
I know you're going to have to head down here in just a moment, so just want to get maybe some final thoughts, and I know we'll have you back in the pregame in a few minutes, but some keys, your thoughts to today for the Kings.
Okay. Defense is going to be at a premium. They got guys who can score. They got guys who play one-on-one very well. They got drive and kick guys, so the three-point line is going to be the big part. But the major thing for me, Jason, is that I want to see the Kings, a.k.a. starting with Sabonis, come out being very aggressive. We need that.
Yeah.
Sabonis is going to have to lead the charge. We talk about being the tone setter for this team.
All right, we'll see what he's able to do. Henry, have some fun down there. I know you'll be back with us soon.
I'll be back.
All right, that's the high flyer, Henry Turner. We got a few minutes left here of game night. Of course, Henry will be back with us, a G-Man as well. But tonight, it is the Kings and the Oklahoma City Thunder in the first ever in-season tournament game, at least for the Kings. They'll play 4 of them. These games occur on Friday nights in the league, Tuesday nights. The odd part, too, this is, maybe getting too far down a rabbit hole, but if you look closely at an NBA schedule, there's 80 games scheduled for teams, 40 home, 40 road. If it doesn't go well for the Kings or other teams, there's still 2 games that have to be made up in that kind of tournament week. I just envy the schedule makers, how they have to slot that. How about booking hotels and flights? You're going to play 1 at home, 1 on the road, and figuring out where you're going, who you're playing. None of these are all exactly identified, but there's some moving charts and possibilities. So the league's taken on a pretty big endeavor. They know that, but they're all in on it. And whether you like it or not, they get behind it. I do say this, they do a great job of promoting it, letting you know what it's about. And now it's going to be up to the players. If the players buy in, that's probably the biggest key, because you need competition. There will be a team that will win the first ever in-season tournament cup in Vegas. And will it become a thing? I don't know. It's year 1. You don't know how these things grow, how they become part of our everyday routines. And like we said earlier with Henry, the early thought on the play-in, I was skeptical. I thought the play-in tournament, adding a 9th and 10th, I don't get it. What's the point? And then I'm all in on it. I think it's good. It's a nice addition. I think the subplot of that I don't know if they knew would happen, one of the areas of benefit, I will say, is a couple of years ago. Let's use the Kings as an example. When they were a team trying to get into that 9-10 range, they made the trade to get Domantas Sabonis for Tyrese Halliburton. The Pacers were also a team that was not going to likely get in the postseason. You had New Orleans make a trade that year to get C.J. McCollum. These were teams that weren't in the mix, and I would say in previous years, you probably choose the other direction to go and try to improve your lottery status. Well, those 3 teams got aggressive, tried to improve it. It didn't work for the Kings and Pacers immediately that year. It did for the Pelicans. They got into the postseason, and now both the Pacers and Kings are better off for making those trades. But I think you have more teams competing, more teams trying to play meaningful regular season games. And keep in mind, this is a regular season game. It will count in the win-losses. It will also count towards the cup standings. And we'll certainly explain that throughout the night as well. But it's different. It's year 1 of it. And I still maintain that whatever missing pieces are out there, the league will work on. They'll tweak. They'll get input from the coaches, from the GMs, from the players. And I think they really love the advanced stage for the one and done. The drama of winning and advancing, losing, going home. There's a lot of charm to that in the NCAA tournament, certainly in Game 7s. That's what a lot of people love about sports, and I think they're trying to replicate that in the regular season mode. So something to watch tonight. Certainly we'll react to it and have a lot more on that coming up here on Kings Live pregame. Should be fun. And for those just joining us too, To reiterate, the Kings will go with the exact same starting lineup according to Mike Brown. So that means Keon Ellis will get his second start as a professional. We'll see the other regulars. Sabonis in the middle. Joining Keon Ellis in the backcourt, Kevin Huerter. And then, of course, the familiar front court mates with Sabonis of Keegan Murray and Harrison Barnes. So this would be a tough challenge. You look at a 5-3 Thunder team, Kings at 3-4, trying to get themselves to 500 after a couple of shaky games, but they're going to have to do it yet again without the services of Trey Lyles and De'Aaron Fox. So it'll be a tough one tonight for the Kings. We've got it all coming your way, as I'll be back here in just a moment with the G-Man, the High Flyer, for Kings Live pregame. It is the Kings and the Thunder. Thanks for listening to Game Night here on Sactown Sports.
The Kings are running it back.
He's got the bucket at the buzzer. Harrison Barnes, Alex Lynn.